collaborative initiatives because together we can bring FDC's mantra to life, building communities, building Jamaica. Enjoy this year's symposium and make sure we activate all that we are learning today. Thank you.
The Pan American Development Foundation, PADF, in collaboration with the International Narcotics and Law Enforcement Bureau of the U.S. Embassy in Jamaica, has embarked on a project for crime prevention through environmental design, SEPTED, which will be implemented in 6 parishes in Jamaica. PADF, through this partnership, is pleased to support the Planning Institute of Jamaica, PIOJ's annual Symposium of Best Practices in Community Development for 2024. PADF has implemented programs in Latin America and the Caribbean for 60 years in the areas of democracy, governance, and human rights, spanning the justice and security sectors, gender, child rights, STEM, and migration. Our community policing initiatives in Colombia and Trinidad and Tobago have proven effective and are now being rolled out in Jamaica. SEPTED aims to improve the ability of Jamaican stakeholders, including the JSIF's Community Safety and Security Branch, the CSSB, and NGOs working in communities to address citizen security challenges utilizing proven SEPTED and crime prevention methodologies and interventions in the parishes of Kingston and St. Andrew, Clarendon, St. Catherine, Westmoreland, and St. James. SEPTED is a multidisciplinary strategy for deterring criminal behavior and will utilize proven strategies such as place-based strategy, wherein the interventions will be targeted to the various communities, the public health approach to crime and violence prevention, and a whole-of-government approach. Through 60 years of lessons learned and experience in development, PADF is uniquely placed to facilitate grant funding in the region, manage the implementation of programs, and strengthen institutional and policy capacity in government, NGOs, community-based, private sector, and civil society organizations. We continue to place focus on achieving real results and impact based on data-driven project design, which can lead to the desired change in circumstances where social improvement can be seen, measured, and most importantly, felt by the people who we ultimately serve. Together, we can work to achieve peace, citizen security, justice for all, and strong institutions in the Caribbean, in keeping with the UN Sustainable Development Goals and also Jamaica's National Development Plan, Vision 2030. We thank you for this opportunity and look forward to working with you to achieve our joint objectives.
Good morning, everyone. I invite you to stand as the national anthem of Jamaica is played. remain standing as Pastor Percival Palmer leads us in prayer.
Good morning. Father, today we come and we praise your name. We will constantly speak of your praises. Today we gather with a shared passion for building stronger, more compassionate communities. We ask, as Solomon did, that you give to us an understanding heart, that indeed the wisdom, the knowledge, and the understanding that we need, you will give to each one of us. We ask today for your guidance and wisdom as we explore the best practices in social and community development. May our discussions today be infused with empathy, creativity, and a deep commitment to serving the most vulnerable. May righteousness and justice, which is the foundation of your throne and your unfailing love, walk before us today. Lord God, unite us in our pursuit of justice, equity, and human flourishing. May our collective efforts bring tangible hope and transformation to the communities that we serve. I ask today that you bless each presenter, panelist, and participant with clarity, courage, and collaboration. May this symposium be a catalyst for meaningful connections, innovative solutions, and sustainable impact. So we pledge today, as in the words of our national pledge, to work diligently and creatively, to think generously and honestly, so that Jamaica may, under God, increase in beauty, fellowship, and prosperity, and play her part in advancing the welfare of the whole human race. These prayers we ask in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you so much, Percival Palmer. You may be seated. Pastor Palmer. Good morning again. My name is Rochelle Whyte, and I am very pleased to be one of your moderators for today.
Good morning, everyone, and I am Antonette Richards, and I will also be one of your moderators for today.
Welcome to the 2024 edition of the Best Practice Symposium in Social and Community Development. This year's theme, Tools for Development, reflects our commitment to sharing strategies and tools that improve our communities and foster sustainable growth. I would like to warmly welcome everyone today, and I hope that we will all be engaged. We have a very exciting program lined up for you today. We will be having panel discussions. We'll have a lot of giveaways. I'm going to ask everyone to please listen attentively so that when the questions come, you'll be able to answer and get some of the prizes that have been put aside for you.
Now, Rochelle would have stated the theme for this morning, Tools for Development. The Oxford Dictionary has 3 definitions for tool, but I think the one that is of most importance to us is the second one that says, a tool is a thing used.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 9th staging of the Best Practice Symposium in Social and Community Development. Under the theme, Tools for Development, my name is Charmaine Brim, and I will be one of your hosts for this event. And beside me is my co-host, and I will ask her to introduce herself.
Good morning, Charmaine. Thank you so much for having me here. Good morning, everyone. I am Shanice. Welcome to the 2024 Symposium of Best Practices. Now, Charmaine, you said that today is the 9th staging. Can you tell us more about why you're so excited to be coming back year after year, and what you're most excited about today?
Thank you, Shanice. So I am so excited to actually hear from our partners today about the tools. Our partners have been doing a lot of work, and it is so good to come together to just see what they have been doing and just how impactful that has been. And for our audience, I just want to explain, when we talk about tools for development, we're actually talking about any approach, any framework or any processes that has proven to be impactful at the community level. And so I'm very excited today to hear from our speakers. And in fact, let me just tell you a little bit about who we will be hearing from in this our opening ceremony. So we're going to be hearing from Dr. Martin Baptiste, and he is actually the division chief for the social sector division within the Caribbean Development Bank. We're also going to be hearing from our keynote speaker, who is Dr. Herbert Gayle. Over to you.
Yes, so that opening ceremony alone, I know we have a lot of interesting things to hear. And following the opening ceremony, we will have the Tools for Development talk and Let's Talk Tools. And that's going to be another very important session. And I know that a lot of young people are tuning in, and I just want to say thank you for being here, and I really encourage you to stay tuned because a lot of these sessions are geared towards you. We also have a Safe Passage to School session, and this is the review of national and international evidence. Also, we have goals that solve the world's problem, and I'm telling you, you do not want to miss out on this one. We have a very, very special testimonial. Following that session, Charmaine and myself will be going around and exploring the 17 tools, and we have a lot on store, we have a lot on display, especially because these tools are specific to unique communities. And I want you to look at what's on display and tell us in the chat, is anything that pops out to you? Do you have any questions? Do you have any special comments on these displays? And you might just be very lucky today because we have a lot of giveaways. And so stay tuned, listen what's happening, and share your answers in the chat. We're so eager to interact with you. And ending off the session, we have two more sections. We have the Managing Violence in Jamaican Schools using cognitive behavioral therapy, and we have Enhancing Community Safety through Environmental Design. It's really important to know that each of these segments have a Q&A session. So listen up and tell us in the chat what you have to say about these sessions. And please, while you're interacting with us, don't forget to use our hashtag Best Practices Symposium and hashtag Tools for Development.
So Shanice, you have said it all. So ladies and gentlemen, you have heard, we have a full package for you today.
I'm really excited.
We are excited that you are here with us. I am excited. Are you excited?
I'm so excited.
And if you are excited, we're going to ask you to type the word excitement in the chat. All right? So we're going to allow you now to enjoy the opening ceremony, and we will be right back with you right after.
Where social and community development practices empower marginalized groups, foster resilience, and reduce poverty, all of which are the core components of CDB's mission. We also value the symposium role in fostering collaboration and knowledge sharing among key entities working to achieve sustainable development across Jamaica. This event's crucial aspects aligns with our focus on strengthening institutions and enhancing human and organizational capacity to implement sustainable development initiative. With over 4 decades of experience working with poor and vulnerable communities through our Basic Needs Trust Fund, we have bankers financed through our Special Development Fund, as well as more recently executed the Community Disaster Risk Reduction Fund, another program that is community-driven, with financing from the Government of Canada, the United Kingdom, as well as the European Union. We have been able to document several best practices that have yielded significant success. These successes include facilitating increased community participation, improving the capacity of community development professionals and beneficiary groups, and enhancing local resilience to climate change and natural hazard impacts. For this symposium, CDB will be showcasing 3 priority best practices. Firstly, our community engagement survey. Secondly, the community profile and livelihood baseline assessment. And third, and more recently executed, the beneficiary assessment and capacity development plan. We invite you to visit our booth and share your feedback on these best practices as we seek to explore collaboration with other development partners to apply them in various
projects and programs. CDB is proud to be a part of this outstanding intervention and is confident it will inspire transformative social and community development initiatives that will create a lasting impact. We are deeply grateful for your participation, everyone, and are certain that the symposium will catalyze innovative and scalable interventions that will contribute to Jamaica and the wider region's resilience and socio-economic growth. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aiken. Our next speaker is Dr. Wayne Henry, the Director General of the Planning Institute of Jamaica. And he has been at the forefront of Jamaica's planning and development efforts for a number of years. And Dr. Henry will share his insights on how we can create more resilient and inclusive communities. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our host for today, Dr. Wayne Henry.
Ms. Antonette Richards, Program Director, Civil Registration and Migration of the PIOJ, Mrs. Rochelle Whyte, Senior Technical Advisor to the Director General at the PIOJ, or Masters of Ceremony, the Honorable Audrey Sewell, OJCD JP, Cabinet Secretary in the Office of the Cabinet, Ambassador Alison Stone-Roof, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of National Security, Pastor Percival Palmer, I recognize Mr. Richard Aiken, we heard from Community Development Specialist in the Caribbean Development Bank, who is representing Dr. Martin Baptiste, Division Chief of the Social Sector Division. Dr. Herbert Gayle, our keynote speaker, Senior Lecturer in the University of the West Indies. I recognize Deputy Director General at the PIOJ, Ms. Barbara Scott, and heads of partner agencies. I recognize Ms. Rhonda Lumsden-Lew, representing the head of JSIF, our international and local presenters, partner agencies and their teams. I recognize, of course, Mr. Oliver Blake of the FCDO and other development partners. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. Somehow we say it twice. Good morning. Good morning. So, you know, the community was celebrating the birthday of one of its senior citizens. And they called her Grandma. And they said, Grandma, how old are you? And she said, I don't tell my age. And they said, Grandma, tell us. If we pressure, you can tell us your age. She said, no. From I was 25 years old, I stopped telling my age. And if you've kept a secret for 55 years, there's no way you can get it out of me. I recognize Mr. Kirk Phillips, Deputy Director General at the PIOJ, also Ms. Sandra Ward, Janelle Cox, some of our senior team, and the team members from the PIOJ. I may sound a little biased, don't it? But no, it's a tremendous team. So today marks the 9th staging of the Best Practices Symposium in Community Development, a collaboration among 6 dedicated agencies, namely the Planning Institute of Jamaica, PIOJ, through our Community Renewal Program, the CRP, the Caribbean Development Bank, the CDB, the Ministry of National Security, the MNS, the Jamaica Social Investment Fund, the JSIF, the Inter-American Development Bank, the IDB, and the Social Development Commission, SDC. And so I'm truly honored to welcome you as we come together once again to celebrate impactful achievements and inspire the future of community transformation. This symposium has long been a platform for showcasing transformative initiatives that uplift vulnerable and at-risk communities globally. It has fostered a meaningful exchange of ideas, fostering collaboration among entities committed to community development. Last year, for example, we illustrated how cognitive behavior therapy is successfully applied in behavior modification in Jamaica and beyond. We also highlighted the groundbreaking work of Homeboy Industries in Los Angeles, California, a model for rehabilitating gang members and ex-convicts, demonstrating that transformative programs are possible and replicable in marginalized communities across the world. These efforts serve as guiding examples showing us that impactful initiatives tailored to the unique needs of communities can create lasting change. We are therefore proud that the PIOJ's own CRP played a foundational role in establishing this important annual event. Against this backdrop, it is fitting that this year's symposium focuses on tools for transformation and development, featuring proven methods employed by our partners here in Jamaica and internationally. We trust that the themes explored today will inspire those engaged in community development locally, equipping them with insights and practical approaches to continue the work of uplifting our marginalized communities. As always, the symposium will feature community enterprises from CRP-targeted areas, showcasing products and services of exemplary quality that demonstrates the strength and resilience within these communities. Community development, we know, relies not solely on welfare, but more crucially, on enterprise and innovation, qualities that foster sustainable growth from within the communities. As we look ahead, I encourage all of us, all our participants, to fully engage with the wealth of knowledge, the experiences, and networking opportunities available throughout this forum. Let us draw inspiration from each other as we work towards the shared goal of community transformation for Jamaica's sustainable development. Thank you for your continued commitment and participation. I look forward to the fruitful engagements that will follow. May God bless you all. May God continue to bless Jamaica land we love. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Henry. I now have the pleasure of welcoming the Honorable Audrey Sewell, Cabinet Secretary, to offer her remarks. With her dedication to effective governance and her focus on strategic planning, she brings invaluable experience to today's event. Let us welcome Mrs. Sewell to the podium.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. And the DG has already established the protocol, so protocol has already been established, but permit me to acknowledge, however, our moderators, the DG himself, our host for the day, my colleague permanent secretaries. Well, I have two listed, but I'm seeing Ambassador now, and I know my other colleague will be here, our colleagues will be here. Pastor Palmer, we met when I was in another life. Yes. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Yes, and our international development partners and Dr. Gayle, our keynote speaker, who will be introduced at the appropriate time. The annual Best Practices Symposium for Community Development may now be regarded as a major feature on the calendar of community development practitioners across Jamaica, and I dare say in some sections of the wider Caribbean and the world. In the 9 years since it was first hosted, as was earlier noted, it has featured some of the most impactful initiatives and leading practitioners across the globe, driving advancements among Jamaica's community development experts. It has also fostered productive dialogue, promoting greater harmonization and coordination within the field. Today's presentations, for example, span multiple ministries: the Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth and Information, the Ministry of National Security, the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport, the Ministry of Health and Wellness, with an emphasis on psychosocial programs, as well as the Ministry of Local Government and Community Development, underscoring the whole of government approach to national development. This year's theme, Tools for Development, highlights innovative measures, some adapted for Jamaica, and others uniquely developed in response to or as an outcome of our own local experiences. These tools include resources designed to enhance community safety for the vulnerable, support positive behavioral changes among at-risk youth, and improve impact measurement in community initiatives. Certainly, we anticipate that exposure to these tools that you'll be exposed to today will greatly enhance the capacity of our development partners, enabling more effective interventions. A notable feature of the Best Practices Symposium has been the annual spotlight on the local economic initiatives, LEIs, nurtured by the Social Development Commission and the Jamaica Social Investment Fund. These initiatives are crucial to the economic viability of their respective communities and showcase the importance of economic development at the local level. Later today, when the booth displays are open, you will have the opportunity to explore high-quality products from these LEIs. As you engage in the presentations and the displays that will be featured during the symposium, I hope that you will be inspired to innovate and deepen your collaborations, advancing our shared goal of building a stronger Jamaica through the revitalization of our volatile and vulnerable communities. I encourage all of us to bring your collective wisdom because Jamaica is depending on us. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Sewell. At this point, we will now hear from our keynote speaker. He is a senior lecturer and renowned social anthropologist at the University of the West Indies. His research has focused on social conflict, particularly among marginalized groups, and provides essential insights into the root causes of violence and community safety challenges. Today, he will share his expertise on social structures that impact development. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I can tell you that you're in for a treat, because whenever I hear this gentleman speaks, it always raises a lot of thought-provoking questions in my mind, and I'm sure the same thing will happen with you. So I'd like you now to join me in welcoming our keynote speaker for today, Dr. Herbert Gayle.
Let me say good morning to everyone, and let me greet you as family. Those of us who work in a large number of countries, we know that everybody at the end of the day is salud familia. That's what we are. We're one big bunch. And I'd like to just share with you all, that at the end of the day, development is about hanging on to the little piece and choking the little ends that stop everything from flowing. So greetings to everyone. I'm happy the protocol has long been established because it's a lot of nice people who are here and people who have worked every day just to make sure that somebody lives. I have a very weird job. I work in 17 countries in the Americas and in Europe and in East and South Asia. I have nowhere to live, so I live everywhere. And in my sojourn, I have come to recognize that a lot has been happening in the world and a lot has gone wrong. A friend of mine from BBC asked me recently, what's the one word you would use to describe the world? And I said, pendulum. Development experts have forgotten what the middle looks like. And we're going to talk a little bit about that today. I want you to pay attention to some of the slides I've carried for you. If you look very carefully, that's development, that's the violence, homicide rate of the top countries in the world between 2000 and 2018. And by the way, violence experts don't measure violence in a year. We use 15-year blocks minimum because 15 years is where a generation introduces itself, okay? I want you to notice El Salvador for a little bit, and I want you to see the shift in El Salvador. And I want you to also look at Jamaica, which was 48, that has moved to 47 in the last 7 years. Look at El Salvador, you'll see it has dropped to 47, and you'll see South Africa has gone back up. Let me just make sure you go back and see that. You can see South Africa has gone back up. And you'll see Trinidad and Belize switching places. That's welcome to Bekele. For those who don't know the name, you have Google. You will notice that the homicide rate in El Salvador was going down before Bekele came to power in 2019. But look at the end. Look at the homicide rate at the end. That's 2.4 per 100,000, and that's his action. Someone asked me recently, what is the cost of peace? And I said to them, I've been trying to work on it, because anything that drops like this has to be on the back of somebody. We're still here? I haven't got controversial yet. You can calm down. You can't, if you look at that trajectory, it is not possible unless somebody pays for it. I'll just give you a little bit of time to look at that group that's paying for it. And it includes children. Okay? For those of you who've never been to El Salvador, it's a small country. Just about 7 million, somewhere there. It's not massive. But it has over 72,000 young men locked up in super jails so that people can, when interviewed, give responses like, it's been good. It's been really good since Uncle Bekele, Tio Bekele, is in power. One of the crises I have when you work across the world like I do is when people begin to get greetings like uncles and aunties and papa. Always bothers me, because I know these are the people we send our children to when we can't manage and they abuse them. But how do you view Naib? How do you view him? He has the lowest homicide rate in the Americas. The lowest rate. He's dropped it from 36 to 2.4. Or is it the greatest governance tragedy in the Americas, with over 70,000 young men locked up, including street children, just scraped up off the street? You're shouting, walking around saying, hey, I have peanuts. The next day you're in jail. That's the experience I know from the people I know personally in El Salvador. What's really funny is that I have heard in the Caribbean, in 3 different countries, 19 members of government suggesting that Bekele and his ideas could be, should be, might be duplicated. There's nothing fancier than listening to people who have suffered for a very long time, but they can't do without thinking of the morphine. Bekele is morphine. And a lot of the best practices today, I guarantee you, will not be duplicated. a lot of bad things will be duplicated. So what about the forecast for El Salvador? Is it great? Now all the gangs, MS-13, 22nd Street, you name it, they're off the road. They're in one place. I checked on the economy. Remember UNODC 2006 and every other single research team have made the declaration that if homicide rates go down, your economy goes up. Am I right? So why has it happened? Why have we not seen the bounce in El Salvador? I guess if 2.15% of the working population is locked up in a place, we have some issues too, right? And I guess if half our parents and our cousins are there. So when did the word sustainable become an expletive? Why are people struggling to acknowledge that sustainability is a part of your best practices? That you have to guarantee that this is not only for today, but also for tomorrow. When did we get to the point where you have best bets, you have your best practices, but that's not what people want? So let's get home to Jamaica. And I want to introduce to you a word that is very old and very British. It's called ontological security. And in 2003, I think it was, a team of us set out to ask the question across the Americas and into some other zones of poverty and development to the point where we had 117 countries covered by 17 students at SOAS. This is University of London. And we asked the question, what would make you stable as a young person? Everybody listed food first. And number two, a sense of security. If you come at me with a big gun every day and suppress me every day, there's absolutely no way I can feel secure. So who will feel secure? The people who doesn't have a child, who don't have a child in the lockup, will feel secure. And for every single human being who doesn't have a child and who feels that their child can't be treated in a particular way, I always remind them in Jamaican language, and I have to interpret it as I go around the world, fat puppies are never safe around Magadog. Let me go again. Let me go again. Let me say this in English for you. If in the midst of starvation you are the only plump one, I think you can finish it. And young people need a support system and they need opportunity structures, especially access to education. And I'm going to show you some things today. That's Jamaica. Those are your gang hubs. You can see them. They're very clear. One's in brown from the west and one's in the southeast. And I won't keep this up for long because you won't believe that those are homicide rates. Or for those who don't have a matching point, U.S. incursion into Iraq had a war-related death of 205 per 100,000. Please look at these communities. Every single one of them above Iraq at full scale. And they are located in 2 parishes. And I've heard brilliant people say, why don't we just run a Latino joke on those 2 parishes? No, hold on, calm down. The word Latino joke is not a joke. For those who have no idea what that means, it means just shut them down. Just shut them down. But I wanted to spend a little time looking at GBV. GBV, for those of us trained in violence, GBV is the only branch of violence that nobody can define. Not even the people who created the word. That's your GBV. If a boy is killed by another boy, it is still gender-based. I bet you don't know that. That's your GBV. 80% of the persons killed in Jamaica are adult males. And the second group most vulnerable to homicide are boys, 9.1. Then we get to women. Then we get to older men. Then we get to girls, and then we get to grandma. And that's our country. But when you listen to the news every day, that's not what you hear. Nobody cares about Edwin Ott and his triad of knowledge that says your perception can create a conception of other perception independent of reality. Not many of us care about reality. We care about our pendulum. Don't worry, you won't be able to interpret it. Just look at the trenches. The first spike you see is Jamaica's 1980 war. And then it dips and it gets back up. And the second one, close to the end, that, of course, is Tivoli incursion. And then you're seeing a spike again, because after every suppression comes a spike. That's all you need to interpret from that. Don't worry about it. Let me take you through some risk levels. We have 5 levels of risk. Those of us who do violence, we have 5. We have children who are shielded, such as my growing up in Saville-Lamar many years ago. Then we have low violence, we have medium violence, we have high and shutters, or repeat killers. And repeat killers is exactly as it says, they repeat killing, as in professional, and high means they've killed somebody or they're a member of a gang that has killed someone. Let's look at some of the things in ontological security. Breakdown of chronic hunger by risk levels. Shutters have traditionally been the hungriest people. Can you see that? 52% of them, when you ask the question, have you ever gone without food for a day? And has this been repeated? So let's define it. Chronic hunger is defined as having gone for a day or days without food, just water, and has had that repeated. You get listed there. The shielded ones are okay. Let's look at the same people who are carrying their families while being a child. Let's go again. These are people who are carrying their families. These are young people carrying their families economically while being a child. What do you notice about the shutters? You can whisper it. What's the lesson from this? Some of us have been responsible in creating shutters because they were feeding us. And then we look at Manchester Urban, St. Catherine Urban, St. James Urban, and you can see these kids, and you can see the hunger, and you can see the difference by gender. The boys are always 2.7 times hungrier than the girls. But I haven't heard any policy for the hungry ones. Only jails for the hungry ones. How far are we from Bekele? Males assisting their families the same ratio. The females have less responsibility, economic responsibility, and more time for school. Let's go to a study that's recent, and let's look at ACEs. Oh, by the way, ACEs mean torture. It's the new term for it. It's about a decade old. It means adverse childhood experiences. I like it. It's better than torture. Feels less painful. You know, you just chomp up a card, ACEs. I like these ones. You know, the newest one we have now in development is called JSIF. You know, gender equality and social inclusion is just JSIF. It almost sounds like a boy. You know, and boys would almost hear JSIF and think, oh my goodness, I'm included. 54% of the students we've covered across the country suffered from physical, psychological, sexual neglect. 13% were extreme, and these came from Tier 4, largely Tier 4, meaning the schools, the 31 schools we have in Jamaica that don't make more than 5% of students matriculating onto university. We have 31 such schools. 68% of first sex, please note, and I want you to note, 68% of the boys first sex under 16 compared to 14% of our girls. Our girls have not escaped, but they are escaping. Our boys are trapped. These data are very clear. Look at being tricked, forced and being tricked. 84% of those that were hungry were boys. 63% poor, 58% came from the inner city, all right, 42%, so we know where they are, we know what sex they are, all right, we can go pretend later while we have our drink. 42% came from Tier 4 schools, 92% were males who were poor. Poor students comprise 77% of all suicide cases, suicidal thought cases, and poor and hungry make up 87% of all that were depressed and said that they considered suicide. And when we look at dead fathers across the country in that data set, 31% of the poor children, poor defined as my parents have no skill or they're unemployed, were dead. We know where to find them. And I can tell you this, something you may never understand. And I'll tell you very, very quickly. Jamaica and Haiti are the only two countries where I have found a group of boys who are more vulnerable to sexual assault than girls. I will describe them for you. They're under age 16, they're children. Yes? Number 2, their parents are unemployed. Number 3, they are employed. Remember, children cannot be unattached. They are attached to something. These were employed, not gainfully, survival level employment. And of course, I will show you the figures. That's what happens. The human species is designed to preserve the replicator. I'll tell you where to go and read this. Richard Dawkins, The Selfish Gene. I'll give you a book so you can go read afterwards. The human species, in the darkest hour, we protect those that can reproduce. And that is why so many boys roam your streets today. Let's go to father presence and mother presence. This has been a myth by some of my colleagues for a very long time. You know one of the most brilliant studies ever done in this region? People walk into a prison and ask a question to a young man. Excuse me, where's your father? I have no father. See? Father absence. I remember taking up somebody's thesis and looking at it. He had written how criminals are fatherless beings. And I asked him, can you send me the instrument? Let me look on it. There was no question, where's your mother? There's nothing more beautiful than when you go to look for garbage and pretend you didn't find it. So here are the figures. Our national figures, 42% of our children have access to their fathers in their homes, and 9% of children have no idea who their father is or where their father is. And for a country with one of the highest jackets in the world, that's fabulous. And this is not my work. This is the work of Professor Anderson. God rest her soul. If you notice carefully, the inner city in Jamaica, in Belize, in Trinidad, in every country I've worked, is half of the national figures. You can see that? Can you see it? It's just half. And when inner city males kill, you will see one area drop. Not the father's own that drop dramatically, but the mother relationship drops dramatically. And for girls, it's the father relationship that drops dramatically. And I have 60-odd girls who've killed repeatedly in my data set across these 17 countries, so I can tell you what happens why a woman will kill repeatedly. father problem. And we, young men, we have mother problem. It is what it is. You could disagree with Sigmund Freud until you're weak. That's what it is. So here's what's been happening. If you do any form of audit, you'll see something that's happening with young people across, and this is young people across the Americas. What will you find? This is a violence audit that we're working on. What's the first thing you see? 40% of this generation is at the same impoverishment of the last generation. And if you look at the wine red and the green slice, it gives you 14% of them are better. Remember, our preoccupation is to be better than our parents, right? But only 14% have achieved that. And you can see what's happening. Okay? I'll skip past that quickly. Complete parent. Who's a complete parent in the context of this study? It's a parent who both nurture and provides. And if you notice what happens, what do you see? What's the crisis with fathers? They're absent. What's the crisis with mothers? The same proportion, in fact, slightly higher. Abuse the children when they themselves have been abused, because 80% of people who've been abused will transfer it to another. Every time I tell people there's somebody who leaves and says, he's troubling women, without hearing what I said. Do it today, you're fine. Education and training has to be the core of our development. And if you take boys who dropped out at grade 9 as a baseline, you're going to develop a very easy set of data to remember. If a family invested or a community invested in a child to the extent where they were able to do 3 CXCs, 3 exams, they'll be 4 times safer. If they do CAPE, they're 10 times safer. And if they ever go to even teachers' college, they're 85 times safer. What does that tell us? Here are our schools. If you attend an all-girls school in Jamaica, and there are 15 of them, the planters decided in several meetings, they ensured that Jamaica had more all-girls schools than all-boys schools. So we have 7 all-boys schools and 15 all-girls schools. Welcome, that's equality. Oh, sorry, no, that's not equality. If you go to an all-boys school, you have a 69% chance of going on to university. If you go to a traditional co-ed, 61. And if you go to a technical school, 17%. And if you go to a new secondary school, tier 1 to 4, you have a 10% chance of going on to school. And here is when we put in some variables. Now we're going to put in variables of where you live, called geosocial zone, your sex, the kind of school you go, and then we see something. Let's arrive at it. A girl who attends an all-girls school who's from a suburban community, yes, has a 33 times greater chance of going on in life than an inner-city boy. Every time I am in Europe for a meeting, people talk about the child survivability index and depress me. How comes you have an index that says no child should live below this? That's what we have. Look at what we have. 99% of any girl who comes from a suburban community and attends an all-girls school will be in a university or managing a business for parents, compared to 3% of inner-city males. And then we wonder, what are we doing? So here is some police data for you. If you take the police data for 2016 to 2021, something very beautiful emerges. What emerges? It shows the power of education. If you're trained, look at that, unemployed, unskilled, vocational trade, farm hands, right? All of those people amount to what? Gun-related crimes. 1% were educated, and by the way, education there was a stretch because good Excel had to put something for it, so it put 1%, but it is 0.51%. Just about a half of 1%. 1 out of 1,000 persons who is educated will be caught with a gun. Because 1 is being caught, the other 2 is being stupid enough to be caught. A lot of people here have dollars but no sense. So this is gangs. Look carefully. That line you see is the average. 14% of the audited people we're working with right now have been gang members or are gang members. Look at that. If you only have primary education, 21%. This is called a gap analysis, right? And if you have tertiary, 4%. And please look carefully. There are 2 lines. One line is the boy gang line, and the other one is the girl gang line. And what you see, if they're unsupported, they join gangs. If you support them, they don't. It is not rocket science. And this is the one that was so painful that I saw tears in my assistant's eyes as she wrote them, as she helped me to collate it. What do you get from it? If a male is not in a gang or in any form of group, he's more likely to be hungry. We have constructed a scenario, a social space in which it makes sense to be bad. That's the crisis. I ask as I close, what's wrong with balance or partnership? If 64% of women who get killed in Jamaica are as a result of men's war, why should we spend 19 pages of articles against Herbert Samuel Gayle in 2017 when I stated in Manchester that in our epoch, in our frame, there can be no policy frame called violence against women. It is not wise, it is otherwise. If 64% of everybody in a group die because something is happening with the other group, solve the other group. Are you stupid? So I will show you. If women are 228% educated of men, why are we having policies to give women more education? Women need investment and money so they can have power. What are our best practices? Woman came to me and said, Herbs, I just got $15 million from my husband who died, and I'm going to go to UE. I said, what? I said, let me check your temperature. And I guided her to set up a business. That business is now worth $75 million, and now she's doing her degree. We have to begin to reassess ourselves. What's wrong with owning something? What's wrong with owning something, women? What happens when a woman has an MA but no MAN? What happens when our boys can scam, can practice the line for hours and days until they speak English that they don't understand? A scammer said to me, Herbs, I genuinely don't understand what I'm saying, but it's magic, it works. English language is powerful. He said, yo, dog, yo. Me just said to the lady, you know, miss, I'm going to make your dreams come true. People can have dollars without sense. So this is why our women die in Jamaica. 118 women die in Jamaica every year. 64% of them who die is as a result of men having war. They're either calling farmers, they are gang wipeouts where everybody in the house dies, right? It's the trigger of war, or 8% of them are gang strategies. I've been into so many gangs, and when I sit with the Don says, boy, I'm waiting on the boss. The first time it happened to me, I think I was in Honduras. He said, I'm waiting on the boss. I'm like, where's the boss? I saw a young woman walk in and says, that's the boss. Bet we don't know that. 8% of our women die because they are gang strategists. They tell the men who dies. And please notice, 4% of our women who die from family members. And 21% die from interaction with men. And that makes up 1.7851% of murders in Jamaica. That's where we want to spend the money. Come on, talk to me. If I did an exam and I lost 2%, would you be proud of me? I got 98 on my exam. You be proud of me? Good boy, good boy. But that's not what we do in development. That's not what we do. We take the 1.78%, and when you see the ads on television, it's about the 1.78%, and it's worse. Because now I'm going to tell you the controversial bit. Out of the 118 women in Jamaica who die every year at the hand of a man, 5 are light-skinned, and those 5 remain on television. Oh yes, you finally got it. The 113 dark-skinned ones, my students, I make them measure this for me every year. 1 last year remained, 1 dark-skinned one remained last year for 3 weeks. I won't describe her because you'll know who it is. This is not my job. My job is to make you think. But the light-skinned ones, they stay on television. Oh my God. Oh my God. People who are colonized need to assess themselves every day. Do your axiological test every day. Am I carrying on slavery? There it is. In 1970, 74% of our women, there were 74 women to every 100 men in Jamaica. In school, now they're 228%. The problem with the pendulum is that often we cannot control where it ends. That's the problem with the pendulum. That's our crisis. The world is filled with best practices for international development partners. Greetings, my international development partner friends, you're here. The world is filled with practices that suit exactly what you think about us. There are some practices when I sit down with my IDP friends and I say to them, did you think this through carefully? Said, Herbs, nobody complained. No, they don't complain because they love money. It's money. If you come with $2 million and say it is for everybody who have 6 fingers, I go paste on 1. But we have to begin to take some responsibility for what is happening. All of us have to get involved. The world is also filled with best practices that suit governments that want to be re-elected in the next 4 or 5 years. Am I right? Huh? It's quick. It is, yes, but somebody pays for it. And people, human beings, are so segmentary factional that it is hilarious. I'll never forget when somebody said to me, Herbs, the word equality, what is your take on it? And I said, the word what? The word, sorry. And the person says, Herbs, I didn't stutter. I said, the word what? That's hard to pronounce. But I can pronounce advantage. Because when I speak to people and I say to them, I have 50% here and you have 50% here. Yes? I have an advantage called patriarchy. You have an advantage called the replicator. Do you want half of my problems? No, Herbs. And I said, I don't want to have menstrual cramps because believe me, I had gas cramps when I was a child and it was painful. And my mother said to me, that is not even half of what women go through. So I don't want it. But I'd love for people to send me to school, am I right? Like they send a girl to school. Human beings are preoccupied with advantage. What we need to begin to argue for is partnership. What's wrong with the word? What's wrong with the word? What's wrong with the word? What's wrong with balance? Those who fight for themselves will soon find others doing the same. Let me go again. Those who fight for themselves will soon find others doing the same. What the heck do you think happens if all of us fight for ourselves? Huh? This is the core ingredient for extremism. Watching the pendulum swing, listening to people who are extreme left, listening to people who have money but they are extreme right, religious fanatics. I find them intriguing. The world is filled with people who cry out for themselves but judge those who cry for everyone. Yeah? Why is it that the 70% of development money does not leave your toes? Oh yeah, I said it. Oh yeah, I said, yes, I said it. I sat with a friend of mine. Yes, I'm the chair for Children First. Yes, I'm the chair for Fathers Inc. And I'll tell you something. Ask Claudette Pius, the day we sat together, and she said, well, we started with 50 boys. I asked, where are the girls? Today we have more girls than boys at Children First. We started as a group of 50 boys. At Fathers Inc., when Barry Chevron introduced me to Fathers Inc., and I sat there going, where are the women? Today I guarantee you 70% of the beneficiaries of Fathers Inc. are women. Because I believe that to every male there has to be a female. 104 or 103 boys are born in this country. Why is it by age 19 there's a gap in the population? Ask any demographer. 3 of those go missing. Why do we cry for ourselves? Whose best bet? Whose best approach? Whose best practice? And as I walk off, let me remind you all. As I sat in an international meeting, won't say where it is, and people sat there and lamented. I was in Austria, Edinburgh. Lamented that despite all that we have done, the world is not getting better. And I popped my hand up and I said, what if you stopped? What if you stopped? What if people like me stop annoying you? To begin to understand that no child can be poor. The family has to be poor. No boy alone can be in trouble if he has sisters. Are you with me? And no girl alone should be rescued while the brother is also helping to rescue the same girl. This is what you have called development. Every single family I have assessed. IDPs fund the girl. The boy goes in halfway tree to fund the girl. The mothers take another man to fund the girl. And the boy dies. If that is your best practice, please do not tell anyone. That is how we have boys committing the most hideous crimes. One said to me, Herbs, only 7 people me killing now. Can't wait to reach a 70. And his mother heard him and said, I pray God you're dead before you reach 8. And then as I sat with that family to make them heal, she explained to me that this boy has been carrying the family from age 9. I beg of you, as we go forward, we seek balance. We seek partnership. We ask that you do not rescue one, you rescue all. God bless. Take care of yourselves.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gayle. Before he started to speak, when Antonette was here, she promised a thought-provoking speech, and I'm sure that we can all agree that he delivered. Thank you again, Dr. Gayle. I now re-invite the Cabinet Secretary, Mrs. Audrey Sewell, to the podium to officially open the Tools for Development Expo. As she comes, I'm also welcoming PS Troop, who I saw come in during Dr. Gayle's presentation.
Dr. Henry, it is my pleasure this morning to declare open the 2024 Best Practices in Social and Community Development Expo.
Thank you very much.
The Cabinet Secretary, Dr. Wayne Henry, and other permanent secretaries, as well as heads of agencies, will now tour the booths. And so we invite them to join Dr. Henry to explore the booths, which showcases innovative tools and resources for community development. In the room, we'll be able to follow along with the tour, and once the tour is completed, members of the audience can also join and view the booths. We will resume in another 15 minutes.
onto the stage as we hear from 3 dynamic speakers. My name is Charmaine Grimm, and I will be one of your moderators for this session, Let's Talk Tool. And to my left, I will invite my co-moderator to introduce himself.
Check. Hi, good morning, everyone. I am Richard O'Higgin, Community Development Specialist at the Caribbean Development Bank. And I'm happy to be joining Charmaine for this lovely exercise. Thank you.
We're so happy to have you, Richard. So before I invite our 3 speakers on, just a quick housekeeping. License plate number 4947H.
Welcome.
All right, so Kellie-Ann Murray is an economist within the Planning Institute of Jamaica, assigned to the program unit, and she is going to be sharing with us about the Inclusive Growth Index. Beside Kellie-Ann, Sasha Gay Wattle is the Regional Case Management Coordinator with the Ministry of National Security, and her focus is on the case management approach. And to my left is the Program Director for the Community Renewal Program within the Planning Institute of Jamaica, and he will tell us a little bit about the Community Renewal Index, and then he will tell us how everything comes together. So welcome, my panelists. Richardo, would you want to add anything?
No, I'm just excited to hear about the different interventions, very much aligned with this symposium. So I'm also here to learn a lot from this our lovely panel as well.
Excellent.
Looking forward.
Excellent. All right, so we're going to invite Kellie-Ann Murray to make her a brief presentation. So we ask that you will focus on the screens, and after that we will just get into the interview questions. So Kellie-Ann.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to share.
So just
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Great. Just a moment, please, while they cue the presentation. But even before, I can start before. The Inclusive Growth Index framework is, in summary, a macro tool. And amongst the many macro tools here, that might be a little different. But you'll see why it works. So the IGIF it gives a bird's eye view of the economy, more of the well-being and health of the Jamaican economy. And it does so by seeking to not just look at GDP as a primary measure, but also to supplement with welfare factors. But oh, it's playing there, but not. Just a moment, please. Because the graphic actually helps to explain in less words, so it makes it shorter. Awesome. Thank you so much. So you will see that the IGIF can be broken down into 2 components. First, the IGI, and then, of course, the F, which is the framework. Now I'll go through the Inclusive Growth Index. What that is, it is a composite index consisting of 7 pillars, and you see them on your screen. including wealth, human capital, equity and equality, poverty reduction, safety and security, health, and environmental quality. And these are comprised of a total of 44 outcome indicators. So that is the IGI. But the IGIF is not just an index. It is also a framework. And the supporting framework for the purposes of this presentation will include statistical models. And what that does is that it looks at the different outcome indicators to look at the relationships across the 44 outcome indicators, so we get an idea as to how different things impact inclusive growth, for example, or the trade-offs that we might be making. So we might have increased growth, but that might be at the cost of the environment. And with the quantitative measurement, we can have an idea as to, do we really want to make that decision? Is it too expensive? Do we need a cockpit country, or do we need greater growth? So these are the type of questions that it can help to answer. And the second component of this framework deals with analytical reports. And in this phase, we can look at the performance of the IGI itself, of the statistical models, and present at a high level. But we can also do deep dives as it relates to, for example, community development, which brings me to your burning question. What has the IGI have to do with community development? And I'm so glad you asked. Because, in truth, and as Dr. Gayle would have highlighted, without strengthening our vulnerable communities, there's really no success. There's no overall success for Jamaica. So our interests in that regard are definitely aligned. The micro tools presented here are definitely aligned with this macro tool, the IGIF. And what we hope to provide with this tool, along with others that may be present, is to elevate the conversation more to a macro level and in a macro context. So when you can contextualize the environmental challenges, the community challenges and achievements in that macro context, it's easier for a policymaker to make more targeted policies, to perhaps feed the poor or to feed the hungry, as Dr. Gayle had indicated, so that we have less crime. So if we can translate that more at a higher level and give it similar prominence as we do to a GDP, then we believe that would help with furthering the cause of community development. And the whole matter of inclusivity is not just with respect to the indicators or the pillars, but also to people, most importantly. And we think this tool can help to build a bridge of trust between the government and those who may be socially or economically marginalized. Because you can often hear a person say, yes, I hear what you're saying, but what does that have to do with me? How are my issues reflected? I'm hungry today. How is it here? What we can help to do with the IGIF with consistent and reliable data is to help to include that in the statistical models and the analyses and bring that quantitative approach to decision making. So the hope is we'll develop with a micro and this macro tool a symbiotic relationship where we can get the information and help to analyze further, as Dr. Gayle has ably done, elevate it to a more macro level and prominence, and to bring it to the space where hopefully more targeted policy measures will be implemented. And with that, I thank you for your time and attention.
Yeah, put your hands together. That was definitely. I have a question for you. That was definitely quite useful. But just tell us quickly how this tool, this exercise, relates to the overall concept today around best practices. What are some of the challenges you would have experienced in moving forward with this quite useful tool, the framework? And so that's one question. Tell us about, why would you consider it to be a best practice? And then two, were you able to do any form of advocacy to get other partners involved based on the data that you're producing as well? Just those two questions.
Okay, and thank you very much for that question, because my 3 minutes didn't allow me to go into that detail. But with respect to it being a best practice, in truth, it was launched in February 2024, which is recently. The reason why we're here is to help the different owners of the tools to understand that this facility now exists. And part of it, too, has to do with, our presence here has to do with data advocacy. Because the thing is, there are micro tools in existence, there's data in existence, but sometimes the information is not as consistent as we need it to be for statistical models. So we just want to communicate the availability of such a tool and to know, and because of the nature of the tool and the impact it will have and where it actually sits, which is in policy, well, gives policy recommendations to the government and also promotes different aspects of macro and the microeconomy, we believe that it will be impactful. So that is answering the question in a nutshell.
Okay, I do have one question for you,
Sure.
Kellie-Ann. Thank you very much for your presentation. And so as the development sector changes, as things changes, how will you ensure that the tool remain relevant to the changes that will take place within the development space?
Thank you so much for teeing me up, Charmaine. Because the beauty of the IGIF is that it's designed to be an introspective tool. You would appreciate that there are a number of different measures that we have signed up to internationally that allows us to compare ourselves with other countries. And indeed, there's an aspect of IGIF that allows that. But the primary purpose is for introspection. It's good to compare ourselves with others, but oftentimes we fall victim to homogeneity, which means that we use measures that are not always our priority measures, things that affect us at a deeper level. So the beauty about this tool is that it allows for deeper introspection whereby we can delve into areas that matter, because like community development, because the tool is designed to evolve over time. The tool is designed to look at the issues that affect us uniquely, that may not occur in another country, but occurs here. So with that, we can go deeper and we can evolve. And with consistent and reliable data over time, there is more than ample opportunity for community development indicators to be reflected in the IGI itself.
Great, excellent. And I like that response. But in closing, I'm giving you 30 seconds to encourage the participants to visit the booth. What can they find on this tool that they could tell us where it is located, that they could find anything in this PIOJ booth. Just encourage them to go and look. 30 seconds.
Sure, thank you. So we are in the booth to this section designated Planning Institute of Jamaica, and we're at the very first at the entrance. Excellent. Now what you will see is a lot more than what I've said, but the essence of what I said will take you through it quite ably. You'll also have the opportunity to interact with the development tool, which is at this point a visualization of the data and analyses that we have done over the past 15 years, up to 2018, and the update is being done up to 2022. But also you'll find very ably very knowledgeable persons who can take you through the different facets of it. And I think you'd also find interesting that there are actually two types of IGI. There's one tailored for Jamaica, and there's one tailored for 10 CARICOM countries. So you'll find a host of things. I do encourage you to come, and I also encourage you to come with your ideas with respect to the data that you perhaps would be willing to share to see how we can incorporate, analyze, and of course, elevate to a macro level and context.
Okay. Thank you so much. Put your hand together for Kellie-Ann. That was quite great.
That was excellent. Thank you so much, Kellie-Ann, and I'm very excited about the future of that tool. So now we are going to pass the mic to Sasha Gay Wattle, and the case management approach is one that has been in the development space, the community space. I think we all remember the Citizen Security Justice Program and the model and the usefulness of the case management approach. So can you tell us a little bit more about the case management approach, and why do you think that that is a best practice?
All right, so I'll try to keep it as brief as possible. The case management process, it is client-centered. We use it as a tool for development because we focus on the client. We cannot have a one-size-fits-all model. We have varying clients from varying backgrounds. So what happens is when we meet, when the clients are referred to us, in recent times, we have been working with the Ministry of Education. When the clients are referred to us, we do a risk assessment. And we use the term at-risk youth very loosely, but within the Ministry of National Security, we use it in terms of dealing with the clients who are at risk of being involved in criminal activities, right? So when we focus on the clients, we focus on them through using a treatment plan. So once the client has been referred to us, we do an assessment. So once we do that risk assessment, through that risk assessment now, we have the information and we can develop a case plan, that is a treatment plan. Now, this is not something that is developed by the case managers alone. The client has to be involved, and as we are dealing with younger children now, the parents have to be involved as well. So what happens is we develop this treatment plan in collaboration with the client's parents or guardians, and when we do that, we develop some plans that they can be beneficial to the clients. We work on their strengths. We work on the needs of the clients. So if it is that we have a client that has, let's say, they have an issue of substance abuse, we specifically put that in the case plan that this is what we are going to be addressing. So we address the issue of substance abuse or misuse, and when we do that, then we try to reduce the use of substances that the clients have. So in essence, case management, it is a tool, it is a process, it is not something that just comes about, it is something that we work with our clients. It is client-based. We have to ensure that the needs and the strengths, and we try to empower the clients. Because also in working with the treatment plan, once all the areas would have been covered, then we work to transition this client. Because what we have is we have improvement in the behavior. The case managers, you know about CSJP. In the past, the case managers are mothers, fathers, aunts, they are big sisters. They facilitate the process of introducing this change behavior in our clients. So that is basically what the case management approach is about.
One of the things I really love about the approach is the fact that it allows you to get to the root issues.
Right.
And I think that that's very important so that we avoid the band-aid effects, and we can, as you said before, do your profiling so you can know exactly what is happening at the root, and then develop the solution that will address that root issue. So that is excellent. I think Richardo has a question.
Yeah, I just had one question in relation to trust and participation. I know there can be some skepticism for some families, individuals around this particular process. How are you able to build trust among the different participants in this particular program?
All right, so in building trust, of course, at first, when you're dealing with the clients, sometimes they are a bit timid, a bit shy. We have to, as case managers, we introduce ourselves. We let them know that we are here not to look down on you, not to come with this grand idea to improve your behavior, but we are here to help. We are here to provide as much support as is possible. And also what we have is they sign a consent form to say that whatever you share with me, as long as it doesn't include any plans to commit any crime or to hurt yourself, then we are obligated by law to provide that form of confidentiality. We're not allowed to share, and once we do that, we're in a lot of problems. So we don't want the problems. So yeah, so there's this confidentiality clause when we're dealing with clients.
So one final question for you. What has been the feedback from the beneficiaries, including the household? You know, have you seen what kind of change and just, you know, just general feedback from the community?
All right, so because case management is a holistic approach, it does not necessarily focus on the clients only. We focus on the family, we focus on the school environment, we focus on the home. So in recent times, we have been working with, we've gotten an aid from the USAID. We've been working in various communities, the government-to-government program. We've been working with parents, community parent trainers. We have been doing Pondy Corner sessions where we go into various communities. We try to reach out to as many parents as is possible. And it is, as I mentioned before, it is a holistic approach. It is not something that is beneficial to only the client. We try to include the family, the environment that the client is from, the family, the community, the school, the guidance counselors, the dean of discipline. It is something that every single person that can be of influence within the client's life, we include everyone.
Okay, so it's a welcoming tool by the family, by the school,
yes,
and they are seeing the impact. So that's excellent. Definitely. So we'll give you 1 minute now to tell persons why they should come over to your booth. Where is your booth located?
All right, so our booth is, as you enter the door on this is my right. As you enter the booth, you will realize, and I'm in my crime prevention shirt, case management falls under crime prevention. We have our case managers that are there, right? And we have some clients also where we have success stories. We have a client who, I think it's Cordella's client, who he displayed maladaptive behaviors, but now he's the head boy of the school. So we have seen changes. Case management, it works. And I'm encouraging all of you that are here today to try it. It will work.
Excellent. That's a tagline. Yes. Case management works.
Yes, it does.
I love that. Excellent. Thank you so much. And now we will invite Mr. Charles Clayton. So the Planning Institute plays a lead role in coordinating things, and we measure things, and we report to Jamaica on what is happening. So can you tell us a little bit about the program that you're assigned to in the CRP, and what is the particular tool that pulls all of this together?
All right, thank you very much. I think most people here would by now be acquainted with the Community Renewal Program and what it means, but just in case there's one person here who may not have heard of it, the focus of the Community Renewal Program is on enhancing the delivery of services in communities that we consider vulnerable or volatile. We do this through a number of mechanisms which supports the work that other entities are doing in those spaces. And among the chief mechanisms that we use is to provide information and to assist in coordinating and harmonizing the activities to ensure that they can maximize the impact within the spaces that they are working. And you will have heard, for example, here of a tool of measurement. You may wonder how the gross inducement strategy connects back. Well, what we have here demonstrated is a broad-based measure of economic development. Usually GDP is the measure that you use, and then you would have heard of the Human Development Index, which looks at another component, and you would have heard of the Sustainable Development Index as well. Well, this now represents a mechanism that looks at growth in a more holistic way and actually relates to some of the factors that we try to address within the community spaces. So that measure can be brought down to a level where we can see how the community spaces are being transformed using that particular measure. You would have also seen an example of one of the measures used to deal with issues that might affect individuals within those spaces. And the case management approach actually looks at people in an individual way. It does not relate to them as if they are collective, but it sees that people are outgrowths of their personal experiences. They're not collectively the same. So this approach allows a more effective way of dealing with what needs to happen. We in the CRP are trying to enhance this to make it a broader intervention that others will take on, because we are just barely able to affect a minute part of the problem out there, which is probably why people are not seeing the level of impact that they would like to see. It really needs to be enhanced to a much higher level to see the impact that we need to see. So this is really pulling together some of the elements that we try to pull together to see if we can induce development in the spaces. There are a lot of players working, but they alone can't do it. And it's when we combine our efforts and we work in common spaces that we can have a more effective impact on what is happening. In the PIOJ, we have developed a number of tools that we are trying to use to assist in the process. One of those, as Charmaine mentioned, is a Community Renewal Index. Well, there's never been another index like it anywhere. We looked around and couldn't find one, but we worked with our partners and experts to develop this particular tool, which is a composite index that combines 5 factors: security, justice, social cohesion, health, and prosperity, using a number of measures that are proxy measures of these areas. And then this proxy indicator now tries to tell us how communities are doing vis-a-vis each other, whether they are moving in the right direction or they are going in the wrong direction. So these are some of the tools that we use to help to promote development in these spaces.
Thank you so much.
No, I think that's really great, Charles. It has been almost a decade, right, of the Best Practice Symposium. And as you speak about the tools, could you give us an example of a tool that would have evolved over the years or would have emerged from previous conversation, building on lessons from previous best practices, and how those tools are created in terms of from one best practice to another, improving on any tool that was designed before? Is there any one example that you would see, a move or an emergence of a tool from what you would have learned in any particular year?
Well, one particular tool I can think of is the cognitive behavior therapy, which is used in the K-expanding approach as well. It was not broadly used, it was used by CSJP and probably a few others before, but now it has become a broader tool that is used widely. We have tried to introduce that to other players in the community development process, and so now it's now being more widely used in schools, in community spaces, in areas where we find people who have been maladapted by their experiences. So that's an example of a tool that has been used before and is now more broadly used.
That's great.
In the spaces.
One more question, Charles. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just asking, what's the difference between those two tools? Yeah, we're duplicating there?
No, that's a measure of economic growth and development, which is more broad.
No, but it also has some of the non-economic.
Yes, it would.
Which I think is the strength of it.
Yes.
Compared to like GDP then.
Yes.
So I'm just trying to see if this is more a local application and that more of a macro.
Well, the CRI is more local, and it's more effective in spaces where you have challenges. It wouldn't be used in communities which do not have the same issues that these communities have, for example. The second thing is that it is more focused on elements that would affect movement towards criminality or vulnerability than with that particular index.
You use the word comparison. The assessment is not comparative, it's community X. And you go through and you get an index. Now the index can be used for comparative reason, but it's on a standalone basis, a community by community basis.
It's comparative within the community space. There's an ideal and there's a less than ideal, and it falls between that spectrum. And so we can compare community with community and see the direction of movement, which is the main point behind it.
I understand the context. Thank you.
Thanks, Charles. Thanks, Dr. Morgan. So we have heard about 3 tools. We have heard about the Inclusive Growth Index. We have heard about the Case Management Approach. We have heard about the Community Renewal Index. And a question to each of you. How have you been able to incorporate the feedback from the stakeholders, whether it's at the community level, at the policy level? How have you been able to incorporate that feedback, and based on the feedback, how have that helped, whether to improve the tool, make any corrections, or is it working? So how have you been able to incorporate feedback?
Well, the tool itself is an outcome of feedback from our partners and clients. There was a question as to how do we measure change? What are we doing about that? And that is the reason why we have the Community Renewal Index. We had the Volatility and Vulnerability Index, which was used to determine which communities were most vulnerable. And then the question arose, how do you know that you're making change that makes sense? And so out of that, the Community Renewal Index came. And we are in constant transition based on the kind of effects we see out there from what people are doing. And this particular forum, the Best Practice Symposium, is designed to bring into the fore things that are happening in the development field that we can utilize more broadly to effect change.
Okay, thank you, Charles. Sasha again?
You're asking about the feedback that we have from
whether it's the users, the beneficiaries. So you mentioned before that you are also utilizing the tool in the schools.
Right.
So have you had any feedback, for instance, from the school in terms of the changes that they have been seeing? So how do you go about getting that kind of feedback?
All right, so when, for example, working in the schools, the case managers, they work closely with the guidance counselors, the deans of disciplines, and also with the principals, because we would have gotten the referrals from the schools. So the guidance, who best to make a determination on the behavior of the students than the guidance counselors. So once we receive that referral and the case manager goes in and they work with the client, then we get the feedback directly from, for example, the guidance counselor, because they will see the change. Case managers cannot be in the schools every single day. But the guidance counselors, the deans of disciplines, they're there. So they see, they know, and they would provide the feedback so that we can know what issues needs to be addressed, if there are any issues that needs to be addressed. And they also provide us with the success stories to let us know that the behaviors have been improved.
Okay, that's excellent. Kellie?
Excellent indeed. In our case, as I said before, the JSIF was designed to be an introspective tool for Jamaica. One of the feedback, and that's really welcome, but one of the feedback that we got, that they would also like to see us, the IGI tool, be used as a comparative tool across countries. And so a further step was made to identify 10 CARICOM countries, including Jamaica, identify 22 common indicators, and to do those assessments. And that has been very helpful, because while we had looked at the IGIF annually for 15 years for Jamaica, and we're doing very well, it was interesting to see that relative to other CARICOM countries, and under some pillars we weren't doing as well as we thought. So we thought that brought a good balance, and we can see where there's some shortfalls and where we might need to improve. So we were very grateful for that intervention.
Okay. So there are so many other questions we would like to ask. However, in the interest of time, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. We have heard about the Inclusive Growth Index, and remember where the booth is positioned. You'll be able to go and get much more information. Similarly, for the CSJP, their booth is to the Ministry of National Security. Oh my, to your right at the back, and then the Planning Institute of Jamaica, our booth is right to my right, and you'll have the opportunity for further exploration of the tools. Let me thank our guest so much, and to my co-moderator, Richardo. It's so good to be on the stage with the CDB, and I'll give you the last word.
Yes, I'm just telling persons that we resume our second discussion a little later. You can tell us the time. We'll be back here.
So the next session
will be, well, I'm not sure what time it is now, if it is past 11, but I guess in another 10 minutes, we will be going to session 1 that's looking at safe passage to school. And so we invite you to just continue to stay tuned. Thank you so much. May we... Oh, I'm told to just remind you who is going to be featured. So we're going to hear from one of our international speakers, Dr. Chloe, and I'm asking for forgiveness from now, Dr. Chloe Vestre. Dr. Chloe. So she will be talking to us about safe passage to school, a review of the international evidence, and then we will hear from our own local representative, Miss Mona Suho from the Jamaica Social Investment Fund, and she will also be focusing on the safe passage to school, but the review of the national evidence, so what has been relevant to Jamaica. So we invite you to stay tuned. So thank you again, everyone. Thanks for your attention.
Because I've been thinking too about how we can consider.
Good morning, everyone. Well, it's here. So first I want to say that I'm extremely happy to be with all of you today for this 9th edition of the Symposium for Best Practice for Community Development in Africa, in Jamaica, excuse me. I'm very pleased because I think the symposium is in itself a best practice. It's really a best practice in building up the institutional memory of the country in what works and what doesn't work in terms of community development and safety. So congratulations for that. Today, I will be talking about safe passages, and I will be doing so with my great colleague, with whom I've been working for many years, Ms. Mona Suho, who will present the safe passage, but in the context of Jamaica, and I'll try to give you first an overview of what a safe passage is, and then focus on the evidence. But, Dr. Gayle, how come I need to follow you? I want to know. So, because I'm French, I want to be a little bit polemical and say, I agree with you 95% of what you said. But still, I have 5% that I like to debate. So happy to do it afterwards if you'd like. But mainly, we agree. So, of course, my topic is a little bit less sexy in comparison with your intervention, but nonetheless, very important because precisely it makes sure that all kids can actually go to school and get their education independently of where they live. So let's go to it. Well, this is the outline. So first things first. You know, we can't really know if something works if we don't know what we're talking about. So, of course, when we talk about safe passage, intuitively, we kind of know that it's a methodology that helps us, you know, have the kids go to school and then come back home alive. But it's not only that, and that's interesting, because it's a really adaptable tool, and it's also about making the way to school fun and convenient. So it's important to have that in mind because it really shows how it can adapt to different contexts. So, you know, the tool has been on for many, many years. And of course, at the very beginning, it was really to promote walking and biking to school. So for public health issues, you know, we all know that it's good for the physical health and the mental health of children. It's also good for, you know, managing traffic congestion in front of the school, and it can also improve the air quality around the school. But, you know, for that, we need to look at the different risks that exist on the way to and from school. And unfortunately, we all know that road traffic and road traffic injuries is the #1 killer of children worldwide. So it's not only in the Caribbean, it's everywhere. So the safe passage needs to adapt to these particular risks. And in some community on top of that, we have the extra layer of violence in communities with high rates of violence and crime. And so the safe passage will have to also adapt if we really want to ensure that all children can go to school. So it's really interesting to first have this overview in terms, again, of, you know, what this tool is about and the characteristic of this tool. It's really something that is, as I mentioned before, adaptable, but it's also, you know, it's not either or. You have different objectives in one, but it's cumulative. You can do all the objectives depending, you know, if the community needs it. So it's really kind of a multi-layer community tool, if you will. The next question is, how do we make that way to school and from school safe? And here, I think it's very important to put in the broader context of the methodology that we'll be using, which is crime prevention through environmental design. So it's a methodology that does combine situational interventions with social interventions, focusing on community participation, and nowadays with a greater focus on sustainability. I won't get much into details on the septet because I know that Sergeant Harris will talk about it this afternoon, but I still wanted to highlight a few things because it's relevant for Safe Passage. So this is a tool, this is a methodology, the crime prevention through environmental design, that has been around for 50 years, since the 70s, 55 years almost. And of course, it has evolved as societies have evolved. At the very beginning, it was focusing on, improving the infrastructure, tweaking the infrastructure to make sure we would reduce the opportunity for crime. We would work on the ownership of the territory. We would work on controlling the access and on improving the natural surveillance of it. And then the second generation of septet really, had a greater focus to community organizations and community engagement and community cohesion, really seeing it as, a precondition for all the septet to work and to be sustainable. Now we're talking about the third generation of septet. So it's kind of keep evolving, and it's good because it keeps evolving also with societies. So in the third generation, we include the technology. We all know that now we're addicted to technology, so it does take it into account, like cameras, GPS, GIS, all these technological tools that can be actually useful also to identify hotspots for violence and crime. But it focuses, as the third generation, very much on sustainability and livability, which is also very important because I'll talk about that later. It's something that we need to focus on for the next generation of violence prevention efforts. Researchers working on the third generation of septet also focus on the system thinking, so they don't really talk about one-stop intervention. They really focus on integrating the different design in a system. So it's more relevant to cities than to safe passages as such, but it's still important to have that in mind. But going back to the safe passages per se. So we have the broader framework, which is important because we will talk about that a little bit later when we review the evaluation and the international evidence. But for the safe passages itself, even if it's a very adaptable tool, it still has a very clear framework. So it gives kind of a guidance for everybody who wants to design and implement safe passage in their community. It's referred to as a 6 E's framework, mainly because we have 6 elements and they all begin with an E. So I'll go through them quickly and then we'll move directly to the evidence, which was what the main focus of this presentation. So the first one is about education, because everything begins with awareness, as we know. And since we have different objectives within, or we can have different objectives, the education will either focus on road safety or violence prevention or civic engagement or all of it at the same time. What's important to note is it's not only for the student and the learners, but it's for the whole school community, meaning parents, teachers, community members, learners, etc. Then we have encouragement. Encouragement is very easy, is really advocacy at the community level, is doing different events to promote walking and biking, to make sure that everybody knows the measures in terms of protecting themselves in terms of road safety and also violence prevention. And it's really sharing information, in particular information with parents about the state of the community as such, so in terms of violence as well as road safety. The transparency is extremely important. One major obstacle is actually the fear of the parent in letting their children, go alone by themselves walking or biking to school. So having this trust building through the encouragement is an extremely important element. Then we'll go to the infrastructure. Of course, we refer to the different septet. It could be, improvement of the infrastructure around the school, like reducing the speed, making sure there are no, limiting accidents between vehicles and so forth. But it could be also simple measures like cleaning up, It could be beautification, doing murals, so that, there is the fun and the convenience to go to school that we mentioned at the very beginning. It could be increasing signage, so that everybody knows that we are in a school zone, and so forth. Then we talk about enforcement, which is the fourth E. And enforcement is important because it's not only about enforcing the speed limits or the traffic rules, it's also about enforcing, what the kids and what the school community has learned in the training, in the education. So everybody is accountable, which is, a nice feature of this framework as well. Empowerment was the last element that was included into the framework, and it's, going back to what we talked about, the second generation of septet. It's really about community organization, community ownership of what is being done in their territory, in their community, and to have them, lead the way. It could be through safety marches. It could be also through asset marches. So it's not only about looking at the hotspots and the risk, it's also looking at the assets within the community. In general, different groups do it, but always we have the learners validating and doing the process as well, and identifying, where they feel most vulnerable on the way to and from school. It's very important to have someone who knows about moderation. Why? Because communities are complex. There are different religions, maybe, different cultures, different, political parties, at play in the communities that create tension, and that might be an obstacle when we, talk about community cohesion and participation. So having a professional moderation, because moderating in that way is not a given, is very helpful so that everybody can feel heard and can really participate. Then, the community will define the priorities and will set up some agreements and some partnerships with different bodies. It could be the school, the city, NGOs, etc. It's very, very modelable upon the context. And finally, evaluation, which is often the weak link in the framework, and that leads the way to what we will be talking about in the next session. So now, international evidence of what works, what doesn't work. I will be disappointing everybody now, but it's not my fault. I just need to be honest with everybody. The first thing that I want to highlight is it's extremely difficult to have solid evidence in terms of safe passages, mainly because of the methodology of the evaluations. We can't have randomized controlled trials regarding safe passages, mainly for ethical reasons. So it would be allocating some kids to safe passages and others not, which ethically is not possible. Therefore, we are missing the golden model of evaluation, and we don't have RCTs. Then we have other type of evaluation that, are useful and have their pros and cons. But over the past 50 years, what we see is, unfortunately, many of them actually have been discarded because of the flaws in the design. So this is to take into account. That doesn't mean that we don't have any. We do. But it's something to take into account, not to oversimplify and overgeneralize findings. So the first thing is to say we have different objectives. It works in relation to what? Of course, we're interested, it works in relation to having the kids, go to school in one piece and go back to where they live alive. But it's also looking if the safe passage has an impact on the different objectives that we mentioned at the beginning. So I tried to select, few cases where we have a solid evaluation and we're trusting, the result that showcase some interesting findings. One is California with the San Diego County, where they did a safe passage actually in very disadvantaged socioeconomical communities back in 2017. And what they found, the main objective was really walking and biking, so it was really public health. But what they found is through their intervention, they managed to increase by 27%. It's not bad. Like for a short intervention, it was pretty impressive. But other findings that this experience teaches us is it's not the end of the story. So one, we see that after the intervention, the number of children walking and biking went back to the initial previous to the intervention, meaning that we have some issues there. Either we have an issue in terms of intensity, it was not intense enough, it was not coordinated enough, and so forth, or it was just not long enough. Meaning that, we need more to work on behavioral change, and we need more to work on social norms. And so that's really a clear findings from this experience in California. Another one is, of course, the results are different in the morning, in the afternoon, with really good findings in the afternoon, with the majority of kids actually coming back, walking and biking during the intervention. They tried to look at gender, so boys, girls, all children in all their diversity. They didn't find any difference. And they looked also at the educational background of parents, didn't find any difference. But what they found, which I think is also pretty interesting, is that they managed to isolate, kind of the impact of education and encouragement versus infrastructure. And it's a little bit counterintuitive because in general, we want infrastructure because it's showing, right? It's visible, it's showing, we see the improvement. But in reality, the researchers actually found that education and encouragement had a bigger influence and a bigger impact on the decision to walk or bike to school, which is encouraging as well, meaning that, education and encouragement are not the most costly intervention, meaning that at least, most communities can implement this part of the safe passage. This is in line, actually, with other evaluation in the US, so it's very consistent with other findings. Now, let's look at road safety, because, of course, major risk for children going to school, coming back to school. And here I want to mention, what we consider kind of the golden model, is something that, is cited again and again, mentioned again and again, because South Korea actually managed to decrease the deaths of children as a result of road traffic injuries by 95%. That's the only country. Nobody else did that. But they did that, not only by doing something special. In reality, they pretty much, implemented the kind of intervention that we do in a safe passage. So they had the school zone with, 300 meters from the school with, specific design following septet. They had, the traffic enforcement that was particularly strict, meaning that the speed limit was 30 kilometers an hour. If you were caught at 40, they would take your driving license. So very strict enforcement. But I think what makes South Africa special and so successful is also the engagement of civil society. So this Korea Green Mother Society, which gathers more or less 500,000 people, mainly parents from elementary school students, came together and did all the activities in terms of education, encouragement, but above all, they organized themselves as volunteers to make sure that no child in South Korea would cross a road without attention, without having somebody to protect them. And so that became a model. I mean, really impressive, 95% decrease. What we really learn from this experience as well is not the what, it's more the how. But the how is longevity. It took more than 20 years. And it took more than 20 years also because the government kept the priority high along the 20 years. And I think that's really something for us all to reflect, and that's why maybe other countries haven't had the same results, even though they had implemented similar interventions. Now, let's go to violence prevention, which is, our big topic. So the first thing I want to restate again is not that, I'm passionate about methodologies of evaluations, but it's very important. Why? Because the big, the large number of evaluation that exist on safe passages actually address biking and walking. Then there is road safety a little bit, and a small proportion of them address violence prevention. So we don't have a large pool to begin with. And then again, we have these issues of methodologies, because of course it's very difficult to compare two neighborhoods. You have so many variables, to take into account. And so there are many evaluations that have been discarded, unfortunately, because of that. That's it. Again, we still have some evaluations that are considered robust enough to share the results. And one of them is the very famous Chicago Public School Safe Passage that was done back in 2010, 2011, as a result of the death of a learner on the way to school. And of course, there was a big mobilization from parents, and as a result, we had the Public School Safe Passage. The Chicago Lab, which is specializing in evaluating violence prevention intervention, did the review and did the evaluation of the safe passage in Chicago, showing that it had an increase in total crime by 18%, which is, also a very good result. And they concluded that it was cost effective, and so, it was worth investing in this kind of intervention. Above all, when we look at the detail, and that's very interesting for this kind of, simple, let's say, kind of not very, it's not rocket science, very simple interventions, they had a reduction, they observed a reduction of 20% of violent crime, which is even better. And what is, even better is they did observe also a reduction in school. So, kind of the spillover effect is really positive. But they didn't stop there. There are honest researchers really kind of disclosing everything they have found. And what they have found is, a displacement of crime and violence to other territories. That is common. We see this displacement, which is geographically, in space, but going to another community, but also in time. So they were avoiding the school week and just focusing more during the weekend. In terms of the type of crime, too, instead of having the majority of the crime being kind of outdoors crime, they observe an increase of indoor crimes, like burglaries. But despite, all that, the displacement of crime and the change of crime and so forth, the researchers still concluded that it was an intervention worth investing in. Another intervention that, for full disclosure, hasn't been rigorously evaluated, but I think is a very, very interesting intervention that tells us a story of hope, meaning that, we can always do something even in the worst, most challenging circumstances. And this is the walking buses in South Africa, in Cape Town. So instead of telling you what it is about, I'll just give the floor to community members themselves that will, kind of summarize what the walking buses are doing in a minute. Can we play the video, please?
The street is quiet. The signal is given. Gang members aren't out yet, so it's safe to walk to school. Last year, there were more than 30 murders in this community in 1 month. The police say this area is a red zone, one of several in some townships in Cape Town. Children sometimes get caught in the crossfire when rival gangs fight. So parents and grandparents have started what they call a walking bus to try and protect them from gang violence. They hope there'll be safety in numbers. Almost everyone here has been affected.
I lost my son, my only son, due to gang violence. 2 years ago, I also lost my brother in gang violence. And due to that, my mother can't take it anymore. And just 2 weeks after my brother my mother also died.
response to is? There are more than 150 volunteers working for several walking buses in the community. Teachers say it is working. Class attendance has improved. The volunteers also act as security guards.
Because some of the gangsters, they jump the fences and they come in. And the walking bus, they've got the bubs that they've got on where we can see them, and they are also spread out here on the field, where they on the sports grounds where they look after the children.
Thank you. We can go back to the presentation. So this intervention for me is telling, kind of a survival story, if you will, or hope story, because it's been going on for 8 years now, since 2016, with nothing. They didn't have any resources, nothing. They just mobilized and organized themselves because they couldn't stand having, kids being at jeopardy on their way to school. And even though we don't have, a rigorous evaluation on the safe passage on the working buses in Cape Town, what we see, listening to the teachers and the school personnel, is they're saying that it's working in terms of increase of attendance, decrease of dropout, in particular boys dropout, and better physical and mental health. When we look at that, these are all protective factors for violence. This means that, maybe we don't know if the working buses are impacting the level of crime and violence now in the community, but what we see is they are building the resilience of the next generation to violence. And so probably, we hope, if they keep going, this will lessen the violence down the line. So I wanted to reflect a little bit on the safe passages as a tool, as a strategic tool, as a smart tool for community development and violence prevention. And to me, it's really a smart tool for three main reasons. One, as we've been, kind of highlighting since the beginning, it's adaptable, highly adaptable. Two, it's integrated, truly integrated. And third is learner-centered and community-led. So let me explain a little bit more what I mean by that. Adaptable. We've seen that it's really context-driven. We see that it can, focus on different objectives at once that are all relevant and all in accordance of the needs of a specific community. They have different models of deliveries. I didn't really talk much about that, but basically, they can be community-led, volunteers-led, a paid monitor. They could be city-led, they could be NGO-led. I mean, there are, diversities of modalities for implementation, which makes it also very adaptable to the context and the resources that are available. It's sustainable in time and space. 50 years, 55 years. I mean, there are not that many tools who can say that. And in space, this is a tool that has been adopted and adapted across all continents today. So across the world, they've been working on safe passages. But this adaptability doesn't mean that they do whatever they want. It's not a lack of rigor, because they still have the framework of the 6 elements, that provide the core elements of what, how to design a safe passage and how to implement it. Integrated. We are working through a safe passage on different risk factors at once. So it's really important because it's similar to the objectives at once. We're being much more efficient. It could also enhancing different protective factors as well, at once, as we've seen in the South African example. The synergies across sector, which is the thing that I love most about this tool. It means that we don't have turf battles across sectors, but we're thinking collaboratively and intelligently for the benefit of the communities, meaning that we don't have, we could say, well, I'm road safety, I want my safe passage. I'm violence prevention, I want my safe passage. Instead of that, you just do one, and then you make sure that you're adapting to the different risk factors for everybody, and you change the indicators so that you capture the impact on both variables. it has also a positive spillover on schools and sometimes on communities too, because, you know, if you do a safe passage to school and you have a highly violent school, it doesn't make much sense. So usually they go hand in hand. You work on safe passage and you work on safe school planning, which is, and then, you know, when it works, it spills over also to the community as well, given the important role of schools in the community. The learner-centered community-led is another very important feature that makes it smart, because it's really bottom-up and participatory tool that we know in the literature in terms of violence prevention that is, you know, the best way to go, that has been the most effective and the most sustainable way of working to manage risk factors and enhance protective factors for violence. It's also respecting the expertise of community residents. It's really saying that nobody knows more than you do about your own environment, and, you know, where do you see hotspot of vulnerability and so forth. So it's really recognizing the expertise of the community residents. It's also giving the voice to children and to students that are, you know, they are at the center of them. Of the whole process, and you know, through that we can organize. For example, I was mentioning the safety marches. Could be asset marches also in the community, and it could be different groups of learners and children. It could be, of course, girls and boys or mix, but you can also see the diversity of children within it. So really focusing on, you know, other characteristics that might make a difference and might make some children more vulnerable to violence, like disability, like, you know, physical appearance, belonging to another religion and so forth. So it's really adaptable and it's really inclusive in terms of taking everybody into account. It's relatively low cost, you know. I mean, we mentioned that education and encouragement were effective, and actually sometimes more effective than infrastructure. So it doesn't cost that much. Sometimes it costs nothing. I mean, it always costs time, for sure, but and when there is requirement of infrastructure improvement, then we can pace it. So really what we do is we work with what exists at the community level and we build on it. Listening, you know, going at the pace of the community with the same objective in mind. And so that's why I say it can be, you know, virtually done anywhere, which, you know, even in the most challenging context, you can do something about improving the passage to school. But, oh, I turn it around, sorry. Yeah. I need more. Okay. So I just want to mention that that of course, you know, it's not it's a smart tool, but it's not a tool that, you know, is risk-free. We have different kind of challenges that have been you know, documented in the literature. Like, for example, we talked about one-size-fits-all. It's not about having 3 situational intervention plus 2 social intervention and you'll have it. No, it's really always tailored to the context, always. Oversimplification, we were talking about it, meaning that independent of the context, and here, you know, I go back to the fantastic presentation of Dr. Gayle, you know, it might change. So it's not always girls that need education, it can be boys, depending on the context. Street lighting doesn't always work. You know, natural surveillance doesn't always work. It could be actually counterproductive. So we don't take any intervention as a given that it will always produce the same thing. So beware of the oversimplification. Political use, you know, this is a tool that can be co-opted by political parties, and that would, you know, distort really the tool in itself, because instead of having a bottom-up participatory tool, it would be a top-down, meaning that, you know, we won't probably have all the effects that we have normally in a safe passage. Time requirements, we talked about that a little bit, but, you know, when it's a volunteer-based safe passage, it's really kind of a huge toll on people, because we're asking them to gather and to volunteer. School is every day, and safe passages is twice a day. and you have usually, many schools to cover. And so you need a really critical mass of volunteers to make it happen and really to sustain in time. The best model that has been really advocated in the literature is actually to have paid road monitors along the way. But of course, it depends on the context and the resources available. And then the other expectation, which is what also I wanted to highlight and really to insist on, because I've seen that in many different countries, in many different communities, because you have something that works, suddenly, all the hopes are on that tool. And it's a great tool, it's a fantastic tool, but it won't be sufficient to transform a community nor a school. And I want to insist on it because when you work at the community level or at the school level, you build by phases. So you have, you begin with relatively simple intervention to implement, and the safe passage is there, that the school can do or the community can do by themselves most of the time. And then, you grow in complexity. So interventions with more training, and then you go up to the comprehensive safe school or the comprehensive safe community plan. And here you work on social change, which is also going back to the presentation of Dr. Gayle. If you don't work on social norms, the results won't be sustainable. And, people are used to doing always, what they know and what they're comfortable with. But sometimes it's actually doing something else, as, you brilliantly demonstrated. So the main risk is this one. We stay forever at the bottom, and we never go up, meaning that your results are actually very fragile, and probably won't continue that much, and you're missing the opportunity of really transforming your community or your school. So to conclude, I wanted to ask you a question to reflect that I'm really passionate about, and it's, what do you think? Do you think that safe passages could inspire the next generation of violence prevention efforts? So it's really something that is dear to me because I do believe it actually teaches us some very important lessons that is at the core of what we need to do next in terms of violence prevention. Why? Because, you have an intervention, again, that does 3 objectives in one. So we're simplifying. We have a methodology that allows adaptation but doesn't lose the rigor, which is, what we want, evidence-based. Then we have a strong focus on quality implementation and sustainability, which is lacking tremendously, and it's so necessary, as we've seen in one example of Safe Passage. And all that put together helps us to simplify the agenda, to really simplify the violence prevention efforts, to give a chance to prevention to actually work. So with these words, I will thank you first, and give the floor to my dear Mona Sohu, who will put the whole context of safe passages in the circumstances of Jamaica. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fevre. Before Mona Suho comes, I'm going to just ask in the room for 10 seconds of silence. Booth holders, I'm going to ask for everybody that you're facilitating now. Booth holders, can you hear me? I'm going to ask for 10 seconds of silence in the room. And while the presenters are on stage, I'm just going to ask that we try to facilitate the visitors to the booths quietly so that we can all benefit from the presentations that are being done on the stage. Asking again for 10 seconds of silence. Can the booth holders hear me? Booth holders, persons or partners managing the booths, JSIF, PIOJ, PADF, HEART. Asking for 10 seconds of silence, starting now. If you're close to someone who is at a booth and you're hearing me, just pass the message on, please. If you're close to someone who is speaking now, just asking them ask them please kindly to stop talking for a bit so that we can just have a level of quiet in the room before we move on to the next presenter. Message is being heard. 10 seconds of silence, please. Thank you so much. And so I'm going to ask that while the presenters are on stage, that we facilitate visitors to the booth, but do so in a quiet manner. Thank you so much. Our next presenter, Ms. Mona Suho, is the Senior Manager of Social Development at the Jamaica Social Investment Fund, and she will now discuss the national evidence and strategies for safe school journeys within Jamaica. I ask that we welcome Mona Suho to the stage.
Thank you very much. I need to start, have the video. Welcome to the Augusttown Safe Passage. The video should be playing in the background. Somebody keep speaking while the video is playing. So what is safe passage? I need to just move this mic a little. I cannot see this screen. Great. What is safe passage? Safe passage is actually a holistic intervention to improve road safety for students who are traversing to and from schools using major roadways, thoroughfares, public areas, bus stops, and taxi stands. It integrates both the infrastructure component, a lot of engineering works, as you saw in the video, but also, very importantly, it includes the social component as well. It is implemented using a multi-stakeholder approach. Now, Chloe extended and expanded on why we need safe passages, and I don't have to necessarily go into that, but the issue of road traffic fatalities is a concern in Jamaica. 19 children were killed in road crashes in 2023. However, there's also the issue of poor infrastructure. I know the ministry has been investing heavily into improving the school facilities, improving the school plant, but there's also need to invest in the infrastructure outside the schools and on the routes that children use to get to schools. So you will see in many cases that schools will have an absence of sidewalks, they'll have absence of bus stops, they may also have not enough crossing guards, they may also not have traffic signals, and in some cases they may even need a pedestrian bridge. There is normally a lot of activities going around safe passages, motorists, parents, transport providers, but in many cases they're not a lay-by for them to park and move off very, very safely. We can't ignore as well the gap in education and awareness. We certainly have to step up our efforts in terms of educating persons, including motorists and pedestrians, about the importance of using the road safely. But of course, we have to also admit as Jamaicans that we do have, even when the infrastructure is there and the speed limit is clearly displayed on the signs, we do not adhere to the rule of law. And so despite in many cases where you have the road signals, where you have the crossings, where you have the bus stop, we do have motorists who are stopping wherever they want to stop. We have students who are crossing and parents who are crossing, because in Jamaica, willy-nilly across the road. And so addressing social norms that do not respect the rule of law is going to be a very, very important part of any intervention. We had the pleasure in 2014 of going to Chicago, where we actually were introduced to the Chicago public school system, where we saw the safe passage in operation. In Chicago, the issue was largely community violence. And so as students commuted from one part of the community to the other, they had volunteers, parents, guardians, and of course, too, they also had ex-gang members who they used to ensure that, who were reformed, who they ensured that persons could traverse from one section of the community onto the next. And so at JSIF, we came back with the encouragement of, and I hope Miss Barbara Scott is here, because she really was somebody who encouraged us. Hello, Miss Scott. She was somebody who really encouraged us in terms of putting this very, very important project into practice. And so we started the groundwork for the safe passages in 2017 at the JSIF. Building on the groundwork, we then launched our first safe passage project in the community of Barrytown. And I have to, while I'm up here, and of course, while a lot of work was done in terms of laying the foundation, I must commend someone who is here, Mr. Stephen Sinclair. Stephen, stand up. Because it is one thing to have the theory on paper, but to translate that into something that is workable, you need somebody with urban planning skills and other skills. And he had that mix of skills along with Ms. Nevers, who is no longer at JSIF, but they combined to really work together and combine their skills to put forward a number of safe passages. And so to date, we have 15 safe passages operating in 14 communities, and at a cost of $115 million. Now, it's very important to understand the policy context. It is positioned in the domain of public safety and education. Chloe also mentioned violence prevention. And so it has to be aligned to Vision 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals number 4 and number 11. There's also the Global Plan of Action for 2021 to 2030, and it is aligned to the ministry's Safe School Act and the National Road Safety Policy. Now, Chloe's discussion went into a lot of the theory, so I won't go too much into that, but I will just camp out here a little bit to speak about the 5 E's. The engineering, the education, the enforcement, the encouragement, and the equity. And there's something that was not in Jamaica. And so you're coming from the US and you're looking at your local landscape. And while in the US, in Chicago and Baltimore that we went to, The issue of infrastructure was not a major issue because the schools had the infrastructure. They had the crossing guards, they had the pedestrian crossings, they had the digital crossings. In Jamaica, we realized that there was a lack, a significant lack in terms of the infrastructure. And so a lot of our activities and our investment had to go towards the basic, we call it the basic foundation of ensuring that once a child exit the school and on coming to the school, the child can get to school safely. So to date, a lot of our investment has been in the engineering component. Now, when I speak about engineering, what am I talking about? Remember I told you about that the model that we used, the engineering was already intact. And so in Jamaica, we're talking about ensuring that even things like a basic good roadway exist. That students have sidewalks to walk on, that these sidewalks have guardrails, that there's a lay-by that buses and taxis can park, that there's a bus stop that can provide some kind of shelter from the elements, that there's a pedestrian crossing that is built to standard, that there is wheelchair access for students and parents, and also that there is, given our, I would call it our desire for speed, we have to have measures to reduce speeding. So our speed bumps are very, very important as well. So that is, in essence, the engineering component, and it is the most expensive component of the project, actually, because it involves a lot of infrastructure. Moving from the engineering, Chloe already spoke about education engagement. In Jamaica, we had to make sure, this was a first-time project, the first time we're ever doing this in the Jamaican landscape. And so in addition to working with the line ministries, we had to get permission from municipal authorities. You're putting in a safe passage, you need to get a no objection, not only from the Ministry of Education and Skills and Youth, but you also have to get a no objection from the municipal authorities. We had to work very, very closely with parents, with the wardens, with the police. We had to work closely with the community-based organization because they all experienced and were a part of the engagement process. Equity is very, very important, and I think I saw equity in a much more jarring way as I visited the Safe Passage in Augustown. Augustown has a large disabled community, and the issue was, as the students were coming to school using their wheelchair and learning aids, I remember one particular parent, she had to lift her son, who was 4 years, who was in grade 2, from downtown Kingston, took the bus, reached to Papine, took a bus down to the school and lift him into the classroom. And that is because she's saying that even if she got a wheelchair, it would make no sense. And so the issue of ensuring that everyone have access to the school facility, whether you're a person with disability or you're able-bodied, it should really be a right for everyone. And of course, the issue of enforcement. Very important issue in Jamaica. Lack of adherence to the rule of law being a social norm. Persons with construction material would put their construction material on the sidewalks and block the sidewalks, and students have to walk in the street. Vendors who are not using carts, but have, as they say, we are stepping up in life, Miss Mona, and so they put concrete structures on the sidewalk and block the sidewalks, and the students have to walk in the streets. We have overgrown bushes and vegetation blocking the sidewalks, and hence as well too, although in some cases the sidewalks were poor, and where they don't exist, but where you have the poor sidewalks, the students did not use the sidewalks because it was more of a hazard than anything else. So I mentioned about the stakeholder engagement. We had to engage a range of stakeholders at the policy level, working very, very closely with a number of units of government. The building department of the Ministry of Education, we had to work with the school safety branch. We work very, very, very closely with the community safety and security branch and the road safety unit. We had to work with the schools, the taxi operators, although reluctant, but we had to educate them as well. And of course, the students, the parents, the caregivers, etc. And of course, to the vendors. It was a little bit ticklish working with the vendors, because the vendors, you have to ensure that when you're speaking with the vendors have been there in many cases for them, sometimes over 30 years, and many have sent their kids to school. And they may be selling in a location that is impeding the flow of traffic. And so in many cases, they felt threatened, because they felt like, are you coming to move me off my spot? But of course, there were negotiations, and in some cases, like in Maxwell Park Primary School and in Russell Primary School, what we could do is the school could accommodate the vendors on specific part of the school compound, where they could sell without hindering the students moving smoothly to and from school. So we have built 15 safe passages starting from 2017. And as we reflect, it's a very emotional issue for many of us, because we saw what existed before and we heard the words of the students and the parents. And so we have managed to get 6,000 beneficiaries who were impacted by this work, and we have invested a total of $115 million. The safe pass that you saw on the screen in the video, that's the largest one, and that the engineering works alone for that one, as you can see, it included the roadworks being improved, the roadways being improved. That one was about $31 million. Another one that we did in Greenwich Town, that's about $11 million. But not to be turned off, we can do it much more, in a much more economical way. We have done a number of satisfaction surveys, and as you listen and as we look, we are very happy when they speak, and you have to allow the beneficiaries to express themselves. It's best to use a qualitative method in that way, because we did focus group discussions, and we did walk-in audits, and we had key informants interviews. And the majority, all of the persons who we spoke to, the parents, the students, the vendors, they all expressed that they were very, very satisfied with the infrastructure. And as you can see there, the lowest rating was at Roehampton and the highest being at Treadlight Primary School. Now, when you say you're satisfied with the infrastructure, what you're talking about, is the infrastructure working as intended? Is it fit for purpose? Are the students using the sidewalks? Are the taximen and bus drivers using the lay-by? How effectively is it preventing traffic accidents? And I must say to you that, frighteningly, the safe passage, we have had several of them damaged. And that is from speeding vehicles that turned onto the sidewalks, and luckily the railings were there to prevent them. We had one that is located in Greenwich Town, almost totally damaged, at least 20 meters, due to a truck running into the rails. One of the unintended impacts sometimes of fixing a road and making a road surface better is that it also increases speeding. And so the very safe passage itself that you're trying to use to improve access sometimes can become a weapon. Because if you're speeding along a safe passage, then certainly you can increase the risk of traffic injuries. The results is that we have done the beneficiary surveys, and as Chloe had mentioned, there is the lack of rigorous evaluation in this area. We have relied heavily on the beneficiary surveys, but there is still a lot of work to be done. But in our discussion with beneficiaries, and when we ask persons, what is the most significant impact that you have derived from the Safe Passage? Of everything that is done on the Safe Passage, when you ask the students, what is the most significant feature of the Safe Passage? Do you know what they say? They said, the sidewalks that are paved and having the guardrails to protect us. The community residents, however, say something different. The community residents, while they were happy about the improvement in safety to the students, they were very, very happy about the aesthetics. They said, you know what? We look like an uptown school now. The community look like an uptown place now. We feel as if, say, our Pitney too can come to a good school. And so the physical environment is just as much an indicator of quality as the curriculum in the school. And so they're saying, if a school look good from the outside, then it is good also on the inside. And at the Salt Spring Primary School, the enrollment is skyrocketed after we put in the Safe Passage. You can see the very vibrant colors and the improvement in the road, etc. They said that they had to be turning back students. It jumped from 148 to 178 persons turning up, filling the schoolyard, wanting to come to Salt Spring Primary, because they're feeling like the improvement that they're seeing is indicating to them or signaling to them that something great is happening at the school. The teachers also commented that the murals were very, very good aids for instruction. And then, of course, we had to, the taxi operators and the bus drivers were happy with the laybys that they could park safely. But of course, there's need for ongoing engagement. We, despite all of the good and the 90% satisfaction, we had to also be honest and record what were some of the limitations and drawbacks. And the beneficiaries mentioned that they wanted to have safety wardens who can assist with enforcement, because the issue is that, back again to social norms, you may have the infrastructure, but there's an issue with using the infrastructure. We still found situations where, although you had the crosswalk, the pedestrian crossing, you have the rails, you have a sidewalk, students were choosing, and parents, not to use it. They wanted to have crossing guards at strategic points, not only at the school gate. They wanted to ensure that you had speed bumps installed. And in Treadlight, a kind of semi-urban community, they had a very unique feedback because they felt like the animals were also using the safe passages. The goats were using the safe passages. The dogs were stopping at the crosswalk to cross the road, and so they felt like there has to be an animal management strategy to help with managing the animals that are on the roads in Treadlight in Clarendon. We have to also engage the motorists, including the parents and the taxi operators, and of course the ongoing issue of maintaining the safe passages. So where do we go from here, and what are some of the opportunities? The Safe Passages project done by the JSIF, and in our evaluation, we have been focusing very, very heavily on the road safety element of it, dimensions of it. But there are also other dimensions. There's a public health dimension and the violence prevention dimension. And I do believe that in moving forward, we can look at the intersection of all three and begin to look at how we can build out the public health and the violence prevention dimensions. We want to produce a Safe Passage 101, a guide. How do you, if you have a school with any of these issues, how can you begin a Safe Passage program? And you don't have to have $11 million. It is scalable. You can start from where you're at. The road safety element, the education element is quite cost effective, and you can start to where you're at while you build on the other elements. We want to deepen our partnerships with the Ministry of Education, Skills and Youth and Information, and very, very importantly, when we speak about natural surveillance, you have to engage those who have their eyes on the street. It is not only, the safety is not only about the school community and the students and the parents, it's about anybody in the community. And it's also important to note that while we improve the safety on the routes, it cannot be divorced from the wider community safety. You can be safe while you are traversing to and from school and using the pedestrian crossings, etc. But you have to realize that while the communities, and some of them that we work in, while they remain actively violent, that is also a wider issue to look at, the issue of violence prevention. The vendors are certainly going to be a group that we're going to be focusing on, not only in terms of their strength in terms of providing surveillance, but also improving their operations from a public health point of view, getting them to get their food handler's permit, getting them to understand how they can contribute towards the safety of students. This is a photograph of the Hope Valley Experimental, the left-hand side. You'll see on the left, for my left, the before, and then you'll see the after. And to think about the fact that students have been using this school for over 50 years, and finally they have an infrastructure that they can be all proud of. And so as we continue to do this work, it has been great work, and there's a lot left to be done, but we are encouraged by the gains so far. And we look forward to taking this project to the remaining 700 schools that exist. I mean, the Minister of Education said it needs to be expanded. It needs to be scalable. And so we have to take this very important initiative forward. Thank you very much.
Please remain on the stage because we're going to have questions. Thank you so much for your presentation, which was very insightful. Dr. Fevre, could you join us on the stage, please? Yeah, could you join us? Thank you. The floor is now open for any questions you may have. We're taking 2 questions. Any questions for our presenters? She has it. Is there another? Just one? Thank you.
Yes, thank you both for excellent presentations, one with an international perspective and then the local. But I'm very interested in the dynamics between what is referred to, even the name of a safe passage, like an oasis in a desert of crime. How does that work? Can starting with a safe passage expand outward to affect the community? Is it transferable to the larger community? Or is it basically a security arrangement?
Yeah, thank you for your question. That is very relevant. It really depends. So, not a conclusive answer, but at the hope. It's really to signal change at the community level. We begin with ensuring that kids can go to school because we know the power of education and of school. That is really a critical hub within the community. And when we expand to the school safety plan, there are also other consequences that would improve the community as such. So really the three come together, but it's a process. So first we need to kind of solidify the safe passage, and we have beautiful examples, but as Mona said, there are so many other schools, so it's long. And really kind of, we can't have a safe passage if we don't work on the safety within the school either. And so we know on violence prevention that most of the interventions that actually work are being implemented in school or after school. So it's really a hub that will have consequences in the community as well.
I can add to that, Doc, a very important question. And the model that we've been using at JSIF with the 15 safe passages, the safe passages was not the single intervention. So the safe passage was just part of a slew of interventions that is used to improve and regenerate the community, focusing on expanded basic access to infrastructure, the roads, the schools, everything as one big package, and a menu of interventions in the social sector. We have not done an example in a community where the safe passage has been the single intervention, to see how it then diffuses the benefits to the wider community. So it's an important point for research, because the issue would have been that the JSIF has been working in the 7 ZOSOs, so the list of 15 communities has been in the ZOSOs, where we have additional security operations to make the community safer. But it would be instructive to see to see if this safe passage as a single intervention in a community space can have the desired effect of diffusing and building safer communities.
Just to add, also building up on Mona's excellent response, it also impacts the perception of safety. And the perception of things are happening at the community level, and it's how you build in terms of the trust that will open the door to many other interventions. So it's really, kind of going step by step, but the perception is very important as well.
Do we have a question from online?
We do, and some of it has been answered already, but to make sure that we include our online persons, O.W. Brown, and this is in response to Dr. Fevre's presentation. Some research results may be fairly generic and widely applicable. However, cultural context may be a constraint to relevance in particular contexts. How relevant is this in Jamaica? And while you think about your response, I'll just throw the other one to Ms. Suho. This is from Near Minds Online. What parishes are these safe passages being done? You said it, but maybe some people don't know where tread light is.
Okay, thank you very much. The safe passages have been done in 5 communities in Kingston and St. Andrew. We've also gone to do it in Clarendon, and of course as well in St. James. There's plans afoot to move into South, but at the moment now it's just KC, Clarendon, and St. James.
So I love your question. I'll try to answer. So as we've seen, the model is very flexible, adaptable, but and it's like having a list of different interventions that are available, and then we work with the communities to actually prioritize them depending on the needs. Of course, one community is not just one single body, it's where the cultural differences come in. And so it's really working on first, creating the demand from the community for this safe passage. And for that, we work with skilled moderators, mediators who know how to go beyond the differences at the community level to try to install the dialogue and above all the trust. And it's, it's how, we can start. And then we build up on that. But it's clearly a challenge. And it doesn't work all the time. Nothing works all the time. So we need to be also cognizant of that. Nothing in life works all the time. But he has, this model, because of its flexibility and because of its rigor, also has a lot of potential for working. and signaling actually that change is possible.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Final point to you, Ms. Suho.
Okay, I'm going to make this point and stand where I say it because it is so important and an unintended impact of the safe passages. A lot of the students, I would say 70% of the students, to maybe 80%, in our safe passages actually are pedestrians. They come to school walking. And then you have another percentage that is taken there by the parents, a very small percentage, and then those who take taxis. When you have the basic schools, almost every single person at the basic school level is escorted by some older sibling or the parents or somebody taking them to school. And from grades 1 to 3 in the primary schools, escorted, once they reach grade 4, 5, and 6, you do not want to be seen walk with your parents, all right? One of the feedback from the parents is that if I no longer have to escort my child to school because the roads are safer, the sidewalk is there, and there's a less risk of traffic fatalities, I can now work. I can now go out and I can find a job, even a job that occupies my time from 7 until 1 o'clock until I can pick that child up from school. And so the importance of this is that it has an impact on the livelihoods of the households and the women. Women in these communities are the ones who are escorting the children to school. They are remaining at home doing household chores. They take them to school at 7 o'clock in the morning and they remain at home doing household chores or hustling until 1 p.m. The safe passages, when there is no longer a risk of a child dying on the street or being in a motor vehicle accident because you now have the infrastructure, you are now feeling much more empowered to go out and work and for your child to travel solo to school. Thank you.
And I would say that Ms. Suho just ended on a very fitting note. Thank you so much for your engagement. Thank you to the presenters. And I'll hand over to Antonette for session 2.
Good afternoon, everyone. As we move into session 2, this is where we're going to play. We're going to have games. We're going to play games. We're going to have a game of football. And in session 2, we'll be looking at how we can use sport as a tool for development. And our first presenter is Miss Andrea Chaustre Cannon, and she is the Director of Impact and Pedagogy at, and I'll say it in Espanol first, Futbol con Corazón, and in English, Football with Heart. And Andrea is a social impact leader with experience in human well-being, and she is the Director of Impact and Pedagogy at FCC International, where she promotes socio-emotional and cognitive education through football. And I know in Jamaica, we do have a nice football culture here. We do take our football seriously. So it will be wonderful for us to hear from Andrea how we can use football as a tool for development. Could you please welcome Andrea? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay. I want to start knowing from the audience who likes football, who actually likes football. Okay. Who has kids that play football? Who gather with friends and family to watch football? Who enjoys football? Okay, we all do. And as we know that football motivates us, drives us, gives us happiness, I'm going to share with you why we are here together to explain Futbol con Corazón model. So what is actually Futbol con Corazón, or football with a heart? We are a social enterprise that uses football to prevent and solve world's problems. And when I talk about world's problems, I am talking about violence, early pregnancy, drug addiction, climate change. So all of these issues that are pressing in the world, we try to transform them through soccer. Our focus is in children, youth, and their families to make them become positive agents of change. We are in multiple countries with a mission of promoting inclusive, community-driven development. Nowadays, we have presence in 9 countries. This year, we are going to reach our 10th country. We have reached more than 310,000 children and youth around the world, with a 34% of women. We have trained more than 5,000 coaches, and we have impacted more than 50 communities. And how do we do it? How do we do it, and why do we believe this is a tool for development? We have developed what we call FCC pedagogical model. It's an holistic approach that develops social, cognitive, and emotional skills through soccer on the field. We use football to teach children and youth how to become better and take better decisions in their lives. So what is our goal? To help them develop the self-awareness to take better decisions. We have 2 core methodologies: our integrated teaching methodology and our socio-emotional football. And who is in charge to teach this to the kids and the youth? We have highly trained coaches. But these coaches, they are not like the regular teachers we are used to. They are not in classes with the kids. No, this is a horizontal relationship based on trust and on the confidence. They are generating the knowledge. So, the first one of our methodologies, the integrated teaching methodologies, we spend 1.5 hours on the field twice a week, and it is divided on 3 times. The first time we have a warm-up. The warm-up is a physical, social, and cognitive preparation for the field. We have the welcome, we make some agreements regarding what's going to happen on the field, and then we pass through the encounter. What do we do on the encounter? Using football, using techniques like pass, catch the ball, we teach them how to manage their emotions, how to take action, how to make decisions. At the end of the session, we get to the locker room where we reflect on what has been done. We also have our own monitoring system. So we measure a baseline of the emotions when we start our program implementation, and at the end of the program, we measure their improvement. We measure the improvement of 14 social-emotional and cognitive skills. On the second methodology that we use, that is the social-emotional football, we have 1 hour, 30-minute session once per 2 weeks. What happened on this session? This is a more free session for saying something. So we have the agreements, they are on the field, they are playing football, but they are playing football around some topics. We have 10 topics around the strategy. And at the end, our participants evaluate what happened in that session. For us, the football field becomes a protective environment. We know that the field, I'm going to stop a little bit to tell the origin of the methodology is Colombia. As you know, we are a country with a lot of violence. So The field, the football field, is the only space where guns are not allowed, where people can relate. So this is why, this is the heart of why football is the tool we are using. And as so, this is why we believe, we know we are a tool for development, but we also believe this is a best practice that can help to address and solve all the pressing problems that we have been talking through all the morning. We have a systemic approach, and what does it refer with a systemic approach? We address complex problems, we have dynamic solutions, we adapt to the different necessities and contexts, and we have this holistic interdisciplinary approach. So what do? With our model, with highly trained coaches, with our information system, we provide an innovative, replicable, efficient, effective, and sustainable solution to promote youth leadership, entrepreneurship, community empowerment, where the community becomes the agent of their change. And then I'm gonna talk a little bit more about this. And also everything around the partnerships and alliances that we can have on the different communities and on the different cities. And what we foster with all this model is the social and community development, inclusive and welcoming environments, and profound change on people's perceptions and life. We work with the kids and the youth, but we include the families. We not only direct our pedagogy for the kids, we include the families. We also have community agents that support all the strategy, and we have partners with private entities and with government to support the initiatives and our programs in the regions where we are. We also aligned our core mission with 11 from the 17 Sustainable Development Goals that you can, I'm not going to mention them, but you can see them, saw them on the slide. And we believe that with the power of play and with the impacts of the purpose, we can continue generating these impacts on society. What is really important here, and I will want to come back to the beginning, to this morning concerns regarding how inclusive are the tools we are sharing today. For FCC, or Futbol con Corazón, we are searching for the well-being for everyone, regardless their gender, ethnicity, or origin of residence. We know that everything on development should be based on evidence, and as so we have had a few evaluations of impact, and I'm going to share the results with you. So we know that our pedagogical model improves children and youth life on an holistic approach. So we know that we improve the mental health, promoting well-being, the reduce of stress, and a positive mindset. We know that with our approach, we develop social skills because we foster teamwork, we foster assertive communication, we foster leadership abilities. We also foster cognitive skills because we enhance problem solving. Youth now know how to react in a situation. If they get really angry or frustrating because something happened in their life, they know how to manage that emotion and now take action. That is what we are achieving, the change in the mindset of the youth. We also know that they improve their physical health because they have better use of time, they have activer lifestyles. We know we also improve the academic achievement and that they don't drop out from the schools because they have improved focus, improved motivation, performance. They are better solving problems. They have a lot of critical thinking. goal setting, and memory. And then regarding the objective of the symposium, we know that we are creating a stronger and inclusive communities because we are fostering shared experience with values and possible perceptions from each other. We are also creating safe spaces, providing inclusive and protective environments for the youth, and at the end of everything, we are creating a social change. I have a few testimonies for the impact. So we have Andy. Andy is a participant of one of our initiatives in Barranquilla, in Colombia, and he says in Spanish, he says, soy más feliz y más sociable. In English, that is, I'm happier and I'm more outgoing. We have one of our participants that is now a coach. She's Angie, also from Barranquilla. And in Spanish, she said, me enseñó a entender mi valor como mujer y como abrazar ese valor. In English, it's FCC taught me that as a woman, I have a value. And to finish this, one of the parents of our interventions in FCC USA thinks that when kids are in programs like this, they stay active. It's healthy for them physically and mentally. So that was what I wanted to share with you. I will put the face for some of the testimonies. I am going to show you a video of some of our participants. And then I will give the voice to our executive director, Carlos Perez from Colombia. That is the best testimony we have to assess everything I just shared with you. So thank you very much.
To our tech persons, yes, could you go back so she could show the video, please? Thank you.
Mi vida antes de Fútbol con Corazón no tenía mucho valor, me sentía perdida, ahogada, especialmente por la muerte de mi padre a los 11 años de edad. También se nos cayó la vivienda, la casa donde estábamos alojados con mi familia, y anteriormente pues también somos desplazados de un municipio en Medellín. Entonces todos esos eventos marcaron traumáticamente mi infancia.
Bueno, no tenía un buen control de emociones, era muy impulsivo, muy agresivo, muy vulgar, decirlo así. En mi casa muchos problemas con mi papá, no les hacía caso, me gustaba mucho el ajeno, ¿sí? Y luego me involucré con personas que de verdad no debía estar, ¿sí? Y ahí pertenecí a las barras bravas, nos dedicábamos a cosas vandálicas, no hacíamos, por decirlo así, lo correcto, ¿sí? Y creo que eso fue lo que marcó mi vida.
Mi vida cambia completamente cuando conozco a Fútbol con Corazón, porque encuentro a profesores que fueron ejemplo, me guiaron, me enseñaron a creer en mí misma, me educaron a través del fútbol, a tener un proyecto de vida. Yo antes no tenía sueños y eso se lo debo a Fútbol con Corazón. Cambió mi vida desde el primer momento en que lo conocí.
Gracias a Fútbol con Corazón y a mi familia he podido planificar mi proyecto de vida y estoy por terminarlo. Pude controlar muy bien mis emociones, cosa que antes no lo hacía, y tomar las mejores decisiones, y que esas decisiones no perjudiquen a mi familia, ¿sí? Y a los que me rodean. Entré al proceso de Líder Core, para mí creo que ha sido lo mejor que me ha pasado en la vida.
Thank you for that, Andrea. Before I continue, just a little public service announcement. I'm hoping that you, for drivers, you know your license plate number. 3968JJ, RAV4, your window is down. So I hope the person is able to. Okay, great. Now, at this point, as Andrea said, we are going to hear from a very important person, and he is the Executive Director of FCC Colombia, and he is Mr. Carlos Perez Castro, and he will be giving a personal testimonial on the impact of this initiative in Colombia. However, before Mr. Perez Castro speaks, I'm asking the booth holders to please allow the persons in the room listening to the presentation to hear. Please be a little softer. I know it's all exciting, but there will also be time to tour the booths after this. Thank you. Especially the JSIF booth. I'm going to start calling names. Okay. Okay. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me in welcoming Mr. Castro.
Good afternoon. Bueno, I'm sorry, no speak English. Yes?
Okay, so Mr. Perez does not speak English very well, but we'll be having a translator for this session. Okay? Oh, but 2 translators. Okay, no problem.
Gracias. Bueno, espero que Chloe y Andrea puedan transmitir el testimonio que quiero dar desde el poder que tiene el fútbol y cómo ha transformado mi vida.
I hope that Chloe and Andrea can share with you the testimony that how football has transformed my life.
Bueno, hoy me preguntan, Carlos, ¿cómo lograste ser el director ejecutivo de una organización como Fútbol con Corazón?
Today they asked me, Carlos, how did you get to be the executive director of an organization like Fútbol con Corazón?
Y bueno, tengo que decir que la primera vez que recuerdo que toqué un balón fue en el año 1985, cuando tenía exactamente 8 años.
The first day I remember I touched a ball was in 1985 when I was
y ahí,
8 years old. Sorry.
Okay, y ahí nace un poco la ilusión. Ahí nace la ilusión de poder jugar al fútbol, de ser jugador profesional.
And it's when I began to dream about being a professional football player.
Pero luego esa ilusión se fue convirtiendo realmente en un sueño, porque en ese momento sentí que había encontrado realmente una gran motivación. Y aquí lo primero que quiero dejar en la mesa es que la ilusión es uno de los primeros factores que nos obligan a crear proyectos de vida.
Then that illusion become a dream, and what I want to focus on is that illusion is the base for what you make in life.
Luego esa ilusión se convirtió en un sueño que desde los 9 años empecé a sentir que tenía la capacidad no solamente de jugar al fútbol profesional, sino de poder cambiarle la vida a mi familia.
Since I was 9 years old, I knew that I have a dream of playing football, but also change my family's life project.
Luego la vida me fue llevando por unas esferas del fútbol, donde soy llamado a mi primera selección Atlántico a representar mi departamento.
And then I became a professional football player in the department of the Atlántico in Colombia.
Y aquí lo importante es que ya no me veía con una ilusión, sino que ya me veía con una proyección. Es decir, empecé a darme cuenta que tenía un talento y que podía de alguna manera utilizar el fútbol como una herramienta de superación personal.
And at this point, I was aware that I didn't not only have a dream, but I have a projection of what I wanted to be in life.
Luego empiezo a cumplir mis primeros objetivos. Recuerdo que me pregunté un día, para poder ser jugador de fútbol profesional, tengo que pertenecer al equipo de fútbol profesional de mi ciudad.
And then I started to establish some objectives, and I knew that for become a professional soccer player, I should enroll on a professional league.
Ahí estoy con el número 8, ¿sí lo ven? El número 8 soy yo, bueno, bastante flaquito, pero ahí estábamos ya dentro del club del cual habíamos soñado hacer parte.
I'm here on the photo number 8, and this photo is from the club that I've been dreaming about joining.
Ahí se cumplió el primer objetivo que tenía en mi vida. Luego llega el gran día esperado, después de 6 años de trabajar incansablemente, de entrenamientos, de mucha disciplina, de dormir temprano, de escuchar a todos mis entrenadores. Llegó el día en que iba a debutar en el equipo profesional.
After some days, the big day arrives. After some efforts and a lot of consistency, the big day arrived.
Y sueño cumplido. En el año 1998, un 5 de marzo, un partido de Junior versus Unión Magdalena en Santa Marta, entro al minuto 75 del segundo tiempo.
And dream come true. At 1988, on Barranquilla, he actually described minute by minute, but I was a little bit wrong.
Aquí ya no jugaba con el número 8, pero sí era el número 5. No sé si lo logran ver. El número 5.
In the picture, I'm number 5.
Y lo importante de ese día era que realmente había cumplido un sueño, pero también me di cuenta que venía muchas cosas acompañado de esa responsabilidad.
And that day, I understand that I have a dream come true, but it also carries a lot of responsibility.
La presión social, la presión de salir adelante, la presión de jugar al fútbol, 20,000 personas viéndonos a uno en un estadio de fútbol, todo eso empezó a generar en mí muchos valores como el respeto, la honestidad hacia las personas.
And then I began to feel different kinds of pressure, social pressure, pressure from people coming to the stadium to watch me, and I realized that I had to embody different values of honesty, and so forth, to provide a model to these people.
Yes. Pero el sueño no duró mucho, realmente fueron 4 o 5 años donde estuve en el fútbol profesional, pero las cosas no salieron como las estabas pensando.
But the dream didn't last that much. They were like 4 or 5 years, but the things were not as I have thought they were.
Recuerdo que me reunía mucho con mi mamá, con mi familia, y me preguntaba por qué las cosas no eran como las había soñado.
I gathered with my family and with my friends, and I questioned why things weren't the way I have dreamed them.
Y simplemente porque la vida me estaba llevando hacia otro camino. La vida me estaba diciendo que había logrado cumplir mi sueño, pero que quizás ese no era el camino que debía recorrer.
And life was questioning me, that maybe that was not my road, and maybe, even though it was my dream, that was not the purpose of my life.
Y recuerdo como si fuera ayer, de pronto empecé a mirar las cosas de otra forma y muy rápidamente me fui del fútbol profesional.
And then, I began to change perspective, and very soon I decided to leave the professional football.
Y de pronto me encuentro con alguien que me habla de fútbol con corazón, un proyecto que apenas iban a hacer, no teníamos nada estructurado, no había metodología, solamente me dijeron, oiga, venga, utilicemos el fútbol para poder sacar los niños de las esquinas.
And then I met someone that was thinking about fútbol con corazón, not what is nowadays, but as an option for the kids to get away from street problems.
Fue un momento bastante especial porque venía de toda mi vida a jugar al fútbol, toda mi vida de competir, y esta era otra forma de ver el deporte, era otra forma de estar dentro del fútbol, pero con un objetivo diferente.
It was a change of mind because I was used to play football and wanted that, but now I was understanding that I could use sport as a tool.
Y aquí entendí realmente el verdadero poder que tiene el fútbol para transformar socialmente. Andrea en la presentación lo decía, pero realmente cuando uno está dentro del proyecto, cuando uno entiende el resultado que se tiene y el impacto que genera, es cuando uno entiende que el fútbol es uno de los grandes vehículos de transformación social que pueden existir en el mundo.
And there I understand that football was a tool for change. Andrea already mentioned it, but only when you are there on the field doing what we do, you understand the powerful tool that football can be to change the world.
Y lo interesante es que cuando iniciamos no teníamos nada claro, no sabíamos qué iba a pasar con la comunidad. Teníamos metodología, pero la respuesta que íbamos a tener era incierta realmente.
And to be honest, when we began, we didn't really know, how we would do it. We just had this feeling that football can be transformative, but we did not really know, what to do next.
Hoy tengo el orgullo de decir que fui el primer entrenador de la organización hace 17 años, cuando no había nada. Solamente estábamos interviniendo en una sola comunidad en Barranquilla, Colombia.
Today, I am proud to say that I was the first coach to implement the methodology when we had nothing yet.
Y empezamos a construir. Lo que entendimos era que al fútbol había que darle una intencionalidad. Es decir, cómo con un ejercicio tan sencillo, en vez de trabajar la conducción de la pelota, podíamos estar trabajando el control de las emociones, por ejemplo.
And so we began to develop the use of football, or soccer actually, to instead of focusing on the ball per se, we were focusing on controlling emotion and managing emotions.
Luego mi historia fue muy linda porque empecé a crecer en la organización, fui el primer entrenador, luego fui el primer líder de un proyecto, pasé a ser supervisor, pasé a ser coordinador de operaciones, fui director de operaciones y hasta hace 7 años soy el director ejecutivo de Fútbol con Corazón.
Then my story is really inspired because I start as a coach, then I become a supervisor, then I become a leader, and it has been 7 years since I am the executive director of FCC Colombia.
Thank you. Y aprendí que el fútbol tiene el poder, un poder enorme de cohesionar socialmente, de crear proyectos de vida, de ilusionar, de crear objetivos. Me di cuenta que lo que fue pasando en mi vida se fue dando a partir de lo que estaba construyendo con el fútbol.
Then I learned that.
And then I realized the power that the football had, the power of changing lives, of inspiring people, and
of creating social cohesion, and of understanding that what was happening with my own life, I could reach through football for many lives.
Hoy es mi proyecto de vida. Realmente, después de tantos años, ver cómo arrancamos allá en Barranquilla y hoy estamos en 6 países transformando con el fútbol, se ha convertido en el principal proyecto que tengo en mi vida.
Today, this have become my life project. Since we start in Barranquilla with nothing, now we are currently on 6 countries, and I am gonna say 9 countries. And this is what my life project.
Pero lo más importante, y es lo que hoy quiero traer en mi testimonio, es que cuando soñé allá en 1985 en ser un gran jugador de fútbol profesional, no solamente lo cumplí, sino que el fútbol me llevó por un camino donde me mostró que el propósito de mi vida no era ser ese gran jugador de fútbol profesional. El propósito de mi vida era estar en Fútbol con Corazón transformando comunidades.
And what I want to leave for you today is that even though my dream in 1985 was to be a professional player of football, now football has become the tool to change, was the tool not only to change my life, but to transform the lives of people. And that is my purpose today.
Thank you. Esta es un poco mi historia y quería contárselas porque creo que así como algún día fui un niño, como cualquiera que está en las comunidades, con problemas sociales como los que conocemos en nuestras comunidades, realmente creo que lo más importante de todo esto es que entendamos cuál es el propósito de nuestra vida.
Thank you, because even though when I was a child from a community full of problems and issues, nowadays I understand
that the most important in life is actually to have a purpose, a clear purpose, and to help others.
Muchas gracias, esa es mi historia. Gracias a todos.
Thank you very much, that's my story. Thank you for listening.
Okay. I'd like to say thank you to both presenters, and now we'll move into the question and answer session. So I'd like to know if there's anyone in the audience who has any question for our presenters. Certainly, sir.
Hello, good afternoon. Hello?
Yes, we're hearing you.
Good afternoon. I found the presentation extremely interesting.
Turn the mic up. Can turn it up. Right, yeah, just take it up. Right, perfect. Let's go now.
Hearing me better now?
Yes, perfectly.
I was saying I found it very interesting, and in fact, it was actually the presentation that I wanted to hear in terms of my coming here today. Everything else was interesting. What I want to find out is there a curriculum? Is there that we can follow, so to speak? As if I was to train some youngsters from our community, there's a curriculum that you have, apart from just playing football and knowing you go outside the throw, you throw the ball and you kick a penalty, or so you control the ball. In terms of how you convert that now into social skill, or socializing, or life skill, there is a curriculum that we can follow.
Thank you for your question. Yes, our model comprises a detailed curriculum that matches the 14 social, emotional, and cognitive skills with soccer skills. But it's a very detailed methodology. We have all the topics, we have how every session works on the field. So the answer to your question is yes, we have all the methodology developed to apply according to the specific need of your community, of your region. We do have.
Thank you for that question. And I know we have a few development partners in the room who are listening intently, because who knows, there may be need for a little sharing of information between FCC and Jamaica. So that's a possible program to think about how we can get persons from Colombia to Jamaica, or to send persons to benefit from this training to become capacitated to actually implement a program such as this locally.
Can I just say one more word?
Yeah.
So I'm really very happy, and I was very happy when I got to know that Futbol con Corazón was in the program today, because I got to know them 15 years ago when I was traveling in Colombia and went to Barranquilla, and I interviewed them. And honestly, I was extremely impressed about their methodology, that they combined, they really understood, what the kids needed, and they combined the nutrition with the gender norms, with, the social life, everything that Andrea talked about, and really showing an alternative to the kids. So I just wanted to share that.
Andrea, we're being asked, is there a website where we can get more information on FCC?
Yes, actually on my presentation on the last slide, I have a QR where you can scan it, but also it's fcc.futbol. www.fcc.futbol. Futbol.
Okay. Thank you very much. Do we have any further questions in the room? Okay.
I'm sorry. I just want also to provide kind of an external perspective in terms of evaluations that exist internationally. The methodology that Futbol con Corazón is following has been proven to work. So there are other type of programs, Right to Play and others that follow similar, maybe not all the elements, but similar methodology. And they have actually excellent results in terms of transformation at the community level.
Hello. As a former professional athlete, I see where sports has impacted my life. You know, I've got scholarships because I played volleyball, not football, but I see how sport can have positive impact on our youth and the benefits thereof. I think the biggest question I have is how do you fund the program? Are the uniforms, do they get their uniforms free? When you provide meal, how is the program funded? Do you have government assistance?
Bueno, ¿vas traduciendo? Sí. Gracias por tu pregunta. A ver, nosotros desde Fútbol con Corazón hemos querido dar un enfoque más de empresa social sin perder la misionalidad de una ONG.
From Futbol con Corazón, we serve more as a social enterprise than an NGO.
Y allí lo que hemos hecho bien es que hemos podido conectar con los diferentes sectores, tanto el sector privado, sector público, la cooperación internacional y las organizaciones de segundo piso.
And so we have connected with private entities, government entities, international cooperation. So basically, how FCC works is we have our methodology, and we have a partner. That partner pays for the cost of the project, and FCC charges a fee for implementing. So the project self-finance, but FCC have a gain to keep running, to sustain itself. So that is how the organization works. Go ahead.
Okay, another question. The coaches, do you provide certification for coaches? So you coach persons to become football coaches?
I like that question. Because they have to be certified on our pedagogy. They have to know our pedagogy. We don't have yet the certification you are asking about, but that is one of our strategic projects for 2025. We are gonna develop our certification school for the coaches. So
Jamaica will be able to partner with you on that. You'll be able to certify some of our coaches.
I hope. We hope that we can make a joint effort. We know for sure that our tool will serve a lot the Jamaican community and also Mr. Gayle. We know that the main social issue is with the youth. And we believe this will be a great tool for those pressing issues.
Thank you so much, and I wish
you
all
for
the
your
best.
questions.
Thank
you very much.
Okay, so at this time we are going to wrap up session 2 because we also need to get back on track. I don't want you to start disappearing before the end of the day. So I would like to thank my presenters, Andrea and Carlos. Thank you very much. We're very grateful. And also Chloe, our interpreter.
Thank you
so much. And I think one thing we must admit in Jamaica is the value of sports to our development. We are a sporty nation. whether it's football, athletics, and we have seen sports being used not only for social good, but for economic good. I mean, we have to recognize that there are some persons in our society who may not be academically inclined, but athletics could be their way out of poverty. And so if we can use programs that can harness the athletic skills of persons in our communities, that is a way to also improve our communities. And so at this point, we'd like to end session 2 and thank you all. We will now move into our booth exploration and also lunch. And so as we break for lunch, we'll concurrently encourage persons to explore the Tools for Development booth, if you have not yet done so, and we will return at 2 p.m.? Yes, we will return at 2 p.m. to continue with our session 3. Thank you all. Good day.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, booth holders, I hope you are ready to tell us your two. Is the Ministry of National ready? Is Mr. ready?
Hello, Ministry of National Security. You have much on display and we would like you to share with us. What type of tools do you have for community and social development?
We have the policy director here, Miss Adenike Stephenson. Full of information. So
always a pleasure.
And just from your own experience, what can you say is the most rewarding result of such a tool?
Excellent, excellent. Keep up the good work, Ministry of National Security. Thank you.
And we are on to our next booth. Booth holders, prepare to share your tools for social and community development.
So I wonder what is brewing in the booth of the Growth Inducement Program Unit. Hi, how are you? Our audience is so excited and ready to learn a little bit more about the tool, the Inclusive Growth Index Framework. What can you tell us about this framework?
Hi, so welcome. Today we are showcasing our IGI, that's the Inclusive Growth Index. And this transformative tool for us is not only a measure of growth, but a measure of inclusive growth. So here we capture 7 key pillars. They are health, human capital, environmental quality, wealth, safety and security, poverty reduction, and equity and equality. Together, these 7 pillars give us an understanding of how growth is measured, but inclusively. So you know we are used to measures such as GDP that measures goods and services produced in the economy, but this one covers a lot more than that. So combined, we're able to measure that and see how well we're doing economically.
All right, excellent. Thank you so much, Growth Inducement Program, the PIOJ. Let's go to another PIOJ booth. We now have the SDG, and we are looking forward to hearing more about this specific tool for community and social development.
So we will come back a little bit, maybe in a minute, to hear about the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, whilst we just take a walk over to the Vision 2030 Jamaica booth. And ladies and gentlemen, this is what we are all working together to achieve as a country. And so I'm gonna invite our representative to just tell us a little bit, tell us something about, we want to hear a little bit more about Vision. How is the Vision coming on?
We are here with Samantha from the PIOJ, and we just want to learn a little bit more about this specific tool, Vision 2030.
Okay, so today we are displaying our Data for Development platform. This platform basically encompasses a wide variety of databases where you can actually access information, for example, on local development results, indicators. We also have general national development results that show you targets, and you can see where we have made progress and where it is that we need to, prioritize, the areas that we need to prioritize. So you are able to access that tool by visiting the Vision 2030 Jamaica website, and you will see monitoring and evaluation. When you go on the monitoring and evaluation, then you can click on the dashboard, and you'll be able to access all the various dashboards. And a key feature of it as well is that it doesn't just present data, but it also gives you, a brief overview of the information. What I will say though is that there is a little issue when it comes on to data availability. So you might experience some, gaps there. But apart from that, dashboard is very much effective, still useful, especially when you're looking for targeted information. So,
right. Thank you so much. Vision 2030, ladies and gentlemen.
All right. And now we are looking at, we're going to learn a little bit about the National Poverty Reduction Program, Leaving No One Behind toolkit. So, can you tell us a little bit about that toolkit?
to identify vulnerable groups who might be left behind, and also how we can strengthen our programs to ensure that they are included. So we encourage you to visit the PIOJ website, and you will see not just the toolkit, but each of the tools that are included. You can utilize those tools. We'll ask you also to visit the National Poverty Reduction Program website and learn more. Thank you so much.
Excellent, thank you so much. And I'm going to put on my Community Renewal Program hat. So another program within the PIOJ is the Community Renewal Program, and that is actually the first national coordinating program that has been established, and it focuses on the 100 most volatile and vulnerable communities. So as the Planning Institute of Jamaica, you know that we're evidence-based. And so one of the tools that has been developed within the Community Renewal Program is what we call the Community Renewal Index. And this index will allow us to be able to gauge how communities are doing when it comes to being renewed. So this tool has 5 dimensions. We look at security, cohesion, so we want to know how communities, how cohesive, how are people coming together across community spaces. It looks at justice mechanisms, prosperity, health, and environment. And as we collect the data, we are able to apply it against that index to see whether a community is in fact making progress along these 5 dimensions. And so we invite you also to visit the PIOJ's website, www.pioj.gov.jm, and just search for the Community Renewal Program page, and you will see all this information. So let's continue along the path and learn some more from our other partners.
Hello. We are now at the Caribbean Development Bank, and we are here with Richardo. Can you just tell us briefly about your tool for social and community development, or how does the CDB support social and community development?
All right, thank you. So for today, we're highlighting just 3 main tools. One is the Community Engagement Survey, which is a tool that we use to determine community needs and preferences at the start of the project cycle, to develop a community engagement plan that would engage multiple groups of community persons, and that was done in Jamaica, Belize, St. Vincent, and the British Virgin Islands. Tool 2 is the Community Profile and Livelihood-Based Assessment, and that borrows from the SDC's Community Profile, and then the Food and Agriculture Organization of American Nation, their Livelihood-Based Assessment Toolkit. So what the Livelihood-Based component does, it captures what the main livelihood activities are in a community, and then to see what are the vulnerabilities, threats. So if you're a farmer and you're affected by drought or flood, it outlines that. But what is most important is that in the case of an emergency or disaster, then the baseline assessment will tell you what is the value of what was lost in that community. So when we had the eruption in St. Vincent in 2021, it was those toolkits for those 11 communities in those vulnerable areas that was used to restore livelihood in that particular context. And the final one is a more recent approach, the beneficiary assessment, that was done for the 10th cycle of the Basic Needs Trust Fund, and that was done in Jamaica, St. Lucia, and Guyana, determining what the capacity needs are for beneficiaries at the start of the BNTF. And we had some alarming findings. 92% of those we surveyed had no proposal writing training. You can imagine for community groups not being able to write proposal is a major scenario. And just quickly, the response that we actually developed the Caribbean's first, we had 2 proposal writing training, one in Jamaica, one in Guyana, targeting 8 countries in Jamaica and 9 in Guyana. And after that, we were able to produce 75 proposals that were submitted. 11 of those were successfully received funding. So that is definitely great. And then finally, we are now developing a community engagement online course from that particular process to provide community engagement professionals with those skills to engage communities more effectively. So those are my tool 1, 2, 3.
Thank you so much, Richardo. That was definitely a lot of information, useful information. And ladies and gentlemen, online and in the audience, if you hear any tool that stands out, please don't hesitate to reach out to the various agencies.
Thank you so much, Shanice. And isn't it quite interesting, the different types of tools and just how useful they have been to the development process? And now we are at the Consumer Affairs Commission's booth, and we would like to hear a little bit about the services that the Consumer Affairs has and how our community persons can benefit from what you have to offer. If you can tell us maybe, just in a few words.
Certainly. So the Consumer Affairs Commission is an agency of government that is under the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce. The important thing here is that all of us are consumers. The challenge we have in this country is that we don't know our rights and we don't know what to do should we have any marketplace disputes. So the Consumer Affairs Commission is here as consumer guard, and we want to empower, we want to inform, and we want to educate our consumers about their rights, about their responsibilities, and about what to do should they find themselves in the marketplace in certain situations. The other thing is that we handle complaints. So should you make a purchase, there's a problem with the item, you take it back to the store and you're not satisfied with how the store is treated with the matter, then you come to us. And we have a few days to intervene and to ensure that if there is in fact a breach of the Consumer Protection Act, that you will get either a repair of the item, replacement of the item, or a refund of your money. And yes, you might be saying to me, but Mr. Lowe, there are some of these stores that have the no refund signs. What does that mean? What it means? Simply, the store's policy is not above the laws of Jamaica. And so when we intervene on the premise that Consumer Protection Act must not be breached. Where we find the breach, the store has to respond to that.
Excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. So don't stay at home and just complain. Remember, you have an organization. The Consumer Affairs Commission is here for you. So make sure you visit their website so you can learn more about how you can access the services that he just eloquently explained.
Absolutely.
I think he has one more addition.
One last thing, because we are in the community, we want to come in, we want to educate and empower our consumers. And so we are asking all the communities that are represented here to ensure that they invite us when you have your community meetings or your training, whatever sessions you are having. Invite the Consumer Affairs Commission so we can share and empower and inform.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Definitely, every community has a consumer. We are all consumers. Okay, so now we are at the Ministry of National Security's booth here at the 9th staging of the 2024 Best Practices Symposium. We just want to learn more about the tools that you have available for social and community development. Can you share with us?
So for our tools, the answer will be given on the other side. But on this side, we are promoting our anti-violence campaign, which is Live Good.
And definitely Live Good is a key program in this social climate. So thank you so much for what you're doing, and we will head right over to the Ministry of National Security's booth.
Okay, thank you so much. Remember, guys, live good. We have to love one another and live good, right? All right, so we are here with our international development partners, the Pan American Development Foundation, and we have a beautiful lady who is ready to tell us about that tool that the PADF has. So let's hear a little about that.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate this. Just to say that the Pan American Development Foundation is a non-governmental organization. We have our new project that is called Crime Prevention Through Environmental Design. And that is the tool, the main tool that we really rely on. That tool helps us to detect and to understand our environment, our physical environment, the built environment, so that we can put strategies in place to actually help to prevent crime before it happens. We focus on things like looking at the fencing. What kind of fencing do you have? Is it transparent? Is it all boarded up so we can't see what's happening behind? Looking at things, for example, your lighting. Do you have bright enough lights in the night so that people can see their pathways and not feeling afraid that they're going to be pounced upon? So crime prevention through environmental design, you have the physical aspect, but we do not want to take away from the social aspect of this tool. We use different types of programming to bring together the communities. We do that through things like sports, you know, using the cultural areas, music, pulling people together, working together on their community buildings, painting, renovating, empowering persons with training, you know, training that has to do with fundraising, helping them to be able to develop their proposals so they can attract different types of funds so that they can keep the community associations busy and active, energized, and to be able to help with this crime prevention.
Thank you so much. That's really a multifaceted approach to crime prevention. Really interesting stuff. Continue the good work and continue to support the PADF.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
So we are now heading over to the Heart NSDA Trust. Please share with us some of your tools for social and community development.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. You're looking lovely today.
Thank you, thank you. So the Heart NSDA Trust has 3 areas on display today. We have what we call hydroponics, which is what you see in front of us. So it is eliminating space. And I'm gonna have our demonstrator / instructor just speak a little tips about what it is, okay?
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Shuin Bell, and we have here is the aeroponic hydroponic system, right? This is a non-conventional way of farming, meaning moving away from the whole outdoor plowing land in the soil, all that. So if you're interested in agriculture and you don't want to be outdoor in the sun and all that, this is the way to go, right? This is farming using water instead of the conventional soil, right? So it consists of a submersible pump, and the water is stored in that section there, that black section there. The submersible pump will then pump the water, which is rich in nutrients, to the top of the system. The water will then flow through the system, provide the plants with the nutrients it needs and the water that it needs, and then gravity feeds back to the container. So it's basically a cycle, right? Now, over here we have also our DJI drone, which is our agricultural drone that is used for applying fertilizer and also chemical. Mr. Tash over here can tell you more about it.
All right, so our DJI drone, our T40, which holds 40 liters of water, and it can apply chemical to 1 acre of land within 15 minutes of operation.
Okay.
So this technology, innovation, is used widely in the agricultural area. It helps to boost the agriculture sector by eliminating time frame of getting things done within the agricultural areas. And this is used in training in the art industry at the institution.
Okay, very interesting, and it's really important that with climate change, limited time, as you said, resources, we have these innovative tools to continue the agricultural sector.
And it helps with the development of the communities, and because art institution is based on training. So you know that we have a lot of young youths coming from the high school from various communities, various backgrounds, and these things to them are like dream come true when they come to an institution like Art Trust. They gain the experience of using like a drone, seeing the hydroponic system and different areas. It's like a dream come true to most.
This is wonderful, and it's definitely a positive way of engaging our youths.
Indeed.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Heart NSTA Trust. Don't hesitate. Go online, Heart, and register.
And just a quick heads up, persons who are listening online, we have some giveaway questions coming up soon. So continue to listen keenly because a question or two from these explorations may pop up.
All right, so we have entered the section where we're going to see a lot of innovation. We have our community entrepreneurs with us, and they have a multiplicity of products, and we just want to hear a little bit from some of our community business persons. We want to hear about, you can tell us about one of your products. So let me come over to River Mill. I see banana flour in powdered. This looks like an interesting format here. So tell us, River Mill, quickly, how long have you been in business, and just tell us a little bit about your products.
Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Marie Simpson Faulkner. I'm one of the manufacturers of organic herbs and spices. And we do manufacture of cassava flour, sweet potato flour, banana flour, the dandelion powder, the good old dandelion, and other tea like merengue, sarsaparilla, and raw moon, and rice bitters. So all these products are natural. It is grown here in Jamaica. And when we process them, we don't add anything and we don't take away anything. So it's all natural. And based on our tagline, it's for a good and natural, healthy lifestyle. So if you're thinking healthy, thinking natural, think about River Mill. I am on social media. I'm on Instagram. I have a WhatsApp, and you can call the number, which is 876-452-0221.
Thank you so much, River Mill. So go get to your Instagram pages and just type in River Mill, and you will see all their products and their information. Over to you, Shanice.
Thank you so much. Do we have another owner of an amazing Jamaican product here? Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Tell us something about your product here.
So I'm Romeo Mitchell. I'm the owner of Paradise Blends, where I do natural herbs and spices, which includes turmeric, cayenne pepper, cinnamon, basil, oregano, parsley, ginger, and I do a blended wet seasoning. That's a natural brown seasoning, and my innovation is the turmeric seasoning. These are all natural, as I said. Nothing to take you to the doctor.
All natural, nothing enhanced. Thank you so much. And how can persons reach you? 534-8238, or you can contact me on Instagram at Paradise Blends 1 or TikTok Paradise Blends. Facebook Paradise Blends. Thank you, Paradise Blends, ladies and gentlemen, for all your organic, all-natural seasoning and spices.
All right, excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, are you excited about the products that are coming from our communities, the innovation? You name it, Jamaica has it. And we are going to be speaking to some of our craft makers. I see some beautiful bags, and I see some beautiful hand jewelry and some necklaces. So, can you tell us, this is Crafty handbag, can you tell us a little bit about your product line?
This is Shop Crafty and Bags and More. We have the Jippy Jappy strap bags, clutch purse, tote bags, hat, and children purses as well. We have necklace, waist bead, anklets, and necklace all around for men's and females.
And you are the person who make your all of what you are seeing here?
Yes, made by Archens and More. Right, so we do this from 2006. We have been doing this. My mother left it, so we have to continue the legacy.
All right. Generational. I love it. Generational wealth. And we just want to show you a few of these items, beautifully made. So, of course, if you have family members coming in, very good for our tourists so they can carry back a piece of Jamaica. And, of course, for the ladies, look at this, the array of jewelry, right, that you can access. This is another beautiful bag, locally made, beautiful craftsmanship. Can you tell our audience how they can contact Crafty handbags?
We are located at Meadowbrook, 26 Flemington Drive in St. Andrew, and we are at Shop Crafty and More on Instagram. Do you have a phone number? 88297768.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. All right, so.
All right, so now we are heading to the USAID booth. All right, we'll just take a quick stop at the JSA.
The Jamaica Social Stock Exchange. Ladies and gentlemen, are you aware that the Jamaica Stock Exchange launched a social stock exchange in 2019? And we are so excited to hear a little bit. Just tell us one thing that you think our audience needs to know about the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange.
We're located at 40 Harbor Street, downtown Kingston. And the Social Stock Exchange, we list social projects that benefit communities and also abused individuals. So it is
that's really important, and we can see how it directly impacts the communities. So
yes, it
definitely continue the good work.
Thank you so much. All right, so we told you about the giveaways. So you're gonna be hearing some questions from Shanice for our online guests, so that you will be able to participate. Okay, but for those of you who are in the auditorium, we promise you,
ladies and gentlemen,
we promised you excitement, we promised you giveaways, and now is the time. Are there any gift lovers in the house? Any gift lovers? Anybody ready to collect some gifts? We have some wonderful gifts. I see persons eating, but I know you can multitask. I hope you have been listening keenly to the presentations, because we are ready to give away some things, all right? So I'm going to ask some questions. And the first person to come up here and give me the right answer will win a wonderful prize. All right, are we ready? Persons on the outside, if you're hearing and you want a gift, please to come on the inside. So, we all know about the Planning Institute of Jamaica. Yes? Thank you. All right, so who can tell me at least 2 of the functions of the Planning Institute of Jamaica? Just 2. The first person to reach here will win a prize. What are 2 of the main functions of the Planning Institute of Jamaica? I'm going to start playing the clock. Pardon me? Oh, no. She said community development and developing small business. No. The Planning Institute is not in the business of small business development. Yes. All right, anyone else?
Policy development and research.
All right, give her a round of applause. Policy development and research. You may go over to the Community Renewal Program booth and collect your prize. Ladies and gentlemen, I hear that we have an entertainer of entertainer in the house, Wowski. Anybody know about Wowski? Yes, I see some Wowski fans. And we're going to ask one other question, and then we're going to invite Wowski on stage before we get back to our giveaways. All right. So let me see if you have been listening. Can somebody tell me how many sustainable development goals there are? Have we heard about the sustainable development? The first person that reaches up here without hitting down the cameraman. How many SDGs? 5? Oh my, no, you're wrong. The Sustainable Development Goals. 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Excellent. Give him a round of applause. So please collect your gifts on my right. All right, is Mr. Wowski ready? Can we hear it for? Okay. Mr. Wowski is not quite ready, so that's actually good for you. All right, so the Vision 2030 National Development Plan. And we always say, making Jamaica the place of choice too. Boy, you're all saying different things. Making Jamaica the place of choice too. Live, work, raise families, and do business. Now, we have some national goals. I just need somebody to come up here and tell me 2 of the national goals. Tam, 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 tam. 2 of the national goals of the Vision 2030 National Development Plan. Yes, you may try. Who is coming first?
The first one is Jamaicans are empowered to reach their fullest potential, and
she need a little bit more time. Come, because you were here first.
I think one is to promote literacy and numeracy, so educational development and infrastructural development.
So whilst those are included, but that's not the goal. That's not what I'm looking for. All right, we'll have a student, and then let's hear from her first, and then we can hear. So both of you, you can tell me 2, and you can tell me 2. Oh, but you're looking. You're supposed to tell me. All right.
So Jamaica are empowered to achieve their fullest attention and keep a healthy and natural environment.
Yes, give them a round of applause. So you can go right over there and just collect your prize. You want to tell me one of the other ones?
For Jamaica to have a better security.
We'll give it to her. A secure, cohesive, and just environment. Give her a round of applause. And you want to tell me the last one?
Well, they did mention achieving fullest potential. So that one is already there. And a prosperous economy.
All right, excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. All right, have you been visiting the booth? Have you been asking questions? Have you been listening to the presentations? No, we had a panel here, and the Ministry of National Security spoke about a particular approach that was developed under the Citizen Security Justice Program. Who can tell me what is the approach that was mentioned? What is that process? And the person said it is actually introduced into the school. Can somebody come up and tell me what was that approach?
Case management.
Yes, excellent. Guys, it's all the questions easy peasy. Give her a round of applause. Give her a round of applause. All right. Has anybody heard about the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange? Yes, I see some heads. Can anyone tell me when the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange was launched? All right, she had it, 2019. All right. So we have one more question until Wowski. Is Wowski here? All right, so one more question. The Community Renewal Program has 6 components. Who can tell me 2? 2 of the Community Renewal component areas. Only 2 of the 6. Not the communities, but the components. Right, governance, security and justice. All right, give him a round of applause. Do collect your prize. All right, so I think we are ready for Wowski. And Mr. Wowski is a dynamic performer, and he is full of what we call vibes and lyrical prowess. So ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Mr. Wowski. Come on, guys. Give him a round of applause. Come on.
All right, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. All right, so my name is Wowski, and I am a man that wears many hats. I'm a member of the Jamaica Constabulary Force, also the president of the Augustown CDC in community development, community work, youth development, positivity, anything around positivity and development. Wowski is about that, all right? And Miss Muirhead heard one of my songs called Wilderness and said that she liked it and I should come and deliver it to all my community workers and stakeholders. I just want to say to everyone, sometime in life, not everything is going to go smooth. Sometime in your quest to reach your dream, you have to go through some hard times, some worst times, all right? But we have to go through the worst to reach your best. Who believes that? All right, let it go. Let go your track. Wow, 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 wow. Vision of music. Me say wow, 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 wow. Jamaica Pegasus. We have to go through the worst with the best. We have to go through the world wilderness. Get a youth life is just a test. And you can't use money to measure the success. But for me have life, no say you're blessed. All in the dead man, them nah no stress. All when your problems them pile to your neck, make sure on the right road you take. When you're down there, we know who real, know who we sell you out for your car deal. Throw you to the dark like Don Camille. Me a sing from me heart, come in where me feel. Free life, free money and God. Set your goal in the honey and bag. Bill a house now, give mommy and dad sing song get big. What do we have to now? We have to go through the worst with the best. We have to go through the world wilderness. Get a youth life is just a test, and you can't use money to measure the success. But from you have life, no say you're blessed. All in the dead man, them nah no stress. All when your problems them pile to your neck, make sure on the right road you take. When you broke and your pocket them dry, and your bills them gone sky high. Deep down you feel like you a die, and you can't stop the tears we are fall from your rise. Some turn to gun, but I gotta guide me. 30 pagan want come war with me, but you can't say you're great if you never get fight. Remember Satan did I try them. But we have to go through the worst with the best. We have to go through the world wilderness. PIOJ get a youth. No, pull him up. What if I go maybe and say Wowski? All who believe so now for go through the worst with the best. Just put up your hands on the man and we now give up, alright? Here one now. We don't sing it one more time or should I just go home? You know I'm go home and want it one more time. Alright, let it go one more time. Pull it. Oh, them one chop me have enough. One chop me bring today, alright? Alright, so here one now. Me love one, alright? Have a good rest of your evening. Love. One more time. Let me say one more time. Wow. Yo, wanna give me a wave? We have to go through the worst for the best. We have to go through the one wilderness. Get a youth life is just a test, and you can't use money to measure the success. But from your life, no say you're blessed. Only the dead man, them not no stress. All when your problems, them pile to your neck. Make sure at the right road you take. Cause what? When you're down, you will know who real. Know who will sell you out for your car deal. Throw you to the dark like done can meal. Me a sing from me heart and me know how me feel. Free life, free money and God. Set your goal, it the honey and bag. Double a house now, give mommy and dad. Sing song, get big like Bunny and Bob. We have to go through with the worst and the best. We have to go through with one wilderness. Pegasus life is just a test, and you can't use money to measure the success. But from your life, no say you're blessed. Only the dead man, them not no stress. All when your problems, them pile to your neck. Make sure you're ready. When you can relate with this, when you broke on your pocket, them dry. And your bills, them gone sky high. Deep down you feel like you are die. And you can't stop the tears we are far from your eyes. Some turn to gun, but I gotta guide me. Dirty pagan want come war with me. But you can't say you're great if you never get fight. Remember Satan did I try them Christ. We have forgot you. We have forgot you with one will. Will you give me some clap now? We have forgot you the worst with the best. We have forgot you with one wilderness. Get a youth life is just a test, and you can't use money. You big up everybody, every love or no. Make sure you're on the right road, you take.
We have to make sure we love one another. We have to keep up the vibes in the place. We have to learn about the policy, them and the tools. Hey, campus, don't it? Alright. Alright, so guys, listen. You know, I've never seen a set of people that don't seem very excited to get surprised. Sorry, because of the eating. I forgive you. So here's the thing. We have 2 more prizes. 2 more. Who wants a prize? A nice prize. Alright, so I hope you have been walking the booth. Anybody heard about the Community Renewal Index? Community Renewal Index? Community Renewal Index? Alright. Now there are 5 dimensions of that index. You see I'm making this easy for you, guys. Just tell me 2 of the Community Renewal Index. Just 2. Ba-na-na-na-na-na-na. Jeopardy. Anybody remember 2 of the dimensions? Mr. Clayton sat up here and he spoke about the Community Renewal Index. Oh, we have... Come here, darling. Come on up. Come on, don't be shy, come on. A prize is waiting. There's a prize with your name on it. There's a prize. All right, she doesn't want to come, so let's go to her. All right. So she got it. She said one of them looks at the health of the environment and security. Give her a round of applause. All right, so we have one final question. Everybody know about the Social Development Commission, right? The SDC that does the work. Can you tell me one of their location? Just tell me, what? Whoever reach up here first. I can give away 2 prizes for that because they have more than 1 location. Which one?
All right, Dunbar's River, 7 Lamar.
All right, give him a round of applause. One more location.
Duke Street, downtown.
There we go. That was easy. Ladies and gentlemen, you have been a wonderful audience. I thank you. You may collect your prize over at the Community Renewal Program. All right. Actually, I apparently have more time. More time. Anybody else want a prize? All right. All right. Let's see. I'm going to give you a hard question because we have a big prize over there waiting. Let me see. Let me see. Take out of my hat. What or what shall I ask you? All right. Let me see how many repeat attendees to the symposium we have. How many persons have been here before? All right. You see, next year, God's willing, when we come and ask this question, I expect to see every hand, which means you all need to come back next year. You coming back? All right. So here's the question. When did we have our first best practice symposium? You guys too bright. 9 years ago, which would be, this was too easy. Which was when?
2013.
She got it wrong. She said 2013. I don't know who said it first. All right, I see a student, and I'm going to get the students. Give him a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Don't worry, guys. I have more questions. I have more questions for you. All right. So, does anyone know? So I spoke about the social stock exchange, right? And we know that one of the things the social stock exchange does is to support community, social enterprises, etc. We have one of those projects in the house. Can anybody tell me which project, fully funded, having been listed on the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange, is in the room? And I'm giving you a hint because I keep moving to the left. I'm giving you a hint. Not JSIF, whoever said JSIF, no. Come on up and say that. We have a winner. We have a winner in the house. That project that is fully funded, listed on the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange is?
Jamming.
Is?
Jamming.
Is?
Jamming.
The Jamming Studio. Excellent. Give her a round of applause. Give her a round of applause. All right, so I see the Jamaica Social Investment Fund booth looking very pretty. Look like they're ready for me to ask a question about JSIF. And again, guys, I hope you were paying attention. What is the name of the manager from the JSIF that was on the stage this morning that spoke about safe passages? Yeah. Ooh. You get a prize already? But no, man, you have to share the prize them. You have to share the prize them. And in fairness to her, so, I hear Mona Sinclair, no.
Mona Suho.
Mona Suho. Mona Suho is wonderful. We have more prizes. We have more prizes, Mrs. Muirhead. What? You're not collecting your prizes? All right. So do I have more time? Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, again, I thank you. You have been such a great audience. Thank you so much. Give yourselves a round of applause. And I will welcome back our moderator, Rochelle Whyte.
Thank you so much, Charmaine. How do I follow that session? The entertainment and the giveaways, I don't have anything to give away, but I'm asking that we stay engaged. So this session is going to be an interactive one. Currently, puppets are being given to members of the audience who will be participating actively in this session. So I'm going to invite the persons who will be assisting Dr. Brown and invite Dr. Brown to the stage. So I hope everyone had a wonderful lunch, yes, filled and ready to participate. Our third session focuses on managing violence in Jamaican schools, a vital issue impacting the learning environment and student well-being. Addressing violence with effective therapeutic tools is essential for fostering a safe space for students to learn and grow. We are honored this afternoon to have Dr. Claudette Crawford Brown, who is the director of the Institute for Caribbean Children and Families. Dr. Brown will share how cognitive behavioral play therapy is used to address and reduce violence in schools. Very interesting topic. So I'm asking you to join me in giving her a warm welcome, her and her team, as we listen to her presentation, Cognitive Behavioral Play Therapy, and how it's used to address and reduce violence in schools.
Thank you so much, Rochelle. Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to start by introducing these young people who are beside me. I am going to be involving them in a part of our presentation, but I don't just want them to be sitting there like ducks. I have to introduce them. They are members of the Michael College, and they're part of a new puppetry team that's going into our schools and communities to assist me in spreading whatever messages I have. I have here Maurice Clark, and then we have Nathaniel McLean, and then we have Ruth Ann Clark, Chantal, and Chad Clark. So we have 2 Clarks and 2 McLeans, and they'll be assisting me a little later. But before we get to the fun part, we're going to have to get some basics down. Now, as you see, I'm going to ask the person to bring up my slides so that I can start. I'm going to be talking about a topic that concerns all of us. I'm sure those of you who have been to the booth have seen where I have 2 little old people, Miss Vi and Mas Ben. It's what's happening in our schools today. We've heard so many things about students beating up teachers and teachers beating up children and parents coming in and fighting with a child. All sorts of things have been going on for the past 2 decades. It never just started yesterday. And so the issue of violence in schools has been a problem for a long time. But guess what, guys? I started looking at this issue in 1996 when, as a lecturer in the Department of Sociology and Social Work, we saw a young man running around the ring road, and he was beating on his child who was 9. And I remember Dr. Barrett, who was in government department, saying, Dr. Brown, you social work people need to do something about this violence. And we started the violence prevention program. It has now morphed at my old age. What is Dr. Brown coming out at age, whatever I am, 71, and I'll tell you, I'm proud to say, to deal with this issue. It has come, and I've come out of retirement because I was working since 1996 on the violence prevention program, and I developed a number of tools to deal with it. So I'm going to tell you and share a little bit about that today, and I will talk to you about how it started, where we are now, and what are the challenges. What do I point at? Somebody technical needs to help me with the technology here. I need to point where to go to the next slides. All right? And so the first thing we have to look at is the fact, next one, please, that, you know something, violence in Jamaican society is reflective and is a microcosm of the rest of society. You have a picture here of a little project we started. It was called the UWI Violence Prevention Program. It started in 1996 to 2019. And we have there some kids using the performing arts. So basically, I'm going to be talking about 3 different tools I use. I use visual arts, I use cognitive behavioral therapy within the context of the visual arts, the performing arts, which you will see, and what we call activity sheets and booklets and storybooks, etc. Now, when we look at the next slide, we see that, remember Dr. Gayle was talking this morning? Dr. Gayle and I were partners in crime because from 1990s, I had found there was a problem with women. The relationship between the kids who are violent is related to the problems they had with their mothers. And so it was Dr. Gayle and myself in 2 different disciplines. He was anthropology, I was in social work. And we were finding the same thing. I found that over 90% of the kids who I was working with who were giving trouble in schools and delinquent, quote, and those days we called them delinquent, were children who had absent mothers or who had been had destroyed relationships with their mothers. So Dr. Gayle and I would meet in the corridor and we say, Claudette, you finding this? And we say, Herbie, you finding the same thing as me? And so when Dr. Gayle talks from his perspective of anthropology, I'm here to tell you that I was talking from that same perspective, from the perspective of social work on the ground. And this was the research it came out of. And where are we today? That was in 1996, guys. And we've been talking and talking and talking. And so when you see me come out of retirement, it means that it can't be running around like kids with the chickens with their heads cut off, don't know what to do because we have done the work already. And let me tell you about the work now. Guess what? Look at the current situation. More than 50 violence-related incidents were occurred in schools in 2022 to 2023. When I was doing it in 96, it was maybe 1 or 2. And we sit down on it till it reached where it is now. 61% of high school children have witnessed violence in their school. We're talking about bullying, and you're hearing about that today. I didn't introduce my puppets. Oh my gosh. Here we have a fade. The fade cut is Mr. Rommel. And we have Rommel's daddy. That is Mr. Brown, who's gone to foreign as a farm worker. And then we have Precious. And Precious' mother has migrated. She's over at the booth. And we have Delroy, who is working in cahoots with Rommel over here, and they're trying to get into a gang, and Precious trying to get them to stop being in the gang, and we have all sorts of videos we have produced on this issue, okay? So when I talk about 61% of school children witnessing violence in some forms, I'm talking about bullying and gang warfare that Delroy and Rommel would have been involved in the videos that we have done on the subject in our little YouTube videos, right? We use that in our schools. 60% of Jamaican students reported being bullied at some point, and 30% of them are afraid to go to school. Hello, please. This sound like Jamaica? No, it sounds like another country. But that's the reality of the situation. Good? So then, violence is a complex problem, we realize, needing comprehensive solutions. We can't just think about it as one answer. It's not education alone. It's not parents alone. It's not schools alone. You understand? It is multi-layered. And I've looked at it at 3 levels. At the macro level, yeah, we're going to have to use the police, and they're going to keep killing the gunman them. But if they keep killing the gunman them, we also have it, think about it as a hydra phenomenon. What happened with Dudus? You kill or you get rid of one gunman, and you have another gunman running onto the stage. Hello? If you deal with the killing of the gunmen and the leaders alone, or getting rid of them and locking them up, as soon as you do that, if you don't do the prevention, you're going to have the children and the young people replacing him. One of my youths who, was talking to me, saying, my father got killed last night, I'm the new Don. I was teaching him at age 8. He's now 18, he's the new Don. And so, as when I run out, you run in. That's what I call it. And we can't only, therefore, deal with the police solutions. We have to deal with the prevention. Okay, so at the macro level, yeah, we have to do the gang busting and the killing, whatever. but we have to do other things as well. So that's the macro level. At the meso level, at the school-wide level, how do you deal with violent crises? How do you deal with the violence with parents coming in to beat up children? How do you deal with all of those things that you're hearing about every day in school? We have to find solutions, and part of our work is to help the schools to cope. When you have children coming in one day, like at Trelawney and some of the other schools that I was working in, they tell me that dead people turn up at the door, at the school door. When you have 5- and 6-year-olds stepping over a dead body, you have to know what to do, because when you're a teacher or guidance counselor, you turn fool. You come out of your taxi and you see a dead person at your school. You have to know what to do. And the way to do it is to do the training of your staff. Everybody, from the caretaker, the cook, the principal, everybody has to know what to do and to prepare your PTAs, etc., for certain standards to be in your school so you don't have the kind of craziness that goes on. Now, this is where I come in. The micro level. Micro means one-to-one. What do we do? And this is where I come in. We have to have interventions with individuals, groups, families, communities to prevent or manage interpersonal violence. Because the kind of things that are going on are what? I'm going to shoot you, or I'm going to stab you because you have friends with my man, and this one is driving on the bus and you like off the conductor, and 2 girls fighting. I get that every day. And when, you know, at my age, when I see kids coming in and talking about 2 girls fighting and the girl fighting the teacher because she like off her man, those things almost seem like they're coming from another planet. But that is what we are facing. How do we address this? And I will be talking about the tools I use to get out the issue and get them to talk about the issue, first of all, because these are micro students, by the way, who are learning to be teachers, okay? And they are facing this in their practicum. And they have joined forces with me, so it's an interdisciplinary approach to work out now how we're going to get the messages out to the schools, because they are finding some of these same issues, okay? And so when we talk about the meso level, and I can do the training and how to do CALM, but you have to work one-to-one with the parents and the children, okay? And so then, how do I address this? Guess what? The root causes of violent behavior are often found in children who are traumatized and who have what we call psychosocial dysfunction. Where did it start? There are a number of areas. You have to know and go underneath the problem. Children don't drop from sky. Gunmen and violent individuals do not suddenly spring up and emerge when the child is 18. Where does it start, guys? Where does it start? From age 2 and 3. So you see little children coming to me. I am at Alpha Infant School. We have a play therapy center there. And you have little ones who will start bullying the others. I have a little boy who came in last month. And one teacher whispers to me. She said, that little boy is a child of a Don. And I said, why you say that? This little boy came in. I think it was about, it was maybe maybe 10 years. It's about 15 or so now. But what happened was that he came to the teacher and says, Miss, you know something? I know what you need, you know, miss. I think you need a man, you know. This is to the teacher. This is a 4-year-old. What does that tell you, guys? He is in a situation where he is with adults. And he's overexposed. So you have to treat with that child from he's 4. Because if you don't do anything with him, I got him to come into my playroom and start cooking. I said, what you doing? Him putting him carrot and him onion and him start to cook. And I said, what you doing? I'm making some soup, miss. And he started playing for the first time. When he came in, he had his hands in his pocket. And I couldn't reach him because he was in another room. Good afternoon, madam. And that's how he addressing me. He's not a child. The other children come and hug me, him stand apart. But if you bring up a child in that way, he's going to act in that particular fashion. His relationship to women, how he deals with domestic violence, how he deals with his girlfriend, all affected. So we have to intervene from the root cause. This is a little picture of a little boy running away. He's running away because of what's happening at home, and I see this every day. You see this in your communities, you see this in your schools, guys. Okay. So then, what we do? Play therapy started in the 1940s. How much years is that? 60 plus now. No, about 80 almost 100, 90 years. And it's now we're starting to see. I started structured play therapy training in 2012. And so we know what to do. You can't have children going through killing and stabbing and parent beating up the other child and gunman coming and walking on top of dead people, and it don't affect them. So we should not be surprised at what we're seeing. So we have, I show you 3 forms there. Art, we use Santre therapy, we use visual arts in order to get children to uncover the underlying issues. Okay? So it's an important means of amelioration of trauma and dysfunction. So I have a youngster, next slide please. A youngster who, mommy and daddy fighting each other over the child, and then mommy's building a relationship which is weaponizing the custody issues so that the child is being pulled apart. All of a sudden that child gets angry. So you see an angry or bad behaving picnic, and you don't realize that what is underneath that bad behavior is the mess of the parents. And so you have to know how to get through to those parents, know how to uncover what's going on, and play therapy helps us with that. So what is play therapy there? You have a picture of my play therapy room. We have a little wooden train I got all the way in Netherlands, and we have a book that says I like myself. You have a little a pillow over there that is that doggy. You have puppets and you have santry. So today we're going to be talking about puppetry and the performing arts. 1, 2, santry, and 3, the role of bibliotherapy and using activity sheets and books and stories to influence children. Now, you need to understand the context. Guess what, guys? There are many, many, many different forms of play therapy. There are many different approaches. I'm only talking about 3, okay? And cognitive behavioral therapy is just one theory within a whole slew of different theoretical perspectives that or approaches then that we use. So let us look at this thing now. What is this play therapy? It's a specialized form of psychotherapy where a trained person creates an environment where the child uses specialized toys. So you have to know, and just go collect up some little old toy and just throw it in a one box. It has to be organized, and you have to know what it is you're doing. So the person has to be trained. In order to heal, they use these toys, and psychosocial healing is an emphasis. So it's not just social, but you have to get into the mind of the child, okay? The next thing, we think of the child play in a child's world is a world of make-believe. And it is a safe place where they can work through their conflicts. So they can use these puppets, and in using the puppets, they might make the puppet be somebody. For example, I don't have the puppet here. Does anybody have a cook as a puppet? My man with a chef hat? Anybody has a chef hat? A puppet with, hold it up, stand up with it for me, please. Guess what? This comes from America. Could you hold it up for me, please? Stay there. That is a puppet that comes from a cartoon. It's the children down at Alpha told me. When I went down there, they called me, hello, Auntie Nurse. And I said, what is your name? I said, Auntie Nurse. They said, no, you're a grandma nurse. So they are a very, very vocal set of kids. And the kids told me that puppet is actually from a cartoon. Guess what? The kids who I work with in Grand Spent for 15 years call that puppet. That is a pan chicken man, miss. So what I've had to do is Jamaicanize my puppets, because I got a lot of puppets. Thank you, my able assistant. Hold it up for me. Oh, you want it? Yes. And that is a pan chicken man. I use him in the same way. Remember the Muppet show where you had people commenting on the puppet shows? I have the pan chicken man and another puppet I have over there called Mass Ben. It's what's happening to the children these days. So we do the puppet show, then you have a commentary from the pan chicken man and Mass Ben and Miss Bai, who give you a discussion, and you load that up onto a video. Then the guidance counselor can show it to the kids, and then the kids can get a chance to discuss. Unless you are able to reach the lives of the children where they are, you're not beginning to understand them. So we have a whole series of activities that we do, including the puppet shows and what we call flashcards. So you might have a theme, and then at the back of it, I put a whole scenario. Say bullying. Hey, Rommel, bring me your money. Hey, boy, give me your lunch money. You know, she say you're an idiot. And that is what is on the back of my flashcards. Patois. talking about the issues that children face in terms of bullying and teasing. Okay? So play therapy is where you get those toys, and guess what you do? Think about 3 things. Cognitive behavioral therapy is not a big excitement. It's just understanding 3 concepts: thoughts, emotions, and behavior. Thoughts are affected by your emotions and behavior. Emotions are affected by your thoughts and behaviors. And the behaviors will result as a result of the thoughts and emotions that you feel. So guess what? The therapist has to intervene at 1 or all 3 at the same time. Okay, guys? So what we feel affects how we act and behave. What we think affects how we feel and behave. What we do affects how we think and how we feel. Okay? And so when you're doing your work, what you're doing is working at 3 levels, almost 3 layers at the same time. So what is called CBT? Using the principle of CBT, play therapy components are used to address behavior change, and what you do is optimize psychosocial functioning in whatever form. So if the child not functioning well and not doing well at school, you try to optimize them. If they are special needs children, you try to work with them and get them to do the best that they can, using a certain approach which is warm and where they feel safe, etc. So what we do, we use the visual arts. Some of you have done a lot of work over in our booth on mandalas, which come way back from Native Americans. They use it in India, they use it in South America. We use mandala as an entrance to doing Santre therapy. And Santre therapy is not CBT, it is more Freudian. But we used all of these approaches maybe at the same time, because children will come in and they want to do this, then they jump to that, and you use that to do your assessment and know what's going on in the child's mind. Next one, visual arts, the performing arts. And hey, this is where my guys come in. All right? Why do I use performing arts? This is not me. This comes from a sociologist who happens to be related to me. His name, Omar Brown, in 2020 came up with an idea. He said, if you're working with Caribbean people, and Caribbean people love a music and love a rhythm and love a dancing, you have to use those methods to heal the child. And so we can't just go and get a book on play therapy and just implement it. Boom. Guess what we have to do? We have to use our performing arts, which is what? Music, dance, what again? Drama, what again? Poetry, right, poetry, dub poetry, whatever. Storytelling, because we have a tradition of storytelling. Thank you so much. And so what I have done is crafted an intervention of play therapy that is a little different from what you would find in Europe. I do a lot of work in Europe. And the people came to Jamaica and said, could you come over to the Netherlands and show me how to do dance hall, how you use dance hall? Because when I came to the children at Grandspan, I worked there for 15 years. They said, Miss, we can't hold a rhythm after me sing the song. They don't like it. Then them start. And some of the work we're going to do when we finish here now, we're going to come straight from Grandspan. And all of the changes you see there, we worked in Grandspan with that lady you see over there. I'll introduce you in a minute, for over 15 years. And I got this from a model I saw in the Bronx, Professor Eisman from Smith University in the States. Okay, so what am I doing? The goal, change behavior, change how the children function, and change their thinking patterns, okay? And so I have a whole heap of things over there. Change behavior by storytelling, puppets, activity sheets. The story of the missing mangoes is about lying and stealing. They don't know what is wrong and right again, because the music and what was happening with certain kinds of music by certain artists was telling them that it's okay. You remember the days of Pretty Girl and My Girl Sitting in a Tree, Kissing? Anybody remember that time? Where children were basically being taught that sexualization of behavior is normal. And I found that affected how they work. So I working with them underneath the tree, the mango tree up at UE, and all of a sudden a bus passed and they start, hey, hey, and them start to dance, and the words they were singing. Me say, hold on, is a song that? And the children were singing and repeating those lyrics. The rhythm is fine, but somehow the rhythm is fine, but the lyrics, guys, have to change for children. And so that is what we're incorporating in our therapy. We have anger management. That is how they experience behavior change. And the last one is change their thinking, like gully water words and bridge over gully waters. I use those things, the gully, what them know about. Next now is these activity sheets, which I have self-esteem, anger management, bullying and teasing, grief and trauma, conflict resolution. And so I developed these particular tools, and you will see them over in the booth where you as guidance counselors or parents can order your different sheets, one little sheet, or a manual or a flashcard or whatever. So now this thing I developed is a ACT now. It's a comprehensive assessment and detection and intervention system for guidance counselors, psychologists, etc. So I'm going to show you two methods: storytelling and activity sheets, and puppetry and the performing arts. And that is what we're going to focus on today. So the manuals, one is called Cage at Rage, that deals with anger management. I had a little boy in St. Catherine, and he was choking the child. Somebody took away a pencil, and his mother brought him to me. So I said, darling, when you choke the child, what do? I squeeze in him windpipe, miss. So I said, when you squeeze his windpipe, what does that do? It stops the oxygen from going to his 8. But miss, I just get into a zone, and I'm just like my father. I can't manage my anger. So I realized that there were children who knew what they were doing, but they're trying to kill somebody. I said, well, you know what I mean? If you're 8 and you kill somebody, you don't do pep yet. So they make us learn how to manage the anger. So we use the stress balls and etc. So we have a whole package there for parents. We have a parenting toolkit. How do you manage anger? And then teach the child to externalize the anger. He drew his anger as a little dinosaur, as a T-Rex, and he put it in a cage. He gave me this idea. He put his anger in a cage, and I called it Cage That Roaring Rage. Okay? So all of this is coming out of the work that I did. Watch My Words. We have a social and emotional package for older children that deals with sexual abuse, curse words, etc. Kerosene oil words. A little girl told me, Miss, she wrote on it, they call me a cocky termite. She wrote it on the thing. That was her word that was making her angry. So I said, what is that, darling? You know what it was? That one activity sheet when she write cocky termite, I asked, see Auntie June there who worked with me, I was down in Coburn Gardens. What do you think it mean? It said that she was performing oral sex on boys, and that is what they were calling cocky termite. And I got it from the activity sheet. So when you talk, and she colored it and everything, when you use the performing arts and the visual arts, you get more out of the children. You see that, guys? Yeah. Yeah, man. Serious thing. And the boys were behind the latrine in the school, and she was performing oral sex on them. She was, guess how old? Guess. 10 years old. Auntie June, you remember? In Coburn Gardens. I got that from there. There was another little girl who had watched the killing of her brothers, and she came to me, totally normal, brightest child in the school, and there was a little activity. Who is making me angry? And she said, a tree. You know, like a circle, she circled the tree. I said, how the tree making you angry, darling? Because the tree is walking towards my window. I threw some acid at the root, and it is walking towards my window. What is that, guys? She was becoming out of touch with reality. Guess what? I discovered that they had shot her 2 brothers in front of her 2 years ago, and they're just bringing her to me. So she was so traumatized that she was beginning to get psychotic. And because she don't want to go guidance link, that I'm mad people. Maybe bring her to you, Dr. Brown. But I'm not taking her to child guidance because she was mad. She not mad. And the parents was out of touch with what needed to be done. So we have manuals. We have, see here, guys, I'm just telling you very quickly, workbooks. The individual workbooks and posters. There are 3 age groups, 5 to 7, 8 to 11, 12 and older. Sample, this is negotiate and compromise. You have one that says be positively proud, that deals with self-esteem. You have another one, express yourself with words. So you can order whatever you want to meet the needs of the children. Okay? And you saw those activity sheets there. And so we had the posters on the back of the flashcards. This is where I was telling you about, hey boy, come here, give me your lunch money. That's on the back. You get a group of kids, it's laminated, you get them to use the puppet sets, and they act out what happens. How could you resolve this in a way without violence? Because it ended in violence, and we get them to change around their thinking about another way it could have been resolved. So your flashcards have vignettes at the back, and you have one, tell someone you trust, that's grief. and trauma. The three forms of grief and trauma are what? Grief to do with death of a loved one, sexual abuse, and my topic, everybody knows me, and the barrel children grandmother, barrel children. So I have storybooks and workbooks to help the child to prepare to go to foreign, and I have another storybook and workbook on the children left behind called Under the Same Sun, Under the Same Moon. No, you are never alone because we are under the same sun and moon. And it has a picture, you will see it there, of the father in New York and the child in Jamaica holding hands across the divide. And then it has a workbook that they color in. The one on Precious Leaves Jamaica uses, guess who? Who remembers? Who remembers the use of those dolls, paper dolls? I use paper dolls to teach them how to dress when they go to foreign. So they know, this is what you wear in Jamaica, you have to layer, so they don't put on the winter coat in September and look like them come from foreign. All these days, when the Trump people see them, them know them send ice for them. Because them know so them come from Jamaica. But if you can get acculturated and know how to dress, we teach them that from before they leave by using the paper dolls, okay? So that's flashcards and vignettes. So we have all of that going on. And the purpose of these storybooks now, this is the one I was telling you about. Migrating Father Says Goodbye. You see the father over in foreign and the little child in Jamaica holding hands across the divide. Storytelling is one of the major ways we have used from slavery to tell stories. And we use it in play therapy to teach and to help them to understand what's going on. A little boy, his father left from age 2 and they start bullying him and he was starting being sexually abused. And how I know? I want my father. But I say, your daddy left from me at 2. I want my father. And I dig and find out he was being abused. That's why he was longing for his father to protect him. I used this book and I read it for him and he said, that is me, miss. That is me. And he just burst into tears. That's how we knew what was going on. Okay? So it's based on themes. We have gangs, lying, stealing, all of that. We have little story books that are made in Jamaica. Next, please. And so, this one is The Precious Goes to Foreign. You see little Precious there? She talks about what happened to her when she was in foreign and she's going to meet her mommy. But you see her mother last time 5 years ago, how many years ago? This is her at the airport and it takes her with a storybook and a, what do you call it? A workbook now to say, oh, you miss your grandmother? Because I did work in Hartford, Connecticut, where I met the children over there. One of them who became mentally ill. I investigated and found out he wanted to go back to Jamaica. I want my grandma. Because he couldn't deal with racism. Our children not schooled to deal with racism because they have never experienced racism in that form. So you can imagine nowadays with the socio-political, anyway, let me stop. The socio-political climate, we're going to have to prepare them to deal with racism and people going to call them, go back to your country. Those kinds of things that they used to meet. So these are the children of migration. The barrel children syndrome is what I talk about, the children left behind. And I focus one whole package on that. The other books, I can't spend the time now to go through it, is The Good Little Bully. Excuse me, just this slide first. The Good Little Bully is about joining gangs. The Missing Mango is about lying and stealing. And the last one, Valerie's Garden, is about, guess what? A mother whose child was killed in the community and the children got her to make a garden to help her over the grief. So that's a grief book. And I have a little story that goes with it called It's Okay to Be Sad. And it's all done with, this is written, by the way, the artist here, the artist is my daughter, Janelle Brown, who did all of the illustrations. And UNICEF had helped me from 2009, 2010. It's a young lady who brought up the pan-chicken man. She did all of the illustrations, and I still think they are the best. Excuse me, as a parent, I have that privilege, eh? So she has done all of that work for me, and a lot of the pictures were done by Campion College. They were the friends of my son, and they are now 30-odd years old. That was when they were 15 years ago they did it. And I used my little camera at the time. I never have no cell phone, fancy S9 camera. I had to use the little camera them that you give. You remember those cameras where you just give out the whole camera? And that is what you see now forming my pictures. So they are coming from a soul, from a belly bottom to create all of these scenarios, okay? Next one. Now, how about the research? I just showing you one slide where I did a pre and post test. The good thing about CBT is that you can document what you're finding. So this graph looked at disrespectful behavior. Another one looked at how many fights the child has. And this is a group work. The bottom pink is where we were after and before we did the puppetry. Those are the number of incidents documented by the teacher. So it is well documented till now. And I've been doing this since 2001, Auntie June? 2001, 2002, at Shortwood Practicing School we started, and I'm now at Alpha Infant School working with all of the children downtown. Okay, so now comes the good part. We are going to look now at how we use the performing arts. ACT now does products, that's what you saw with the books and storybooks, but we also offer services. We do speaking engagements. I come in and talk about play therapy in an introductory way and do certification. But the newest thing we've had is, ta-da, my co-students I found who are gifted in they're just amazing. And they have decided to help me to set up puppet shows, which is right now just puppet songs using a play therapy, like a theater, which is a sheet. And we are training professionals how to use the packages. So once you get the package, you can invite us into the school and we'll show you the different videos we've done. We do one on getting ready to go foreign, one on how to use an escalator for the special needs child, and we have done one on be safe. When somebody get offer you KFC, you must say, no, thank you. Somebody offer you patty to go in their car, must you say, no, thank you. So we have a whole video on that, and we developed a song. Now, what we're going to do is to show you 2 songs, and I want all the people who have puppets in the audience to hold up their puppets, please. Put it on your hands. And we're going to show you, hold on, the slide before. Slide before. Yes, we have self-esteem. We have a song named the Boom Song. Okay? Guess where we get the name from? Now, the children, we sing the song and them say, Miss, the song wants a little something. It needs a little rhythm. So they put in the boom. We have conflict resolution we call the Peace Warrior song, and we have different, we use the old time Brown Girl in the Ring, Mosquito 1, Mosquito 2, Jane and Louisa. We all work those into videos which are loaded onto YouTube. Then one of my students said, but Dr. Brown, you have to put it on YouTube because we can't sing like you. And that is where I got the idea. So we have once you buy the package, you get link and access to the YouTube video. And then you are able to use it for the children. And they love it. You will see. So we're going to pick out 2 songs. Self-esteem, the Boom Song. Can you stand for me, please? And I have my students who are going to show you how we use it. Now, you are going to help me with this. And you are going to say boom, okay? All you say with the puppet, you're going to put the puppets in the air, guys, and you're going to go boom based on my fingers. I am, boom, somebody, and I'm warm, bright, and beautiful. Boom, boom. Treat everybody like somebody, and the world will be so wonderful. Boom, boom, boom. Nobody wants to be hurt. Boom. Nobody wants to be treated like dirt. Boom. Everybody wants to feel real special. That's what love is all about. Boom, boom, boom. And they're going to sing it for you now. 1, 2, 3, 4, and
I am
boom.
Somebody, and I'm warm, bright, and beautiful. Treat everybody like somebody, and the world will be so wonderful.
Boom, boom, boom.
Nobody wants to be hurt.
Boom.
Nobody wants to be treated like dirt.
Boom.
Everybody wants to feel real special. That's what love is all about.
Boom, boom, boom.
I am
boom.
Somebody, and I'm warm, bright, and beautiful. Treat everybody like somebody, and the world will be so wonderful.
Boom, boom, boom.
Treat everybody like somebody, and the world will be so wonderful.
Boom, boom, boom. Kudos. Finish now. Okay, and the last song is about conflict resolution. And it was written by this lady, June Scott. Please come up. And this lady wrote it in 2002, and it's called the Peace Warrior Song for Conflict Resolution. And she's an SDC worker, and she's now retired, but she wrote this song. And it goes like this. But you have to clap those people who are in the audience who don't have puppets. Keep this rhythm coming. We are peace warriors. Repeat.
Are peace warriors.
Fighting for our future.
Fighting for our future.
Fighting for our children.
Fighting for our children.
Fighting for peace and justice.
Fighting for peace and justice.
In Jamaica, this island.
In Jamaica, this island.
In every village, town and country.
In every village, town and country.
We are peace warriors.
We are peace warriors.
Fighting for peace.
Fighting for peace.
And peace. Peace. Peace, peace, peace. Okay, so they're going to sing it for you now. You're going to do the AA and you do the peace. 1, 2, 3, and we're going to sing it. We
are peace warriors, fighting for our future, fighting for our children, fighting for peace and justice in Jamaica, this island, in every village, town and country. We are peace warriors, fighting for peace. Peace, 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 peace,
and peace. Peace.
Peace, peace, peace. We are peace warriors. Get down and work for it. Do what you can for it. Say that you care about it. It's your community, school, home, and family. Work as one with everybody. Get down for peace and peace. Peace, 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 peace.
Okay? And so that's an example of what we're going to the schools and doing it. Hype up the schools and the students, and we've found a lot of success with that. Okay? So we're coming to an end. I think you've got an idea of the packages. We've done the demonstration, and those were the words that I had there. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you so much to my able team. They will be able to go out with me and joining with me now. Once you get your packages, we go into the schools, and we don't just do conflict resolution. We deal with bullying, we do with the different songs. So the kids get engaged and think that they're having fun when you're really doing therapy. Okay, thank you so much, and God bless. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Are you hearing me? Yes. Thank you so much to Dr. Brown and her team. Dr. Brown, please stay. The floor is now open, very briefly, for any questions you may have.
I'll call it the puppets for me.
So I'm going to be a roving mic.
Good afternoon. Dr. Brown, yes. I have a question, but first a comment. Based on what you have discussed, it would seem that where we are as a society now is not that we do not have the expertise, but rather we lack the will to implement the corrective measures.
Of course.
The question, how do you deal with a situation where the issue being faced by the student or the child triggers some unresolved trauma in the person that the child is talking to?
Okay, that's vicarious traumatization, which works in a way which is very common in a counseling setting, where the trauma, it could be death, it could be grief, it could be sexual abuse, etc. Students who are trained to deal with vicarious traumatization and recognize it. So the first thing to do is for the professional to recognize that it has happened. And the way of dealing with it on a macro scale is making sure people are trained. For example, I have 29 trainees now in the field from somewhere in UK, Canada, all over the Caribbean, and I have about 20 in Jamaica from St. James, Clarendon, St. Catherine. And last week we had a retreat in the middle of the rain in Ocho Rios. And I do a weekend where I spend time on my trainees uncovering through beat sand tray, which is a method I developed where I hit against everything that was done in the US and use the beach and the sand, because we have sand color and them don't have sand. So sand is a big thing, and I told them, to the Association of Play Therapists, that I am going to teach my students play sand tray even at this level. So I teach my students how to use it using the beach. So it's a big tray rather than the small one in the therapeutic room. And once I do that, I do what is called a treatment plan. I heard another speaker speak about this, a treatment plan for my professional. So by the end of the weekend, they know their issues and they understand what will trigger them, and they understand what to refer the case to another client, another professional once it comes up. So that's what it is. You have to understand how to use it and recognize and then refer. Next.
Thank you so much, Dr. Brown. We can take one final question as we move into the other session.
Good afternoon. Thanks for that exposure. Very creative, very powerful. One quick question and a comment. I'll do the comment first. I'm speaking from a Christian perspective now. I had a very strange phenomenon recently where the Lord exposed two things to me that I've never heard preached. I never read about it anywhere. In the ark, only adults were saved. What happened to the children in the flood? Sodom and Gomorrah, the place was destroyed. What happened to the children? No child was saved. As adults, we have mandate to save our children using whatever format, all the formats you mentioned, but I sat there and Lord to remind us as adults. I've worked with children, and most trauma, 90% of the persons whom I've worked with are traumatized by adults, not other children. So we have a responsibility to save our children, to be kind to them, and I will add to your list of all the therapies. I just take out the L from the play. I love play, and put in pray therapy.
Okay, very good point. Thank you. Spiritual intervention is something that I have been unapologetic about using. In fact, we pray, and Auntie June is my big prayer warrior at the beginning of each counseling session, sometimes at the end. Sometimes when there's grief, that's all you can do. And I want to mention that, guess what? The comment the person made about the adults' involvement is very, very sound. Guess what, guys? We have very harsh parenting practices in Jamaica. And when you see what children go through, we have to do a whole piece on parenting therapy for the parents. And so I have a whole package called the Parenting Toolkit, and I'll have a separate session where I'll have the parents, sometimes parents in groups, sometimes parents doing group art therapy. And luckily, I am at a place at Alpha Infant School where I have a room specially for parents. So working with parents has to be integral to whatever you're doing with the child. It makes sense, you're working with the children and they go home and there's foolishness going on. Okay, so I'd like to reinforce what was said, and thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you so much, Dr. Brown,
Have
for
a
your
good afternoon.
enlightening presentation. A member of the audience just reminded me that this month is Parent Month, and today is In the Words Day. So just a reminder from a member of the audience. Once Antonette completes assisting Dr. Brown, we will be moving into our final session of the day. And our final session will be looking at enhancing community safety through environmental design. So I now invite Antonette to moderate that session.
Okay, thank you very much, Rochelle. Okay, so we are down to the last section of the day. I hope you have all been enjoying the program thus far. It's good to see that the numbers are still strong, which means that the information that we're presenting is valuable. And that's good to know, because we want to ensure that as we plan these symposiums, that we are not giving you information that you don't want or information that you don't think is of value to your work. Now, the question I'd like to ask is, who knew that, or who knows that we can change our environment in such a way to prevent violence? How many persons in the room are aware? Good, that's good. It's good to know that there are persons in the room who are aware that just by changing our physical environment, making different certain changes, that we can make things safer. And I think this is what we're going to be looking at in the next presentation, crime prevention through environmental design. It's something that as a country, we have not been engaging with as much as we should, but I know the Ministry of National Security has some things coming up along this line. We also have one of our IDPs, the Pan American Development Foundation, that is doing some work. And so it's very critical for us to have a discussion around crime prevention through environmental design today. And so at this point, I would like to welcome to the podium Sergeant of Police, Mr. Winston Harris. And Mr. Harris has been with the JSIF, the Jamaica Constabulary Force, for over 23 years. And he is the Assistant Coordinator for the Neighborhood Watch Unit in the Community Safety and Security Branch. He is trained in community safety and crime prevention, and he has been a lecturer at the Police College, where he lectures in leadership and police development. And so at this time, I'd like you all to welcome Sergeant Harris as he speaks to us about crime prevention through environmental design.
The warmest afternoon to you all. If you had food like I did and feel tired, feel free to close your eyes. But just know that I am going to borrow the eyes of your mind. So you can go like this and close your eyes. All right, so Friday, March 13, 1964. A female Caucasian, 5'1" closes her bar, goes in her car, and drives away. She doesn't know that she's being observed by a male, black, 5'8". So he too drives off with his car. He's observing her. If you know the story, there should be well, I wouldn't want to ask you a question, but if you don't know the story, I need to ask you a question. And if you know the story, I hope you know where I'm going with this. So, she parked at her apartment and walked outside of her car. And he got out of his car. He was armed with a knife. And he ran across and stabbed her. And if she was a Jamaican, she'd say, "Lord God, him stabbed me." And after that, someone heard her. It was so loud that someone heard her. And said, "Leave the girl alone." He ran back to his car and sat. And nobody came. Nobody came. And she was bleeding profusely. And after he realized that nobody was coming, he got out of his car, raped her and killed her. Just like that. And several persons researched it. Her name is Catherine Genovese. You can go on the internet. Well researched. It is a staple in criminology. And remember now, the man's name is Winston Mosley, not Harris. Right, not Harris, right? Good. Now, could the murder have been prevented? Well, over years, we have learned that in order for crime to happen, there are three things that must be present. The criminal, which is Mosley, the victim, which is Genovese, and the situation. For the next 4 hours, moderator, sorry, 4 hours, I said? Oh, okay, all right. So for the next few minutes, we will discuss how it could have been prevented using crime prevention through environmental design. Now, as you see there, the approach is evidence-based, facts, evidence, empirical data that argues a point that if you change the environment, you can reduce crime. It has worked in our time, and it will work. It worked before, it works now, and it will work again. Now, the discipline is multidisciplinary. It involves initially criminology and architecture. Now, there are a whole host of persons who have come on board to make it work. Now, the police involved. Yes, the police is involved in this. You have citizens, architects, as I said before, urban designers, security consultants, psychologists, case managers, community officers, yes, district constables, citizen association, and neighborhood watch. Now, all right, so let me. All right, so that's not working. All right, so now there's an urbanist in 1961 who wrote a book about the death and life of American cities. She's dual citizen, American, Canadian. And after she wrote the book, persons started to pay attention. So the criminologist now, C. Ray Jeffrey, wrote a book on it and coined the phrase crime prevention through environmental design. The person who I adore most is Oscar Newman and his theory, defensible space. Now, the same thing that I said earlier, criminal, victim, and the situation, they have to come together for the crime to happen. Now, we have more influence over our situation. So that is where we're going with this. We change the environment. This is how this works. Now, there are more than one generations of SIPTED. Okay, thank you. So the first generation goes on 4 principles. So let me show you the principles. The first is territoriality. So you'll notice that dogs, I have a dog, the dog comes to the gate and shove out the leg and squeeze a leak right at the gate. He's communicating to other dogs, say, hey, yo, my place is, you know. That's what we are doing with this territoriality. We communicate a different way, and as we go on, you'll see it. The other is natural surveillance. So, without any light, you should cause criminals to know that they are being seen. That's how this works. Because the more eyes and more persons within the space, the less likely that they'll commit the crime. Now, the other is access control. I've always lived on cul-de-sacs. One way in, one way out. The lowest crimes in any community happen at cul-de-sacs. Because if the criminal commits the crime on the cul-de-sac, he's going to have to come back the same way. Escape is important to criminals, right? So the other is maintenance. You telegraph to criminals when you maintain your house, your community, that persons are within the space. If a whole heap of bush there, they'll know that you're not there. So you have to telegraph that to them. Say, look, I'm here now. You notice how the place clean, spick and span. In order for that to happen, you have to be there every day, maintaining it. So that is what you are telling them. All right, so now let us go on the first generation of SIPTED. Now, we want the community members to own their space. So with the neighborhood watch, we encourage persons to continue to maintain their space. Bushing is a part of it. How you fence your property. If your wall is so high that nobody can see you being hurt over it, what you should have is lowered fence, and if the fence high is chain link fence that you can see through. But you need a fence to communicate, listen, this is how far you go. You need sidewalk, paved where people can walk. You don't plant trees on sidewalks. Do you believe that this happened in Jamaica? People plant fruit trees on sidewalks? No. Natural surveillance, as I said before, but you know, you have to couple it with other surveillance. And if you've ever heard about Skynet in China, By 2005, the Chinese persons, the population knew that Skynet was coming. So it's a CCTV system. Look at the Chinese crime rate. From them here say, camera a come. They have an envy for so many people in one country. How them get the crime rate to go like that? Cameras. And we have Jamaica Eye here. So, you know, I brought with me my bucket list. So before I leave here, I'm going to read off my bucket list. All right, so let's move on now to access control. As I said before, if it's one way in the community and one way out, it's less likely they'll commit crimes. If there are several ways in and several ways out, you will experience those crime rates. So you have to ensure those things happen. Maintenance, as I said before, you have to send clear signals. You have to telegraph to criminals that your place is being maintained, that you are here. And I remember years ago walking on a neighbor's sidewalk with Zaza grass, and she was most upset that I was walking on the sidewalk. And that is what it does when you clean your space. You own it. At that time, she did not know, and as a child, she did not know that she should allow a part of it for me to walk, you know? So that's one of the things that we have to do. Now, the second generation of SIPTED is very, very important because what you're doing now is treating people by your design. So you design the property in such a way that you have sidewalks. Is your Emancipation Park? That is glory to this country, Emancipation Park. It calls in all types of people. Look, at all hours of the day, people are there. Either they're exercising, they sit to read, they sit to chat, play games. That is only sad that we can't have more of those. But I still have my bucket list, and you'll hear about it going on. Now, as I said before, there are 4 tenets now of second generation SIPTED. The most important, I think, is community connectivity. When you look at the police station at Grand Spen, that's a very good idea. Because it's not only a police station, it's also a medical center, and that is what we should be doing. Whenever you design a public space, you invite people who have different business to converge on the same space. And they won't leave because you are doing other things. You have in community culture, so you have domino games. Right? All of these things are very important. Now, the last is threshold capacity. That is crucial. If you notice the London Stadium, multi-facility. Not only for the Olympic Games, it hosts other things during the year that they get revenue from. Now, these are all the things in second generation SIPTED. So we have to give you the success stories now. You know, some countries are notable for high crime rates. Jamaica is one of them. But there are other places in other countries that outdo us by bunches. Look at the screen, Medellin, Colombia. Now, it's half as high as Blue Mountain, but nevertheless, it's high. But look at their crime rate. In 1991, it's 350 homicides per 100,000. But look now, in 2012, 52 per 100,000. You know how they achieve that? Crime prevention through environmental design. I hope when you leave here, you are already converted and you will sell the message, Because believe me when I'm saying to you that it works. And in my most humble tongue, me nah gyo. In a real way, it works. Now, how they achieved it, you will see 6 bulletins there. 1, they implement community policing. We in Jamaica have community policing. In fact, we have very good community-based policing in Jamaica. Right? I'm so sure you know about Safe School and police youth clubs, right? And the neighborhood watch. Those are the things that we do. We engage communities. So we don't just identify some things happening in your community and go off on our own. We involve you. We get your participation in these things. Now, how they did that, not only implementing community policing, but also improving access to basic service. And the communities that they target are communities that they marginalize. So in Jamaica, they call them like ghetto. You understand? Those are the communities that they target. And I want you to know something. You see, every house in Jamaica should have an address. Every house should have an address. That is something that we must achieve. You change the built environment, right? You also address youth and unemployment and youth at risk. Those are some of the things that the Police Youth Club, they have training, they partner with HEART. So the other way that they did it was promote social capital and cohesion within the city. So they get the people to talk and not just meet, but stay and socialize, build relationships and partnerships. So after you start loving your neighbor, you won't come rob your neighbor. And that is what this does, you know. Simple. Also, they improve their urban governance structure. You know, macro environment is important. How you write government policy in order to get people to look out for each other. Building codes. Simple little things like those. Now, this philosophy works in the United States, and it is well researched. There are 2 researchers, Castile and Peak ASA, that did a research on several people who employ SIPTED and the success stories. And the long and short of it is that it works and works very well. There's a question. Do you believe that it can work in Jamaica? If you had your fence 6 feet tall, would you lick it down and put up a chain link fence? You say no. I could give you a story, you know. Yeah, I could give you a story that I was a part of in the St. Andrew North community. We searched an entire night. Well, we got one of the suspects, but the others got away. You know why? The environment. I jump wall the entire night. I try to find boy and can't find him. And I look and I couldn't see. You know why? Too much wall fence taller than me. And I kid you not. Police emergency called me so till a week. Oh, him there over there, so. Real life story I'm telling you. Right? Now you can assist us just by doing those things. Simple. Cheaper. You know, if I am running down someone and him jump over your fence and you are there and it's a high wall fence, you know I won't see you though. Let me just tell you that way there. So you see what I'm saying makes sense. If you remember the Boston bombings, they found one of the bombers in a boat in a yard. The entire community couldn't facilitate him hiding. Real story. We need to get to that point. Not because we have communities built already, that don't mean we can't change it. We can. And that is what I'm encouraging you to do. Now, this philosophy is very successful, and I don't even want to get too much into the success. All I want to show you now is how you can employ these in your communities. So the first thing is surveillance. CCTV, we have Jamaica Eye. What we want now is all the 800 and odd communities in Jamaica to go on the grid. Get on the grid. You can start with 2 cameras, the entrance point to your community, and another location, and you keep having your events until you fill out the entire... There are communities that are doing it right now, you know. I have interacted with several communities, and that was my recommendation to them. Informal surveillance now, that is you and that is me. It works in our neighborhood watch and in our citizens association. And don't believe that if you have a citizen association, the police go and scorn you. We prefer for you to have neighborhood watch because you have to sign a MOU. And we are committed. When we sign that, you know, you call us and say, hey, listen, we do a security survey, you know, and we have to come because why? We sign it. All right, so the access control now, if your community can be accessed in all corners, you have to work to getting it fenced. Trust me, I can't tell you no other way. You have to. You need to communicate to criminals that, listen, this place here is not yours. If you want to enter, come around here, so let me know you. Right? Now, access control, you know that already. Let's go to maintenance now. Now, each Yuletide season, our crime rates go up. Men on bike, ride, come on, grab your purse. And so we tell you, keep your purse close and keep it on the inside. So at least you can run off, take 2 steps and ball out, and we see. Right? We also tell you not to walk around with large volume of cash. Right? We get very molecular, you know, in the neighborhood watch, when we have neighborhood watch meeting. But I can't stay here and tell you all of these things. Right? So your police, you engage your local police, and they'll come and share these things with you. You will see it also on our television stations. Right? They have certain tidbits that they pass around in the Yuletide seasons. Right? You need activity support in your community. Yes, you have to have events. And let people or criminals know that you are in the space. Only as many events as you possibly can. Right? Walk a morning time. Ring each other in the neighborhood watch group and walk a morning time. So you are eyes while you're walking. They don't rob walkers. Walkers carry sticks. Right? For dogs. No so? And they don't carry money. Walkers don't carry money. And there are voluminous, whole heap of people walking in the morning or in the evening time. So walk and exercise, right? It's good. Now, you know where this is, right? This is Emancipation Park, the crown and glory of Sitted in Jamaica. If you walk right now and go down there, you'll see, even if rain falls, cars parked along. There are barricades that prevent cars from riding the sidewalk. You notice? Those things aren't accidents, you know. Sifted. And police walk around here too, I should tell you. Right. Now, for your commercial areas, how you employ sifted, your natural surveillance. For companies, it is good that you get yourself in watch groups. Right? We call them business watch. Right? Your access control, ensure that you have cameras in your plazas set up, not only in your stores to watch the cashiers, but on the outside. Right? You have access control and territorial reinforcement. Those things you can employ. Now, going to the commercial areas, you are able to see clearly how important maintenance is. You have to clean the plaza and let criminals know that it's being monitored. For educational facilities, very important. You don't need school with high walls. No, you don't. In the United States, all the schools have chain link fences. You are able to stay on the outside and see, on the inside, children at play. and the children at play can see you. If you pass the St. Andrew High School for girls, you'll see what I mean. You stand outside there and you can see them playing. That's how you build schools in Jamaica. So if you are a school with high walls, you know what to do. All right? Now, for your classrooms, the more litted and the more you can stay from one place and look straight down and say, everyone, it is the better for you. It is better for the children. So even though you may have police officers in those schools carrying out searches and interacting with children, trying to prevent them being criminals or being victims of crime, you can change your environment for this to occur. Now, the adjoining areas now, for those schools, you have to get the local community. If you have parts where, you noticed a while ago they showed you sidewalks where children can walk on. Let me show you something now. You see, when you go inside the school, you should have a path where the children can walk, where the car can lick them down. All of these things supposed to happen, you know, right now in Jamaica. That is how you build. Show children where to walk. It gets granular than that in public spaces. Sometimes they'll draw lines. I've seen SIPTED drawings where they draw lines showing people where to walk. Those things are SIPTED principles that work. You send people where you want them to go. If you notice when you're going to the National Stadium, you notice they put up some barricades and make you line up. They're telling you where they want you to go. As you come through the main gate, them interview you. Let me see your ticket. Oh, you forgot grants. Oh, you forgot. Those are the principles we want to see employed anywhere we go, right? The safe, designate safe routes for children. I am glad that PADF is partnering with us, believe me, because I know that we'll get somewhere. All right, so what is the potential for this to happen? Well, as I said earlier, once PADF is beside us, we know that we'll get it work. CSJP and PIOJ, JSIF are doing fabulous things in our country, and the Jamaica Constabulary Force is partnering with you. The Community Safety and Security Branch is the arm. And I should tell you that police officers are being trained. And you watch the news. You train them from sergeant to inspector. You train them from corporal to sergeant, from constable to corporal. These things are designed for them to become knowledgeable in interacting with you. Very knowledgeable. They are going to be very hands-on. It is not just promotion, it is training. And that's what I want you to pay attention to. And we are practicing predictive policing in our country. You observe the commissioner. It's much of what he's doing is evidence-based. And this is where we are going. So you will hear success stories, and there are more success stories coming. All right, so you see there I said that. Now, this approach, I'm wrapping up now to tell you that this approach worked. Yeah, it worked then. It's working as we speak, and it will work. The only thing we need to do is just not stop. Yeah, we need to continue. SIPTED works best when integrated as part of the wider multidimensional approach to crime and violence prevention and community development. It positively impacts the built and social environments. Now, as I said before, I would carry my bucket list. And if you don't have a bucket list in life, that is sad. Because you know that we live in windows. We have some 25,550 days, I should tell you. Yeah, all of us in there. I don't know how much you gone yet, but me go on quite a number. Right? Me have a little bit of time left. So me have to read off my bucket list. All right. Now, I want to live in a place where all the police stations, well, you have policing designs for policing stations, and about 5 of them I wish to see. That if you are driving past, even a foreign national, they can look at it and know that it's a police station. That's what I want to see. I want to see those same police stations compliant to SIPTED and allow for people with wheelchair to access the stations. I know that it's coming. I know that it's coming. Now, these designs would be large enough depending on the communities and the volume of the people that we serve. Also, how close to the communities. That should be a part of it. What I want to see is a survey tool that grades the 800 and odd communities in Jamaica. So we assess them, police and the citizenry assess them, and it says by a score how urgent or how dire the need for SIPTED to be employed in the place. I know I'm going to see it, you know. I am very optimistic. Now, I wish for our social environment to change. And I heard the presenter before talk about it. Now, years ago, we had musicians that turned out music that identify a specific community and encourage violence toward the community. I saw corporate Jamaica get up and scorn them, scorn the musicians, that they go on no platform now and sing those songs. But look, these same musicians speak about the anonymous. If you come to the station and say, your husband says to you that he's going to fly your bat, immediately I am going to investigate and carry him to the station, because what he's saying is that he's going to kill you. Yet still, this same person can say it in the music, and we encourage him to come to our party, and our children listen to it, and them do the bounce, do the... Huh? It has to stop. We have to scorn them the same way. The anonymous is a person. The anonymous is you. The anonymous is me. We have to get to that point. Make them know that it's wrong. You can say the same thing colorfully, you know. That it's not as granular, that the child knows, say, we're in purpose in life to do is to go kill. We can do it. That's on my bucket list, I should tell you. All right, so the other thing is Jamaica Eye. I want all the communities in Jamaica to be a part of the Jamaica Eye and drive down crime the same way the Chinese had it. So that is pretty much it from me. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you very much, Sergeant Harris. And at this point, the floor is open to questions. Oh, please. Okay, so I am seeing the lady on my right, you can come forward, and the lady on the left, you can stand by the mic.
Okay, thank you very much. Sergeant Harris, I really appreciated your presentation, enjoyed it a lot too. The point you made about the fence, the 6-foot-high fence, I was really sold on having that. I'm Dawn Marie Roper from New Haven, Kingston 20, by the way. And I was really invested in having that. But having heard your explanation, I am now convinced that the chain link is the way to go. But I still wondered whether, I mean, in your surveillance and you're chasing down of criminals, etc., what about drones? I was saying your solution is to go over in the sky and look.
That too, but you know, you're going to have persons who need to be trained in those. And you know, drones are not inexpensive to fly. The cheapest way is in our built environment. That's the first place to start. Lighting too is another part of it. So you want to get lights, you don't want them to get so hot that they create shadows. Because whenever there are shadows, you can stand within the shadows and be invisible. Oh, right, so wherever you get the light so hot they create shadows. And you can stand in those shadows and not be seen, believe you me. Right? So lighting is an important part of it too. This thing is about expense also, you know. So when you build, you have to just leave it there. All right. Go ahead, ma'am.
Yes, please. What?
Yes, I think it's on now. Yes, so my question, I have two questions for you. Very good presentation, very informative. Any research being conducted in the Caribbean on the implementation of CIPTED and the effects? Because I noticed that your research that you presented was more Latin America. And my second question, if and how, because you mentioned implementation of CIPTED in Jamaica, will we be just taking what we learn or the different strategies or principles and implementing it here, or how will we actually tailor or customize it to our condition? Especially as you mentioned, the chain link fences in schools, right? I'm from STEM Builders Education, STEM Builders Learning Hub, which is an education institution. And I'm thinking in some really rough environments, having chain link fence might not be ideal because gunshot fires will fire in that community and maybe the wall fence would be more secure. So how will we make sure that we customize and tailor the different strategies that we implement?
Okay, for this one, I know you asked Sergeant Harris, but at this time I'm going to call on a lady unexpectedly. I'm sure she didn't think I was going to call on her. But the CTD from the Ministry of National Security, Shauna Trowers, could you please tell the audience the plans that the government has as it relates to this issue? Yes, she's not happy. I just laid hands on her suddenly.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. So I work at the Ministry of National Security, and there's a branch called Crime Prevention and Community Safety. One of the areas that we're focusing on is CIPTED, and we actually had asked quite a few of our colleagues to sit on a panel just last week because we're looking for the director to kind of bring it together. As Sergeant said, we recognize that crime is multidimensional. So we're looking at case managers, looking at the social aspect. But as the sergeant said, crime needs opportunity and a situation. If we can provide for the built environment in a way, whether through surveillance, and so what is our vision for CIPTED? It is not only about M&S. So it will mean that the person driving this along with the JSIF will have to talk to our architects. It would mean legislative change in terms of building codes. It would mean just kind of engaging the community. So you asked about the gunshot. And I'm sure Sergeant could tell you, there are some bullets that can go through steel. And so therefore, if it's a multidimensional approach to crime, we are trying to, on one hand, prevent it, and two, manage it. So we're hoping that there are less gunshots. And on the side of CIPTED, we're asking for the kind of fencing as he spoke about. Because one of the things is that, much like anyone else, criminals don't want to be caught. And if we have an environment that does not give them that ability, that reduces the kind of coverage he spoke about, the shadows and so forth. And so it's an integrated approach that we're seeking to do going forward.
Great. And she said stakeholder engagement is going to be critical. It requires mindset change from all of us because we're going to have to think differently, build differently, plan differently. And it also means, and CIPTED also means preventing the crime from happening in the first place. When persons know that they're most likely to get caught. Yes, sir. And then we have one final question after.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. All right. The question that I have is, I know that drone is a type of technology that come in place to advance certain outreaches and so on. But however, in everything there are pros and cons. Oh yeah? So the question I'd like to ask, with the exception of photographer and the security force, don't you think it's actually should be illegal for for anyone to have access to a drone? Because, I mean, it can spread far and wide and spy out persons and to know where the next target is, to actually get rid of the next target. And the next question I would like to ask is, I know it's somewhat expensive, but wouldn't it be somewhat cheaper? Would it be somewhat better or safer if there's surveillance camera in pretty much almost or all inner city communities? Don't you think that would somewhat make crime fighting a bit easier? That is my question, sir.
All right, yes. On the drones, you say something that is very important there. So, in order for us to stop that, legislation and reports. So wherever you see something like that, you need to go to the station and report it. Whenever you see drones flying. It don't necessarily mean it's JSIF drones. Right, so that is the way you go about it. You report it at the station. What was the other question? What?
The other question was surveillance camera in the communities, inner city communities, ghetto.
Yes, no, look here, remember I said, 800 and odd communities in Jamaica, right? Right, so what we want is for all of these communities to have that and be connected to the national grid, to Jamaica Eye. Right now as we speak, there are persons who have cameras in inner city communities, have cameras at their homes. And you saw, I don't know if you saw video footage some time ago with a robbery or arson, I believe. You saw that video? Right, so, and that is in an inner city community. Persons recognize how important it is. Even persons who influence crime have CCTV at their homes. So,
all right.
The thing is that it must be on the national grid.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to especially thank my former colleagues at the PIOJ for another excellent, informative, and educational activity. I learned so much, and I thought I knew a lot. But to you, sir, thanks for that presentation. My question, though, is, are you aware of the work of the district consultative committees headed by JPs?
I remember some time ago meeting with the consultative committee in St. Catherine South, which is at Doheny Park.
That's Pastor Jordan.
Right. I remember working with them.
Yes, sir. Yes. Unfortunately, I was very disappointed when I went to the ministry booth, National Security, and realized that some people in the Ministry of National Security were the permanent secretary, was a main speaker at the launch of the Matilda's Corner District Consultative Committee. And they don't know anything about it. So we need to do something about the communication and the linkages between the different organizations that are working to prevent crime and to make the communities safer.
Okay, ma'am. Thanks very much for that.
So good afternoon, everyone. So just in response, I think CTD responded to what you're saying, because she's saying that what they're going to do now is to pull things together, because the ministry recognizes that. And just to say as well that JSIF, the Jamaica Social Investment Fund, over the years they have been doing a lot of things in terms of crime prevention through environmental design. They have done a lot of zinc fence removal, and Mona spoke earlier in terms of the work even with safe passages, because when you are looking on safe passages, you have to also look on the environment, how to build, how to enhance the physical environment so that it is safe. So it's just pulling together, and it's at these symposia that we are seeing, that we come together and we talk and we pull it together, as CTD said. So we're on our way. Thank you.
And to my friend who that said something about the wall, I wanted to know Colombia has more rifles than Jamaica. Yeah, more rifles.
Good afternoon, everyone. Excellent presentation, Sarge. My question, well, we can relate. This morning we heard from Dr. Gayle, who gave us some data alarming to us about the crime rate in Jamaica and how it have impact on males over females, that comparison. But you would have mentioned in your presentation with a lot of strategies and tools that we can actually utilize to help to curb the crime ratio. Also, you would have mentioned about the community-based organizations that are here, that are very important with the partnership and community development. And according to the Social Development Commission, with the 775 communities within Jamaica, my question is that what will the JSIF, or what is the plan for the JSIF as it comes on to the community-based organization? Because we're recognizing that a lot of these organizations are becoming dormant. So is there anything in place to help to revitalize some of those community-based organizations? I thank you.
Okay, I think I'll answer this one on behalf of Sergeant Harris, because the role of the community-based organization is not the function of the JCF, but of the SDC. And so...
Clearly, I get that. But also remember that police youth clubs, the neighborhood watch, will form under JSIF. So it is specific to those areas, because remember that the social development mandate is to help to activate and revitalize, but without a partnership that is concretized, or the hands of the SDC, I believe, will be tied. So what support can be given in that initiative?
Okay, you want to speak to them?
All right, so initially when the Neighborhood Watch was formed, as you alluded to, the Jamaica Constabulary Force was very involved in it. But one of the things I've observed, because I still carry out my assessments and work with communities, persons, the social contagion from the informer for dead culture still resonates with us. And so a lot of persons, hey, I don't want it to be called Neighborhood Watch. I just have it as a citizen association. This is why I was saying earlier on my bucket list that corporate Jamaica should scorn this type of behavior. Persons who say those things shouldn't be at our parties, right? Because they are killing social cohesion, right? So that would allow us to encourage persons to want to form neighborhood watch groups. And my assessment, though, interacting, is that people want it. It's the stigma attached to it.
And that is also, I was saying, if we even go the route of the community-based organizations that SDC has mandate for, we can have different areas of focus for the CBOs. So the CBOs can still take on issues related to security in the communities. So some of the work of the neighborhood watch groups can actually occur in the CBOs, but because it doesn't have the name neighborhood watch or police youth club, then you won't get the resistance. But we put it on the timetable, on the mandate for these agencies so that the work can still continue. And as we spoke about the work related to the crime prevention and environmental design, as that comes on board, it will have a very robust stakeholder engagement section to it, and that will facilitate some of the work that we need to re-engage with some of these critical stakeholders at the community level. Okay, final question, because we need to wrap up, and I don't want you to all leave us on the podium standing by ourselves.
Good afternoon. I noticed we haven't touched on cybercrime, which I think is a crime now, that there's a lot of shooting and killing and family against family and all those other stuff in terms of sharing wealth. And number two, I was wondering if at the police station they have a map of the community in which they serve.
They do. All right, so I'm not sure if you're aware. Nevertheless, we plan, the JSIF plan, have a corporate strategy plan each 3 to 5 years, and that plan goes all the way to the station plan, and the station planners would have that map of the communities. They know the communities that they are in. And we know all the neighborhood watch groups within the communities. You asked about a map, right? They do have a map.
Yeah, why I was sort of curious, because you said 4 persons and 2 got away, so I'm saying if they were...
No, man, it was in the night. It was in the night. The design assist hiding. That was what I was getting at. The high fences. You get it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I had to be jumping those fences, but I couldn't see through the fences. That was what I was saying.
And the last thing to look at is our subculture.
Yes, agreed. Mindset change will be important for a lot of what we have to do. So at this point, we will need to wrap up. Again, I would like to thank Sergeant Harris. We saved the best for last. Is that what we're trying to say? Because, I mean, we were eager. No one wanted to stop asking questions. Okay, so I'm going to invite my co-moderator back to the stage. So today has been a very interesting day. We have discussed so much. We have talked about so many tools. We have looked at sports.
Yeah, we've looked at safe school pathways, therapeutic interventions through play therapy.
And of course, we have ended with crime prevention through environmental design.
And these initiatives have all been aimed at fostering sustainable development.
And we recognize, as we look forward to Vision 2030 and beyond, that Jamaica cannot truly be the place of choice for us to live, work, raise families, and do business if it is not safe. And safety is not just about certain communities or certain parts of the country, but it's safety for all. So even if we live in environments where some of this is not our reality, as Dr. Gayle would have said in his presentation where he spoke about the fat dog and the mago dog, that it could actually eventually reach us if we don't treat with it.
So we hope that today's symposium has been a memorable one for all of you who have attended. We're very pleased to see so many of you with us, and we hope that you feel equipped now with new insights and strategies to take back to your communities and to your organizations. We're going to ask, in all of your packages, there is an evaluation. So we're going to invite you to complete the evaluation, and our ushers will be roaming the aisles to collect those evaluations from you. The 9th Best Practices Symposium. As you complete the evaluation, I invite Mr. Orville Simmons to come and do the vote of thanks.
We're happy to see that, there are quite a number of us still here and still engaged at the booth. JSIF, HEART, PADF, other agencies, people are still engaged. But as I look down here and I see so many people, I'm seeing something else. You know what I'm seeing? I'm seeing some hungry faces. I'm seeing some thirsty faces. Hungry and thirsty. Hungry for knowledge. Thirsty for knowledge. Hungry and thirsty people, PIOJ, feed the people them. PIOJ, feed the people them. Thank you so much. Blessed are those who hunger and thirst after knowledge, for they shall be fed by PIOJ. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank all of you. Protocol is that we, thank the audience at the end.
But really, I have to break that protocol because I'm looking at you, I'm seeing you, and I want to say to you, audience, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for participating. Thank you for learning, and thank you for sharing. I want to thank our partners. We have quite a few partners here. International partners, CDB, IDB, and PADF. We hear quite a bit about PADF and SEPTED. So we want to thank our international partners, our local partners, of course, the Ministry of National Security, big up myself. CTD Chowers, Renee, case management team. Thanks to the MNS team. JSIF, wow, wow, wow. JSIF, a big man on the block, you know. Or should I say a big lady. Thanks to JSIF, as well as to the SDC. And me now leave out my little friend on the bottom there, Heart NSTA Trust. Kimberly, are you still around? Aye, Heart, say one man. Big up all our partners for this, their support. I also want to thank, she's not here, but the Cabinet Secretary for declaring the Symposium open, the Honorable Audrey Sewell, OJCD-JP. She's not here, but want to say a big thanks to her. Want to say thanks to Herbie, Herbs. The man that lick up the herb, you know, that's why I'm so bright. Herb. We want to thank Dr. Herbert Gayle. You know, this man is now an icon in Jamaica when it comes on to crime, violence, you know, violence prevention. I want to say thanks to him. We want to say thanks to our international presenters. And excuse me if I can't pronounce your name. Let me see. Carlos. Carlos is very easy to say, right? So I can say Carlos, Perez Castro. Yeah. The name Castro is very common in, you know, Jamaica. Carlos and Andrea Chaustre. Okay. Thank you so much, and thank you for being here. Dr. Chloe Fevre, she's not here, but she's a long-standing friend of Jamaica. She has been here before, and we want to thank Dr. Fevre for her presence and presentation. Our local presenters, Dr. Crawford Brown. We heard her. Please, a big round of applause for Dr. Brown. She has been in this business for a long time. A lot of knowledge, and I personally, I just don't think that we, Jamaica, we are utilizing as much as we could have from Dr. Brown. That woman is, you know, a reservoir of knowledge that I think we can make much more use of. Of course, Mona and her presentation as well, we have to say thanks to her. Sergeant Winston Harris. Yes, sir. We want to thank you. And PIOJ, maybe next time we can think about like a SEPTED in terms of how we put on things here. You know, SEPTED environmental design. So next time we are going to sort of do like things differently to cut down on the like buzzing that we have been hearing. Thanks for environmental design. It's not only about crime. Environmental design can be applied to a variety of things. And so we are very thankful for that. The moderators, big up yourself. Big up yourself. You know, you have done a fantastic job. Did I leave out anyone? Did I leave out anyone? I say go sometime, you know. Audience, again, big up yourself. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And see you next year. Thank you, thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Simmons. So I wish everyone safe passage home, right? Have a good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here today.
As you leave, you can leave Yes, as you leave, you can leave your evaluation sheets right at the registration table. There'll be someone there to collect them. Thank you. Again.